Chapter 11. Pietro. I tried to pay attention to the rambling going on in my office, but I just couldn't. Images of what took place between I and Dahlia kept on flashing through my mind. God. She tasted so good. Hearing her beautiful moans was arousing and so enticing. I groaned within me. Heaven knows, I just wanted to be in bed all day with her, but work won't let me. I felt so frustrated and annoyed that I had to leave early in the morning before she had the opportunity to even flutter her beautiful eyes open. I wanted to fuck her again and again, to be honest. I shouldn't have gone out so early. I should be in bed with her right now, cuddling her in my arms and massaging her thighs, keeping in mind the numerous rounds I took her on last night. I had sex with numerous girls in the past, even with Bianca, but none was compared to what I had with Dahlia last night. It wasn't just sex, we made love. I completely came undone and buried myself in her fucking sweet body. God. I could taste her lips, her wet pussy. Fuck. My hands were itching to tie her up to the bed and fuck her again and again. Her scent was radiating off me. It felt like I could still feel her tongue intertwined with mine. She had the warmest lips I had ever tasted. It felt so warm. So good. What else could she do with that warm, wet mouth? Probably suck on my dick, I thought. Pietro. Fuck. What? I shot back at the masculine voice that dared to interrupt my reverie. It was Thomas. Were you even paying attention? He curiously asked with a brow raised. I leaned into my seat and flopped my head back. My eyes scanned my four closest associates facing me in my office, the large rectangular table separating us. No, I replied abruptly and also honestly. I truly wasn't listening. I could see the shocked expressions webbed over their faces. What the fuck? Luca yelled. You are an asshole, Pietro, Thomas added in a bitter voice. I grinned at them before erupting into laughter. We were talking about the transportation of the drugs through the coast of the Mediterranean for over 30 minutes, Pietro. Dario sent word that the Saudis are willing to pay 50 million, and also ammunitions has been. Oh God, I groaned listening to Thomas go on repetition about our work. Thomas stopped talking and gave me a sly grin. Excuse me, am I boring you? Yes, you are. Can't I just have rest? I should be at home with my wife on bed. They exchanged knowing glances, deciphering what I meant. Well, we can't all be winners. You are the capo of the capos, and this is your job. Anyways, the annual conference is coming up, Cesare announced. Great. Fuck shit. When I thought I hadn't had enough work. Can't one of you go? I quickly butted in before lulling my head back to the chair. I didn't want to attend that Farcade charity conference. Nope. We all have to be in Milan, Pietro. Your orders, Rocco replied with a low laugh. I rubbed my temples, cursing in Italian. Fine. I'll go. What were we discussing again? Right, the transportation of the drugs. Cocaine, marijuana, and... I was immediately interrupted by the quick push of my office door open. What the fuck? I yelled, bolting up from my seat. I had given specific instructions that I didn't want anyone interrupting my meeting. Everyone stood up with me as I breathed fire and brimstone to the guard that had the guts to interrupt my meeting. Raf, calm down, Cesare quickly said. I didn't even notice that my fists had already started to ball. I gazed at the terrified guard who looked like he could pee in his pants. You interrupted my meeting, and it better be for a good reason. If not, prepare to meet your maker today, I threatened before bringing out my gun. The guard stood on the spot, his gun trembling in his hands. He gulped and brought out a letter from his pocket, fidgeting before handing it over to me. I could see fear registered in his eyes as he handed me the letter. Some parts of the letter were red, seemed like dried blood. Silence spread throughout the room like a wildfire, a cloud of uncertainty in the air as I took in the details of the letter. My eyes widened, and my fist became balled up in an instant. The fuck? I yelled, startling everybody, my voice echoing around the walls of the room. Pietro, what is the matter? Thomas immediately asked, coming over to me. I handed him the letter, and his eyes widened upon reading it. He showed it to the rest, and I noticed how shocked they were. It was from Ivan Fedorov. It just had 2 sentences on it. A life for a life, isn't that how it should be? Your wife will pay for your sins with her blood, and your mafia will crumble, I promise you. How dare he? Using Dahlia to threaten me. Nobody touches my wife. I'll fight the entire world for her. She is mine. My cheek heaved with anger, with the veins in my arms popping out. Where the fuck did you get this letter from? I barked, my blood boiling with anger. Capo, according to your orders, I took about 20 men, and we flew to Moscow to meet with the Red Indians. We had finalized the deal already, but the night before we were to come back to Italy, 2 of our men were found dead. 4 bullets had gone through their heads, and this letter was laid next to the body of one, the frightened guard explained. I was too angry for words. I didn't know what to say because at this point I was losing it. My sanity was slipping out of me, and the only thing I could focus on right now was killing Ivan in cold blood. I had tried so hard to not let the expensive tricks Ivan was playing get to me, but bringing Dahlia into this was the height of it all. Now there was no turning back. If he wants a war, then I'll give him a war. If he wants to see blood, I'll make him drink it. Nobody, and I mean nobody, messes with my wife. I roared with an uncontrollable fury, my veins throbbing and my bloodshot eyes blazing with anger. He just woke the demon in me. Now I was bloodthirsty. Thirsty for his blood. Inform Luciano that I want him in Moscow before tomorrow runs out, I began. But the guard immediately interrupted me, as I flashed him a fiery gaze. Luciano is in the Middle East. He is working with one of the capos on. I don't care, I yelled, cocking my gun. He stood rigid and bowed his head as if apologizing for his speech. I don't care, I muttered underneath my breath, laying emphasis on the don't. Inform Luciano to take about 10 men to Moscow. Ivan needs to know what I'm made of. He has a daughter, doesn't he? The guard nodded his head at once. A smirk formed on my face, and I stole quick glances at my 4 capos who stood rigid. Tell him to monitor her movements, where she goes, what she does. I want it all under surveillance, every detail. And once he has gotten it all under his fingertips, get a sniper and shoot her. I stopped in my speech and whipped my head to face my men, browsing their face to see if anyone had an objection. No one did. They were all undaunted. But I don't want her dead. Just let a bullet pass through her beautiful body. It will sound as a warning to Ivan. I don't want to give him the benefit of doubting my abilities. If it's a war he wants, it's a war he will get, I concluded with a snap of my fingers. The guard nodded with a stoic expression on his face. He tucked his revolver into his pants and walked out. Why didn't you just send Bianca? Rocco asked. Bianca will attend the conference with me, I replied, not facing Rocco. Nothing mattered more to me right now than ripping Ivan's head off. I glanced at the letter that was still in between Thomas's fingers and walked towards him. Taking it from him, I brought out a lighter from my pocket and lit it at the letter, watching the flames erupt and slowly burning it. Ivan truly had awoken the beast in me. For his sake, I truly hoped he could handle the consequences, because now I was just bloodthirsty. Dahlia. I walked out of the shower, my robe hugging onto my wet body. I glanced at the digital clock on the wall. This was 11:30 sharp. Shit. I let out a low, mournful sound, remembering that I would have attend a function by 12 a.m. with Pietro. What sort of function begins at 12 a.m.? Pietro arrived back an hour ago to inform me of it. Just when I thought we could spend the night together, he was dragging me along with him to an early morning gathering. I truly didn't want to go. I pleaded for him to let me stay home, but he just refuted my pleading and insisted I would go with him. He said it was a formal event, and he would have to show up with his wife, as a sign of respect to the important personalities that would be attending. That seemed fair enough, but I truly didn't want to be out by 12 a.m. Besides, my insides still felt sore from our intense lovemaking. I blushed thinking of how many times Pietro took me. It was a pity he left before I even woke up. Bummer, I thought. I quickly dried my body, noticing I had less than 30 minutes to get ready. Pietro was already waiting for me downstairs. I slipped in my panties and applied a Nivea lotion to my body. I loved how it suited my melanin skin and gave it an alluring scent. I had already brought out a gown, which was laid on the bed. It was a long navy blue low-neck peplon gown. I walked to the dressing room, staring at my reflection. It looked so beautiful on me, literally sweeping the ground. I took out my pair of toad-pointed black heels from one of the shelves and put them on. I didn't want to go to this function, but at least I could look my best. My braids were let to fall, and I wore the diamond earrings Pietro got for me. I didn't want my face to appear overly glorified with makeup, so I just applied some foundation to match my skin, mascara, brushed my eyebrows, and smeared a cherry red lipstick on my lips to top it off. I looked like a bride. I squirted myself with my favorite vanilla-scented perfume. I then grabbed the scarlet red purse that was lying on my bed before walking out of the room. I approached the staircase, and I could spot Pietro on a call, his back turned against me. I wonder how he would react seeing me dressed like this. I truly hope I didn't overdress or underdress. He did mention it was a very formal event, and I truly just wanted to look my best. I winced in annoyance as my heels made contact with the floors of the staircase. Pietro seemed to be on a very important call, because he didn't even turn back to face me, even though I knew he must have heard the clicking of my heels. "Bella, why did you take?" Pietro began but stopped himself mid-sentence as he turned and his eyes locked with mine. He stared doe-eyed at me, mesmerized with his lips slightly parted. I felt my cheeks heated and made my way towards him. "Wow," he breathed. "You look amazing." "Sweet." "Tempting," he added in his rich, low tone. I pressed my lips to a thin line and blushed. "Thank you," I replied shyly. He stretched out his hand to me, and I took them. Interlocking with his slender fingers, we both walked outside to our waiting limousine. I truly wonder how this function will turn out. I hope it won't be like the dinner we had with Armani, or will it?
Chapter 12. Dahlia's eyes roved around as she peered through the glass of the limousine, taking in the dark, starry night. They had been driving for over 30 minutes, and she was anticipating to see where Pietro was taking her to. Pietro dropped an arm over Dahlia's shoulder and started trailing multiple wet kisses from her cheeks to her neck. Dahlia felt a million butterflies flutter within her, and wondered why Pietro was being so romantic towards her. "Raph." He hummed at her, and kept on trailing his kisses over all sides of her neck. "Why are you being so romantic and touchy?" Dahlia queried under her breath, as Pietro's kisses were awakening those familiar aches within her. "Thank you, Dahlia," Pietro replied as he stopped kissing her with his head ascending, and his blue orbs burying deep into her black-brown eyes. Dahlia felt confused. What did she do? "For what, Raph?" she asked before softly caressing his hair. "For following me to this stupid event," Pietro blurted out with a deep sigh. Dahlia let out a laugh on hearing what Pietro said. "Why would you call it stupid?" Dahlia asked in between laughs. Pietro chuckled and admired his beautiful wife. He leaned in closer to ear and softly nibbled on her earlobe. "Because it is a very stupid event, and I hate it," he whispered and pulled back. Pietro was too blunt when talking. She noticed it. He wasn't the type to hide his thoughts. He was usually very straight to the point, not caring how the other person would feel. He was insanely confident, and it attracted and amused her. Dahlia gave Pietro a quirky smile and shook her head, trying to control her laughter. "I think I should eat before we arrive there." "Don't you think so, dear wife?" Pietro huskily asked. Dahlia stopped laughing and stared at him in amazement. This was past midnight. Was he being serious? Are you drunk, Raph? This is past midnight, and I don't think any eatery would be open by this time. Besides, we all ate before now. Pietro licked his bottom lip slowly, with a devilish grin on his face. Yes, we ate, but I'm still hungry, dear wife, he whispered to her as he leaned in again, their lips almost touching. Dahlia's eyes widened after fully understanding what he meant. She clutched onto her dress, a million emotions rushing through her. Whenever he was always romantic to her, she felt both scared and excited. Pietro's blue orbs darted to her lips, and he pressed his warm lips on hers, his tongue demanding entry into her mouth. Dahlia parted her lips, giving him the entry, as he dominated her lips in a hot, steamy, possessive kiss, sucking the air out of Dahlia without giving her the chance to breathe. Raph, Dahlia moaned out as her hands tugged at his suit, pulling it more closer to herself. Pietro let out a groan and quickly pulled of his suit, carelessly flinging it, not caring where it landed. His lips trailed to the nape of her neck, eagerly and viciously sucking on it, making Dahlia let out soft whimpers. His tongue laved on different spots, drawing out sensual cries from Dahlia, with his hands eagerly searching for the zipper of her gown. Dahlia lulled her head back to the seat, letting Pietro fully have his way with her. Her mind was in a foggy trance, as a result of his dominating kisses. At that moment, the chauffeur opened the door of the limousine, announcing their arrival to them. Fuck it, Pietro cursed out in annoyance. Dahlia was snapped out of her intense romance with Pietro, and she quickly adjusted her dress, straightening it. They had been so carried away by their desires and lusts that they didn't realize they had reached their destination. Dahlia stepped out with flushed cheeks before Pietro, giving him time to arrange himself. You have a very bad timing, Pietro grimaced to the chauffeur, before interlocking hands and walking away with Dahlia, leaving the chauffeur embarrassed and confused. Dahlia burst into laughter once more, as they headed into the castle-like building. He truly has bad timing, Bella. He couldn't just let me fuck my wife. Pietro muttered carelessly. Dahlia softly rubbed his fingers. We can fuck when we get home. Of course we will, he replied cockily. Dahlia felt her cheeks reddened, and a wet pool forming in her panties. She decided to check out the environment, to distract herself from thinking about sexual thoughts. She noticed the castle-like building was secluded, and much more bigger than Pietro's house. And his was so huge. People were scattered all around the vicinity, with various flashy cars littered at all corners. Various ostentatious statues of lions, and also large fountains were placed at different corners, just like Pietro's home. Her eyes took in the appearance of the different people she spotted. Not one of them was dressed informally. The women were all on various expensive gowns and the men were on suits. Luckily for her, she couldn't feel intimidated or out of place. Back home, she attended classy functions on a regular basis, and she knew how to carry her shoulder and act confident in the midst of individuals. Dahlia walked alongst with Pietro as they headed towards the huge doors of the building. She noticed people were staring at both of them, as if they were aliens. Her heart immediately sank with the thought of the people spitting vulgar things about her and Pietro. Dahlia, why do you look tensed? Pietro asked as he whipped his face to look at her. Dahlia's eyes darted to the ground. People are staring at us, Raph. Why? Am I not dressed well? Face me, Bella, Pietro commanded as he stopped his tracks. Dahlia slowly brought her gaze to his, and he gave her a soft smile. Don't mind anyone staring, okay? You are dressed beautiful, my love. You are a tasty snack. Dahlia felt her face heat up, and she smiled broadly at him. Thank you, she whispered, but loud enough for him to hear. He nodded his head and pecked her, before they continued in their track. They were now close to the huge iron doors of the building. She tried to focus on following Pietro, and ignoring the various stares she was getting. A huge, bald, muscular man clad in black clothing stood at the entrance with a checklist, making sure only those in the list got in. He must be the bouncer, Dahlia thought. Immediately he sighted Pietro coming. he went rigid and gave a nervous smile. "We welcome Mr. Justice. It's been long we had you here," he greeted nervously. Dahlia wondered why a grown-ass man would be so nervous on seeing Pietro. "It's been long, isn't it? It better be worth it," Pietro gruffed, not batting an eyelid at him. The man gulped and nodded his head. "Open the doors now," Pietro commanded rudely. Dahlia suppressed her dislike for his sudden rude behavior towards the bouncer, but she couldn't say anything. "I'm sorry." "Yes, sir," the man stuttered and quickly nodded at him, before scrambling to open the doors for Pietro and Dahlia. "Thank you, sir," Dahlia said softly, hoping it would make up for Pietro's rudeness towards him. His features seemed relaxed, and he returned back her smile with a nod and satisfied smile before closing the doors. Dahlia watched Pietro stroll inside the building like he was the owner, which he probably was. He just had this insane aura of authority oozing around him. The interior was huge. Ostentatious statues of different people and animals were placed at various corners. There were 2 broad staircases with red carpets draping from them at each end of the large hall. Dahlia's eyes darted to the ceiling. She let out a gasp, noticing how high up it was. Few people were littered at the area they were in. This could probably be just a hall, Dahlia wondered. Pietro tightened his grip on Dahlia's hand, startling her and making her wince. He immediately began leading her towards one of the staircases. Dahlia struggled to keep up with his steps. Even on heels, Pietro was still taller than her and his strides were difficult to catch up with. Pietro took a right turn as they kept on walking. Faint sounds of violin and other musical instruments could be heard playing. Probably that was they were heading to, Dahlia thought. The more they approached their destination, the more the sound increased in volume. Pietro then took a halt in front of a large wooden door and turned to look at Dahlia. "Stay close to me, baby," he said, and Dahlia gave a nod. "Yes, honey." She suddenly felt so nervous as anxiety kicked in. Pietro told her to stay close to him. Were other Mafia members in attendance too? She felt like turning her back and going back home, but she couldn't. Pietro won't be happy. Pietro twisted the door knob and opened it as they both stepped inside. The boisterous sounds of musical instruments flooded Dahlia's eardrums once they stepped inside. It was just as she imagined it to be. A bunch of rich and fancy people drinking and eating whilst bragging about their lifestyle and achievements. This room was as huge as the hall downstairs, if not bigger. Different huge, expensive chandeliers were hanging from the ceiling of the room, their lights illuminating the entire room. The windows of this hall were so huge, with velvet curtains draping down from them. The walls of the halls sparkled as the light from the chandeliers fell on them. Everything was oozing pure riches. Waiters moved around like a tide, serving people various mouth-watering appetizers. Various armed guards could be spotted too, situated at some corners of the room. Dahlia watched as different individuals came to greet Pietro and her, treating Pietro like he was some sort of king. She rolled her eyes within her and sighed. If she was going to be following Pietro as he discussed with various individuals, then this night was going to be such a long night. Chapter 13. Pietro sighed and groaned within himself as he kept on listening to the various chattering of the people around. He had met with different elite class individuals, and they had just been talking business all through. He was really tired, and he was sure Dahlia was also tired of the repeated greetings and business talks. "So I was thinking if we could actually work together, a partnership between us," the older man announced to an obviously tired Pietro before handing him his business card. Dahlia watched Pietro take it with a forced smile. She felt sorry for him. He had been engaging in various discussions with people, and from the look of things, he was clearly not interested in talking again. "Oh yes. Thank you. I'll contact you," Pietro answered, taking the business card and glancing at it. "Mr. Justice. Wow. Such a pleasure seeing you. I've always wanted to see you," a shrill voice whipped across to them. A young woman and a man strode confidently towards Dahlia and Pietro. Pietro glanced at Dahlia, who glanced back at him with a tired look on her face. They both heaved a sigh as they continued their ritual of interacting and greeting individuals. As they kept on talking, a pair of eyes was watching them. Bianca. She felt her blood boil when she spotted Pietro entering the hall with Dahlia. Pietro had told her she should come with him to the function, but she didn't expect him to come with Dahlia. She had at least hoped her and Pietro together would lead to more bonding, but all her hopes were dashed away seeing him come with Dahlia. He didn't even acknowledge her presence. Instead, he walked alongside with Dahlia, greeting people. Bianca's mind took a walk down memory lane as she remembered when she and Pietro would attend various functions and meeting together till people actually started believing they were married. God damn it, she thought. Dahlia's sudden presence in her life was a nightmare. Nobody knew how she loathed Dahlia on the inside. She just had to put up a facade and stoic expression to cover up her growing dangerous hatred for Dahlia. Her fist clenched and she walked over to the bar. She sat on a stool next to it and placed her hands on the counter. Her fingers were furiously dancing on the counter as her bloodshot gaze was stationed on Pietro and Dahlia, who were engaging in different conversations with people. That should be me, goddammit, she blurted out in a fit of rage. Would you like a drink? A masculine voice asked. Bianca turned her back to face a young blonde man who sat behind her. She eyed him as he offered a soft smile. What do you want? She spat. He let out a deep chuckle. Just wanted to know if you mind having a drink with me, was his calm reply. And why do you want to know, if I may ask? Am I the only person who isn't drinking? Bianca shot back rudely at him. She cared less how he would feel about her tone. Well, I noticed you seemed tensed, that's why I offered if you would mind having a drink with me. You know it will calm you down, he offered with a pleasant smile on his face. Bianca scrutinized him. She expected her rude tone to knock him off, but he was still here. She gave a reluctant nod, and a broad grin walked to his face. Barman, he called out. After about 10 seconds, the barman approached them. What can I offer you both? He asked politely with a smile as he rubbed his hands together. 2 shots of tequila, please, the young man said with a smirk. Bianca arched a brow at him, but shrugged her shoulders as the barman nodded his head. He then returned back with their drink and placed it before them. Bianca sculled it down in an instant, not minding the foul taste of the alcohol. Calm down, miss, the young man cautioned. I thought you wanted me to have a drink, Bianca shot back once more. He chuckled at her feisty nature. I did, but I don't want you to get drunk. Bianca huffed and rolled her eyes. I won't? He sighed and took a sip of his drink before leaning his hands on the counter, observing an agitated Bianca who watched Pietro and Dahlia like a predator. Why do you look so tensed? He asked, trailing his eyes with her focused gaze on Pietro and Dahlia. You want to know why? She sarcastically replied with a question. He nodded and she gave him a sly grin. It's none of your business. Wow. She was such a hard nut crack, the young man thought to himself. Why are you staring at that man and the woman next to him? Are you angry with them? The blonde persisted further. Bianca quickly turned to glare at him, and he jutted his chin towards Pietro and Dahlia, wanting an explanation. And why should I tell you? Are you stalking me? Bianca snapped at him. Nope, he replied with a shake of his head. You've been staring at them for a long time now, he added. Bianca became short of words. She didn't realize she had been so engrossed in staring at Pietro and Dahlia. The young blonde surveyed her facial features. She seemed really tense. Do you know that woman? He queried once more. Why do you ask? I'm attracted to her. I just like how she carried herself when she entered into the hall. You know, with so much confidence. And she is melanin-skinned. I have a thing for black women. I won't call it love at first sight, but I'm definitely attracted to her, and I'll love to get acquainted with her," he boyishly grinned. The man watched as a grin walked to Bianca's heart-shaped lips. "Really?" she asked hyper. He nodded at her. "Seems we might just have the same agenda," Bianca muttered underneath her breath. He gave her curious brows. "What do you mean?" "Let's just say," Bianca began hesitantly. "Well, let's say I feel the same way for the man by her side." The young man smiled at her. "Interesting." Bianca stretched forwards her hands to him. "My name is Bianca." "I'm Miles," he replied as he accepted the handshake. He smiled within himself. He had gotten what he wanted. The fire had been lit. It was just a matter of time before it turned into an inferno. Chapter 14. "So, Mr. Raff, I'll truly be honored if you can take up this case for me. I've heard of your law expertise, and truly no other barrister would fit in," the man's hoarse voice added. Pietro sighed lightly and nodded his head with a plastic smile on his face. "I'll think about it." The man was elated, and he quickly handed Pietro his business card. "Thank you, barrister. It's a pleasure to meet you once again. And to you, Mrs. Pietro Justice. It's a pleasure meeting both of you," he added, turning to face Dahlia. "The pleasure is all mine," Dahlia replied gracefully. He bade them farewell before walking away. "God," Pietro groaned as his eyes trailed along with the man's walking steps. "You are tired, right?" Dahlia asked, knowing fully well what his reply would be. "Of course I am." "Let's leave here, please," Pietro quickly said, taking her by the hand and wanting to get away from the hall before another person would approach them again. "Okay, hold on, let me get my—" Dahlia stopped herself, her face becoming pale. "What is it, my love?" "My purse," Dahlia said as her eyes darted to the ground. "It's gone," Dahlia completed, her eyes facing Pietro. "What? How?" Pietro asked, concerned. Dahlia's agitated eyes stared at him. "I don't know, Raff." She looked back at the seat they were seated on, her eyes roving around the table. Her purse wasn't there. "It's not there." She looked back at Pietro with mortified eyes. "You probably dropped it." "Come on, let's check around," Pietro suggested. Dahlia agreed with him, and they both retraced their steps, searching for her purse, but it was nowhere to be found. Dahlia remembered back in Nigeria, when she purposely lied that her purse got missing to frame her sister Chiara, and now it was truly missing. Her heart sank, and she became doused in anxiety. "It's nowhere to be found, Raff," Dahlia cried out. She ran her hands through her braids and exhaled. "I didn't drop it anywhere. I truly can't fathom how it got missing." "Calm down, babe. Hold on, okay? I'll get you your purse," Pietro's voice echoed in her ears. He quickly gestured for her to stay put on the spot. Dahlia watched him go towards the center of the room, where the instrumentalists were playing. Pietro strode towards the instrumentalist, his hands tucked in his pockets. He was anxious to find Dahlia's purse as quick as possible, so he could leave the function before anybody else approached him concerning some meeting they would want him to participate in. "Stop the music," he commanded. The music immediately came to sharp halt, and everyone's attention was turned toward the center of the hall, wondering why the music had been stopped. Murmurings flew in the air, echoing through the walls with all eyes on Pietro. "Sorry for disrupting your music, but I have an issue," Pietro said. His eyes browsed everybody like a hawk, checking if anyone would object. Luckily for them, nobody dared to interrupt him. He cleared his throat as he began his speech. "My wife's purse is missing. It's a red purse with intricate gold designs by the side of the purse." Dahlia watched Pietro give details about her purse, anxiety eating her up. Series of murmuring could be heard around the room. "Enough!" Pietro yelled, making the hall as silent as a grave. His eyes trailed and observed everybody in the hall. He was thinking. Everybody here was rich, they were all filthy rich. Nobody would stoop so low as to steal a purse from Dahlia. None of them could have done that. Though he knew they were all greedy for more wealth, but stealing a purse was absurd. It couldn't be from them. I need all the guards lined up right now, Pietro barked his orders after much thought. The awful silence was broken with Pietro's voice and the shuffling of feet towards the center of the room. More than a dozen guards were all lined up before Pietro. His frosty glare was on each of them, browsing their features. Are these all the guards? Pietro asked no one in particular. Nobody answered. Pietro's felt his blood boiling. He hated the silence and needed a direct reply. Will somebody answer me? He yelled, more like a raging bull, startling everybody. Well, let me see. An elderly man butted in with mortified steps towards Pietro. What took you so long? Pietro grimaced at the quivering man. I'm sorry, Mr. Justice. I'm truly sorry for any inconvenience faced, he quickly apologized. His eyes trailed to the guards lined up, walking around them. There was a brief silence before his eyes widened. A guard was missing. This was truly bad, as Pietro was a very important figure in the event. So, Pietro barked. A guard is not here, he announced in faltering tone, turning to face Pietro. Pietro's lips pulled to a smirk. He knew it. What are you waiting for? Search every nook and cranny, and bring that guard here. Everyone watched in amazement as all the guards dispersed. Just one man was controlling everything just by the words that emitted from his mouth, and everybody obeyed him. A wave of uncertainty and panic soared in the air, as everyone awaited the arrival of the guards. In no time the doors of the hall flew open, the guards entering. In their midst stood a lone guard, clutching onto Dahlia's purse. He was immediately pushed to the center, giving everybody a good view of his face. My purse, Dahlia gasped the moment she set her eyes on it. Her eyes narrowed to the guard on the floor. He looked up at Pietro's bloodshot stares. Dahlia gasped once more, covering her mouth with her palms. He was just a young boy. So you stole from my wife, right? Pietro rhetorically asked. The young guard shivered. What could he say? Where did you find him? Pietro asked again, turning his head to the guards. He was found not too far from the vicinity. It seems he was trying to escape, one of the guards replied. Pietro let out a hearty chuckle. Please, I'm sorry. I just wanted money. I didn't mean any harm, the young man pleaded for his life. Dahlia watched in horror and in fear, wondering what Pietro would do to the guard. He certainly won't kill him, would he? She thought. You had the guts to steal from my wife, Pietro thundered, causing everyone to flinch. Dahlia felt so scared. Pietro was becoming very angry. Not even from anybody else, but from my woman. Weren't you scared? The guard crumbled under Pietro's feet. I'm sorry, capo. I just needed money, he cried. Pietro immediately went over to one of the guards and yanked his gun away from him. Coming over to the young man, he pointed it at his head. I'm being too lenient with you all. That is why you all are having the guts to double-cross me, Pietro angrily spat, which earned him gasps from everyone present. The guard sweated luminous beads like bullets as perspiration covered his forehead. He shook like a leaf, knowing his death was imminent. Dahlia felt tears pool in her eyes. This guard was too young. He shouldn't be killed over this sort of issue. Dahlia couldn't watch this anymore, she couldn't stand it. Pietro tossed the gun away and gave a low laugh. Shoot him, he stated, pointing his finger to one of the guards. No, Dahlia screamed out, stopping the young man from being shot and running over to Pietro. What is the problem, Bella? Please don't kill him. Please, Dahlia begged Pietro, clasping her hands together with tears streaming down her cheeks. The young guard looked at Dahlia with thankful eyes. She was pleading for his life and he stole from her. He stole from you, Pietro reminded her. I know, but please, he doesn't deserve to die, Dahlia pleaded more in tears. If I keep on forgiving them, they will keep on misbehaving. Pietro's acrimonious tone shot back at her, making her almost jump out of her skin. Please, Pietro. Don't do this. Everyone was quiet, watching the scene unfold in silence. "Shoot him," Pietro commanded in a gruff tone, ignoring Dahlia's plea. "No, don't touch him," Dahlia raised her voice this time, daring to challenge Pietro's authority. Pietro stared at Dahlia in astonishment, his lips parted. She was making him look like he had no control over her in public, which was something he didn't like. Little murmurings slowly began making its way out of the audience. Pietro felt his fist clench and unclench in anger. Why was Dahlia doing this? "I said shoot him," Pietro yelled once more. "And I said don't," Dahlia cut in immediately. The guard was confused on whose orders he was meant to follow. His capo's or his capo's wife? Pietro watched the guard, who was unwilling to shoot, and rubbed his temples. He was trying to help Dahlia out, and she made him seem like a weakling in front of everyone. They would all think their capo ran his mafia based on his wife's demand. "Fine. Let him go," he spat in anger, tired of the whole event. The young guard was overwhelmed with joy. He thanked both Dahlia and Pietro profusely. "You are welcome. But please do not steal again, okay?" Dahlia's voice trailed off as she took a glance at Pietro. He was brooding with raw anger. He stared at her, his baleful glare scaring the wits out of her. Pietro immediately walked out of the hall, which got Dahlia surprised. "Pietro," she called out to him, but she got no reply. Her heart sank to her stomach and her breathing hitched. Was he really angry with her? She ran after him, ignoring the gossips and chattering that had taken over the atmosphere. She cursed under her breath as she walked after Pietro, calling him. When Armani visited, Pietro wasn't angry with her then, but today he was. She saw how he stared at her before heading out of the hall. It gave her goosebumps and shook her to the core. "Pietro, hold on. Are you really angry? Please wait for me," Dahlia frantically pleaded, catching up with Pietro. She attempted to hold his hand, but he yanked his hand away from her hold, which scared her instantly. Tears formed in her eyes once more as she watched Pietro stride onwards without even glancing back at her. She cleaned the few traitorous tears that slipped past her eyelids and followed him towards their limousine. They both got inside, Pietro going to sit away from her. She stared at him in shock. Why was he being so angry? "Take us home now," he ordered the driver, who ignited the engine at once. Dahlia had her lips at agape as she focused her gaze on Pietro, tears threatening to spill down. Today had turned out to be more worse than Armani's visit. Chapter 15. Dahlia. Silence hung in the air. It was heavy, deadly, and suffocating. I took multiple glances at Pietro's sharp profile as he sat away from me. He was brooding with raw, bloody anger. I could feel and see it. His lips were pulled to a scowl, and his brows were wrinkled, coupled with his fists clenched. God. I'm finished. He was quiet throughout the ride. Not a single word did he utter to me, and it wasn't a good sign. But I still couldn't fathom why he was so angry with me. The guard stole from me, not him. It was my goddamn purse, and the guard was just a young boy. How could I watch him kill that young boy all because of a purse? Why couldn't Pietro just see it from my own side? My heart was already swimming in my stomach at this moment. Pietro's silence indicated one thing to me. I was definitely in a lot of trouble. I could only imagine what Pietro would do to me once we arrived home. The sudden halt of the limousine got my breathing clogged. We were home. My heart was seriously palpitating. Pietro got down before me and strode towards the doors of the mansion. I immediately walked behind him. I had to explain myself, at least, make him see it from my own point of view. I was so doused in fear. A million thoughts rushed to my mind on what Pietro would do to me the minute we were alone. I was truly as good as dead. Immediately I stepped my feet inside the mansion. Pietro slammed the door shut, giving me a fright and making me shudder in fear. "Raph," I slowly began, but in an instant he held onto my wrist and dragged me upstairs like I weighed no more than an A4 paper. Raph, please hear me out. Ouch, I squeaked, trying to writhe my arm free from Pietro's iron grip. He didn't say anything, which got me more filled with fear. The boldness I had when I stopped him from shooting that guard had totally vanished into thin air like it was never there. Now I was as timid as a rabbit. God, please help me. Pietro roughly pushed me into our bedroom and slammed the door shut once more. The sound almost made me jump out of my skin and I flinched. I watched him lock the door and I gulped. My heart was already shredded into pieces at this moment. He just locked the door. What was he planning on doing to me? Pietro turned to face me, taking dangerous slow steps towards me. His blue eyes glimmered in the dark, staring coldly at me. An awful silence took over the atmosphere once again. I could only hear the loud thumping of my heart, which was ringing in my ears. The more Pietro advanced towards me, the more I moved backwards, till I had hit my back against the closed windows of our bedroom. There was no avoiding this. I straightened myself and gulped once more. Look, Raph. How dare you, Dahlia? His gravelly voice cut me short immediately. Like a predator who wanted to devour its prey, Pietro closed the distance between us, his smoldering gaze on me. How dare you go against my word in public? I was lost for words. I truly didn't know how to reply him. Answer me, he demanded sharply, which made me shudder once more. You made me look like a weakling in public, like I had no right and control over my own wife. I gave an order, and you had the temerity to make a counter-order. Who gave you that right, Dahlia? He growled once more, causing my knees to quiver. Understand it from my point of view, I replied with a frown. To hell with your point of view, Dahlia. Pietro roared. Emotions swarm in his eyes, dark and gloomy emotions. I gasped, and in a flick my face became a mask of anger. Are you being serious now, Pietro? I stopped you from killing a young boy over a purse, Raph. You made me seem like I had no control over my wife and over my mafia. The reason they do all these shits is because I'm too lenient with them. He was struggling to control his rage, I could see that. Would you have killed that young boy? Over a fucking purse, I shot back. It was a stupid temerity, but I was willing to take the risk. I would do whatever it takes to show that I call the shots, he menacingly replied. Even with you, his voice dropped to a dangerously low tone. Now you are just acting like a possessive and dominating freak, I replied with a roll of my eyes and a hiss. In a fluid motion, he quickly grasped my braids, dragging it. My eyes widened and I held onto his arm, wincing. That's because I am. I own you. You belong to me. I'll always be the one you lust for and crave for. And if you try to act otherwise, I'll make sure I make you submit to me whether you like it or you don't, Pietro huskily replied, dragging my braids more. His words felt so sensual and yet so dangerous. I became weak in the knees, and my breathing became rapid in pace. And what if I don't want to submit to your orders? What will you do, huh? I taunted him. Will you kill me? Shoot me? Stab me, huh? Mr. Pietro? I knew if I were to be someone else, I would have been dead by now. Pietro looked like he was seconds away from hitting me, but I knew there was no way he would do that. I won't kill you, came his raspy reply, with his voice turning malicious, laced with cruelty. He pressed his body against mine, and his hands fisted in my braids, curling against my scalp. Shit. It was becoming extremely painful. I'll punish you. In the blink of an eye, I felt his lips pressed forcefully against mine. My eyes widened at once. It was such a painful kiss. I groaned in protest as his tongue forced its way into my mouth. It was a dominating, angry kiss. He bit on my bottom lip hard, making me groan out again in pain. There was nothing sensual in this kiss. It was extremely painful. I felt Pietro's rough fingers gripping onto my gown, and in a swift motion I heard a loud rip that echoed round the room. He just tore my gown. Oh God. His lips plundered mine so roughly as his hands tore my gown from my body, letting it fall to the ground. I was pretty sure my lips would be bleeding once he was done. He pushed me more roughly against the window, making me whimper underneath his frame. He instantly tore my bra from my body. He was literally stripping me naked. I wouldn't take this. I furiously tugged off his suit and gripped onto his shirt. If he was stripping me naked, then I would also strip him off his clothes too. This was a battle. He was really proving how dominating he was. His lips walked eagerly to my neck, giving me bites so hard I let out a cry. I clawed my fingernails at his back in retaliation, our clothes falling off into shreds on the ground. His hands squeezed my ass in such a painful manner, and he forcefully wrapped my legs around his waist. His hard dick moved against my pelvis, as his lips devoured every inch of my neck before facing its attention to my breast, painfully nipping at my nipple. I was pressed so roughly against the cold glass of the window, my thighs forced open and Pietro settling in between them. He immediately set his thick cap against my sex, and in an instant he slammed into me. "Pietro!" I screamed at once, my fingernails digging into his muscles. He didn't stop. Mercilessly, he began pounding into me. He was going so rough, so quick and so angry. I lulled my head back against the cold glass, as he devoured me. Pietro took me like a hungry predator, biting all sides of my neck whilst claiming and asserting his right over my body. I pulled at his hair, clawed at his back, screamed, but he wouldn't stop. In fact, it got him more aroused as he deepened his thrust, feeling me entirely with his dick. "Our rap place please," I begged with my tone failing me. I was struggling to catch my unsteady breaths. In a flick, Pietro tossed me to the bed and immediately tackled me on it. "Once I'm done with you, Bella, you will think twice before going against my orders in public," Pietro snarled, before forcefully parting my thighs and ramming into me like a raging bull. "Pietro!" A painful and agonizing cry left my hoarse throat. "Scream? I own you, Dahlia. You are my possession. You will always submit to me." "Always," came his gruff reply, as he rocked inside me with so much intensity. I let out tears and fisted my hands into his hair. "Pietro, let me go, please." I subconsciously moaned out in pain, orgasm shaking my entire body. "When I'm done with you, Dahlia," he began, nibbling on my earlobe, "you won't be able to walk for a week." Chapter 16. "Dahlia, I'm so craving for some Nigerian dish right now." Sophia's cheerful voice rang through the living room as she alighted from the stairs. Dahlia, who was seated on one of the dining chairs, turned to face a smiling Sophia. "Really?" she asked with a mouthful of pasta. Sophia nodded, and Dahlia quickly drank the glass of water by her side, almost choking on it. She was more than happy to prepare an intercontinental cuisine. A week had passed and she still felt sore. Pietro had truly kept to his word. He had dealt with her for a full week, taking her over and over again repeatedly. Overnight, her husband turned into a sex monster, a vicious one. He had his way with her everywhere. On the floor, on the bed, in the bathroom, literally every given time they were alone. The night he began his ruthless punishment still sent shivers down her spine whenever she thought of it. He claimed her thoroughly until she couldn't even scream, taking her on repeated rounds over and over again. Her skin was so covered with love bites and her lips ached. He had dominated every inch of her. Whenever she felt she would pass out, he would remind her that he would double the rounds and extend her punishment till her insides bled. It wasn't necessarily a reminder, it was a warning. His scent was over her, on their sheets too. God. She had truly gotten enough of sex for at least 2 months. The past week was a painful sexual ride for her. She couldn't be more happy that her punishment had come to an end. "I'll do that for you right away. You know, I actually got the ingredients to prepare African salad. It's called abaca. You will love it," Dahlia chirped excitedly. She liked it when someone praised her culinary skills. "Abaca? That sounds exciting," Sophia grinned whilst nodding her head. "It is. And now I'm craving for it," Dahlia said, holding on to her tummy. "I'll be back, Sophia." And no peeping on what I'm cooking. I want to surprise you, Dahlia added, as she stood up from her seat with her almost empty plate of pasta in her hands, heading for the kitchen. She could hear Sophia laughing behind her. Sophia was such a cheerful girl. The kitchen was as busy as usual. Workers were in every corner. They were preparing breakfast. Aurora had taken about 12 kitchen staffs with her to the supermarket earlier this morning, but yet the kitchen still looked packed. Dahlia sighed and sucked in her breath. Can you all please leave for just about 20 to 30 minutes, Dahlia announced. The staffs immediately had their gaze narrowed at her. Ma, we aren't done cooking, the heaf chef nervously replied, stepping forward. Dahlia smiled at him. I know. I just want to prepare something, okay? Just 20 to 30 minutes, Dahlia said, making gestures with her fingers. The man gave her a nod, spoke in Italian to the remaining staffs. Dahlia watched them walk out of the kitchen, and she went to close the doors. She eagerly wanted to surprise Sophia. She immediately went over to one of the large freezers and brought out a bag of cassava flakes she bought. Heading over to one of the numerous kitchen sinks, she poured a measurable amount of the cassava flakes into a bowl and turned on the tap, letting it soak in water. She had been craving for Abaca for such a long time. Dahlia imagined the look on Sophia's face when she would see it. It clearly won't be the type of salad she would be expecting. Dahlia kept on cooking happily like a dog with two tails, and sang to herself. Abaca was a very easy dish, and in no time she would be done. As she went ahead in cooking, Dahlia heard the doors of the kitchen slowly creak open. She sighed and shook her head, knowing who it would be. Sophia, I thought I told you not to peek. Go outside now. I also want to know what my wife is cooking, came the familiar husky voice. Pietro. Dahlia gasped, and turned back to face Pietro, who shut the doors of the kitchen before taking predatory steps towards Dahlia. You are back, Dahlia stammered. After the whole sex escapade, she suddenly felt so scared of Pietro. Yes. I came to pick up some few documents, and Sophia told me you were cooking in the kitchen, Pietro replied with a smirk. For some strange reason, he loved seeing Dahlia shiver just by the sight of him. Pietro had left for work earlier in the morning. Dahlia woke up to empty sheets, but surprisingly it ached her heart not to wake up in Pietro's arm. Now that the punishment was over, she knew she would be waking up without Pietro by her side. His cologne won't be lingering on her again. Well, you should go out. I don't want anyone to see what I'm cooking, Dahlia ordered, turning back to face her dish. She was indeed scared, but she had to mask it. Pietro gave no reply, instead he advanced closer towards her. Dahlia could hear his steps, and her knees quivered with it. Dahlia let out quick gasps of breath the moment she felt Pietro press himself against her. I want to stay and watch my love. Besides, I'm hungry, he whispered to her ear. His hand slowly encircled her waist, and he buried his face in the nape of her neck, filling his senses with her sweet scent. Arraf, Dahlia voiced out, trying to stop the jitters from spreading in her body. He hummed at her before sucking on her neck, nuzzling at it. MIP punishment is over. I know, my love, was Pietro's abrupt reply. What followed next was Pietro's hand moving to her sex. Dahlia's heart skipped a beat the moment she felt Pietro's touch on her pussy. His hands went in between her thighs and began rubbing on her pussy through her jeans. Arraf, Dahlia attempted to object, but was cut off by Pietro. Your punishment is over doesn't mean I won't still fuck you, he said sensually. Dahlia could already feel a heat spreading in her belly, going to her legs, and threatening to take control of her body. She could already feel herself getting wet, as Pietro's expert hands rubbed on her sex. No doubt Pietro just knew how to turn her on, but she wasn't sure she could last another round of sex. It feels like you are already wet, Pietro lowly said with a throaty groan as he increased pace on her throbbing hood. Let me feel that wetness, baby, Pietro entrancingly groaned. Dahlia's mind was already lost in a labyrinth of hooded desires. A desperate sigh slipped past her lips the moment Pietro unzipped her jeans. His hands greedily and eagerly slipped underneath her panties. Raph! Dahlia sucked in her breath, trying to control a moan that was threatening to spill out. I am sore, she whimpered underneath her breath. Open up for Daddy, Pietro sultrily commanded, biting her earlobes softly. He could never get enough of Dahlia. The more he tasted her, the more he craved for more. At that moment, Aurora opened the door to the kitchen, which made Pietro to instantly pull out his hands from Dahlia's dripping sex. Aurora, why are you such a party spoiler? Pietro whined like a baby as he immediately turned to face Aurora, giving Dahlia privacy to zip up her jeans. Aurora dropped the 2 bags of foodstuffs she was carrying and gave Pietro curious brows. Aurora, you are back, Dahlia said with apprehension. She quickly went over to Aurora, taking the 2 shopping bags to a corner of the kitchen. I know Pietro must have disturbed you in the kitchen, Aurora teasingly said, passing glances at both of them. Dahlia felt her cheeks flushed, and her eyes darted towards Pietro, who gave her a devilish smirk. In a flash, workers began walking into the kitchen, each with heavy shopping bags containing food items. Pietro, leave the kitchen. Once I'm done cooking, I'll bring it to you, Dahlia told him, suppressing her blush, but it was still clearly visible. Sure, my lady, he boyishly replied before exiting out. Hope you all like the African salad, Dahlia asked with a smile, her eyes scanning everyone seated at the dining table. Sophia was the first to reply. Of course I did. You know, when you mentioned African salad, I had imagined Aussie cabbages and all, but wow. This was amazing. Dahlia laughed, and her eyes darted to Aurora. Sophia is right. I loved it. Pietro sighed and stood up with a chuckle. Honey, I loved it, to be honest. I have to start going now, okay? See you soon, baby. He gave her a short kiss on the lips before dashing out of the living room. Bianca, you should have tasted it, you know? You definitely would have liked it, Sophia called out to Bianca, who sat on one of the sofas. She had come with Pietro. Bianca huffed within her and passed a farcade smile at Dahlia. I am sure it tasted exquisite, but I'm not into African cuisine. Dahlia nodded and smiled at her. I understand. I hope one day you will be interested in tasting my homeland dishes. Bianca, who was trying to mask her contempt for Dahlia, adopted a pleasant smile. Aurora stepped out to get the kitchen staffs to clear up the dining table. Dahlia, when you will be leaving for the boutique, can you get me some African attire? Sophia asked with pouted lips. Dahlia chortled. Of course, darling. Bianca immediately turned to face Dahlia. You are going to the boutique? Yes. Would you like to join me? Dahlia replied happily. If I did join you, I'll kill you, Bianca thought. Not really. I was just wondering why you didn't just ask Pietro to drop you. I don't want to bother him, Bianca. He seems really busy. Bianca let out a sly smile. Well, are you sure you know your way around Rome? Of course. Well, not fully, but I am getting the hang of it. This was such a good opportunity for Bianca. She stood up and walked towards Dahlia. I suggest you use Pietro's beetle car, so you won't attract too much attention to yourself when you step down. Pietro is a public figure in Italy, you know. Dahlia's eyes sparkled, and she nodded her head at Bianca. Thank you, Bianca. Let me go prepare myself. Bianca watched her go, that same sly grin on her face. No thank you, Dahlia. Bye. Bye for good. Dahlia drove on the highway, music playing in the car. So far so good, she was getting the hang of some places in Italy. The sun shone happily as cars moved in equal speed, people bustling about like a tide. Suddenly her phone rang. She glanced at the caller and saw it was Pietro. She immediately picked the call. Hello, my dear husband, Dahlia said, saturated with happiness. She could hear Pietro's rich chuckle over the phone. You seem to be in a happy mood. Well, you all like my dish, so yeah. I'm very happy, Dahlia grinned from ear to ear. Why did you call? You just left for work, Dahlia asked as she drove. Yes, but I was missing my lovely wife, and I know she was missing me too. I'm having a meeting with some lawyers in my chamber, and they just exited for a break. I feel so relieved. Dahlia giggled over the phone. You are the boss, aren't you? Deal with it. How about I deal with you? Pietro sensually asked with a brow slightly raised. Dahlia was at loss for words, and she became doe-eyed. Pietro, stop it. You are a case study, she chided shyly. Oh shit. I think I just passed my destination because of you, Raf, she added with a sigh. Dahlia made an attempt to step on the brake pedal, but she found out that it wasn't working. The cart was still driving in the same speed. What? What was wrong? Pietro was about talking, but Dahlia interrupted him. Raf, I think something is wrong, Dahlia announced. What's that, babe? She made another attempt to step on the brake pedal, but it wasn't budging. It seemed like the car accelerated more. The brakes of the car. They aren't working, Dahlia frantically said. At this point she was already pale and doused with fear. Her mortified hands tried maneuvering the steering of the car to slow it down, but she couldn't. The car was speeding on highway. What? Pietro bellowed. Raf, I'm scared. I don't want to die. Somebody help me. The brakes of the car aren't working, Dahlia crumbled into tears. Pietro was totally bewildered. His heart sank, and for the first time in his life he was scared. He bolted up from his seat, and his forehead began covered in perspiration. Calm down, babe. Nothing will happen to you. Where are you? I am in Viale Regina Alina Raf. Raf, I'm scared. The car. I don't want to die, please. Dahlia let out agonizing cries, furiously trying to control the wheels of the car. Fuck. I am coming right there, my love. Do not cut the call, please, Pietro pleaded, as he dashed out of his office. Before Pietro could say another word, he immediately heard the piercing, horrified scream of Dahlia ring through the phone, followed by a loud, resounding crash. Dahlia. The line went dead.
Chapter 17. Pietro. I drove speedily on the highway like I had a second life, hands furiously maneuvering the steering wheel of my car, and honking at cars I felt were blocking my path. My heart was pounding so fast as I drove. My heart, my mind, my entire body, they were no longer in sync. It felt like my entire body was dying. Dahlia's anguish and painful scream was still resounding in my ears. My entire world suddenly felt so bleak and dark. If anything happened to Dahlia, God, I didn't just want to think of what would happen to me. Fuck it. Get the fuck out of the way, I yelled in bitter rage at a car in front of me. I noticed the stares I got from other drivers on the road. Some were probably cursing me, but I could care less about their reactions. I needed to get to Viale Regina Alina. I needed to get to Dahlia. I could feel tears pooling in my eyes as I drove. Dahlia's screams were making my heart bleed. This fear I felt was so suffocating. I couldn't even think straight at this point. I was losing my sanity. Dahlia said the brake pedals of the car weren't working. That was very strange. I made sure all my cars are in good working condition. I never had faulty cars. I changed cars consistently and made sure they were all serviced. So how did the brake pedals of her car stop working? How? My eyes widened as realization immediately dawned on me. This wasn't an accident. This was an assassination attempt on my wife. But from who? Suddenly I remembered Ivan's threat, and my heart sank to its deepest abyss. But my house was secured as fuck. No intruder or spy could get inside. This was clearly done by someone from the inside. Someone from the inside is trying to get rid of my wife. This wasn't an accident. The muscles in my jaw clenched, with my Adam's apple gobbling repeatedly as I increased the acceleration of my car. God helps whoever is responsible for this accident. I'll give this betrayer the most agonizing, painful death they could ever imagine. Nobody touches my wife and goes scot-free. Nobody. Crowds were gathered, and they obstructed my view. I quickly pulled over and got down from my car with thumping heart. I was at Viale Regina Alina. I could hear various murmurings making its way out of the crowd. I pushed through the crowd to get a view of what caught their attention. My heart shattered the moment I saw what they were all looking at. There were a million tiny fragments of broken glasses littered everywhere. 2 cars were terribly damaged. One was damaged the most. Damaged beyond repair. Its front was smashed and squeezed like a helpless fruit. It had its windscreen thoroughly broken, and its bonnet opened with foggy smoke coming out of it. The door to the driver's seat was wide open, swaying carelessly from its hinges, and blood was on the seat, dripping down to the ground. That was Dahlia's car. My hands pulled across my mouth as I suppressed the urge to scream. The police was already at the scene, securing it with tapes and not letting onlookers come close. I pity for whoever was in the blue car, I heard someone apologetically say behind me. I quickly turned with reddened eyes to face who was talking. It was a woman. You should have seen her face. Blood everywhere, a feminine voice replied as she shook her head with a sorry look on her face. Please, in quale ospedale sono stati portati. What hospital were they taken to? I asked immediately and also frantically. My palms became so sweaty, and my foreheads were covered in luminous sweat beads. She tilted her head slightly as her brows creased, before snapping her fingers together in delight. Yes. Casa Central Policlinico, Umberto Hospital. Thank you so much. God, even my voice was shaky. She gave me a soft smile, and I quickly scrambled my feet out of the crowd, hitting people as I ran to my car. Once inside, I wasted no time in igniting the engine and speeding off, leaving a trail of dust behind. I'm coming for you, Dahlia. Please, an accident victim was brought in here not too long ago. A female. Please, where is her ward? I asked pleadingly at the nurses, who were stationed at the counter the minute I dashed into the hospital. They all scanned my appearance, from my disheveled hair to creased shirt and agitated face. Are you her husband? One of them asked with furrowed brows. In a flick, my expression changed, and I angrily hit my already balled-up fist on the counter, startling them and attracting the attention of onlookers. Will you tell me where her ward is? I growled in exasperation. They all jerked in their seat and stared at me wide-eyed. I gave them all hard stares, my eyes flashing with anger as my chest heaved repeatedly. One of them quickly opened up a book, and her eyes scanned through it. She fearfully told me where Dahlia's ward was, her lips trembling as she spoke. In an instant, I swiftly moved towards the direction of Dahlia's ward without even passing second glances at the now frightened nurses. My feet were racing faster than ever. The hospital halls were so busy. Doctors, nurses, and patients were all scattered about, giving the hospital this oozing scent of drugs and blood. I almost felt like gagging. I pushed through everybody and ran towards Dahlia's ward. My chest hit against her ward door, which was wide open. I couldn't get a good view of Dahlia, as multiple nurses and a doctor surrounded her. Was her condition that serious? My world was crumbling, and I tried so hard to hold back my tears. Ha perso molto sangue, she has lost a lot of blood. Get me 3 A-positive blood bags and intravenous stat. The doctor bellowed. I stood there watching helplessly, unable to move or react. I could only watch them struggle to save my wife. Doctor, we are losing a lot of blood, and her pulse is failing. The patient isn't breathing. A nurse let out a frantic cry as they vehemently tried to stop Dahlia's heavy bleeding. What? I heard myself scream out. None of them even looked at my direction. Anxiety kicked in, fear gripped me, and horror was written all over my face. My world vanished of its color, with my heart beginning to beat rapidly, my knees dropping to the ground. My mind was in disarray and shambles, as memories I and Dahlia shared flashed through my mind. This woman had brought me to my knees. Tears spilled out of my face, my eyes glued to Dahlia's lifeless body on the hospital bed, the medical practitioners frantically trying to save her life. God, if you exist, please, I'm begging you, save my wife. Dio ti prego, salvia, mia moglie. Dahlia, don't leave me, please. Chapter 18. Pietro. Chest compressions now. I heard the doctor command in a haste. They were all restless, doing their best to save Dahlia. I almost forgot to breathe as I stared at what was going on. It felt like air had been sucked from my lungs. I cried more, my heart piercing into multiple pieces. I had never been this scared before in my life. The thought of not ever seeing life in those beautiful dark brown eyes got me quivering. This was the most painful experience I had ever gone through. Pain was an understatement of what I was going through. It felt like I was dying. My sanity was slipping out of me, and my heartbeat was increasing at a rapid pace. I watched a nurse place a resuscitator and mask on her face. The doctor instantly cut open her shirt and placed the defibrillator pads on her chest. The machine is turned on, and it begins beeping as the doctor speaks. Move away from patient. Monitoring heartbeat. Steady. Shock will be delivered in 3, 2, 1. I watch in fear as Dahlia's body jolts, the electrical pulse coursing through her. She isn't responding, doctor, a nurse alarms. Please, Dahlia, don't leave me. I can't live without you. I can't go on without you, please. Please come back to me. Please, Dahlia. You can't leave here, Pietro. Please, I whispered, crying for the only woman I had ever truly loved, the woman whom my heart beats for. I don't give a fuck if anyone sees me as weak at this moment. I was truly in my weakest state. My mind was in turmoil. My heart repeatedly slammed against its rib cages, the muscles ceasing to function with my heart sinking towards the deepest pits of my worst fears. I swear I will make whoever did this to my woman pass through hell. I'll give them the most agonizing, painful, torturous death they could ever imagine. Shock will be delivered in 3, 2, 1. Again, the doctor's already hoarse voice commanded. A wave of panic ensued in the atmosphere, as both the doctor and nurses didn't stop for a moment, trying tirelessly to save my wife's life. About 30 compressions were delivered until Dahlia breathed out. Relief washed over my face the moment I heard her gasp and suck in breath. The sinking, agonizing, painful feeling gradually began washing away as Dahlia began breathing. The doctor tirelessly administered defibrillator shocks and compressions before Dahlia's heart began beating once more. She's alive. She is breathing, a nurse happily cries out. Finally. Color finally washed over her pale face, and her body glimmered with life in it. I stood from the ground and cleaned my tears immediately, a broad smile making its way to my face. God, thank you. Thank you so much, I silently said, grateful to whatever supernatural being was responsible for bringing my wife back. Dahlia's chest heaved, falling and rising slowly with every breath she takes. Her breathing was finally stabilized. The doctor administered some other drugs, threw the drip into her veins. Happiness was saturated in all their faces. At that moment, he finally turns to face me, and I noticed how multiple sweat beads were littered across his forehead. He gives me a warm smile and takes out a handkerchief from a pocket in his white apparel, using it to wipe the sweats of his face. I immediately rushed over to him, engulfing him in a hug. He seems very stunned, but gradually returns the hug. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for saving my wife. Thank you so much, doctor. I thanked him profusely, and he gave me a pleasant smile. You must really love her, he slowly admits. My eyes dart to Dahlia's now resting form on the bed, and it narrows back to him. I do. I do a lot. She is my life, I exclaimed in pure glee. My eyes sparkled. I felt like a baby given candy. My wife was brought back from death. She wouldn't leave me. Well, you should thank the driver of the car she crashed onto. He is the one you should be thanking, the doctor confessed with a sigh. I gave him curious brows. Why? He sighed once more and patted my shoulder. He is in the next ward, fighting for his own life. Fortunately and unfortunately for your wife, according to the reports from the people who brought in both of them, he was diverting towards the highway when your wife's car suddenly rammed into his. His car literally saved your wife's life. Imagine if it was truck she crashed into, or worse, she crashed into a building. That would have been very fatal. She is very fortunate, just that she lost a lot of blood in the process, the doctor explained. Wow. I had totally forgotten that 2 cars were involved in this accident. This young man indirectly saved my wife's life. I rubbed my temples and exhaled. I'll go see him later. I'm truly grateful to him, whoever he is. Now, I just wanted to stay with my wife. Dr. Lo vedrò più tardi, doctor. I'll see him later, I said to the doctor in Italian. He gave me a nod. Your wife would wake up soon, okay? Her heart has a regular rhythm right now. She just needs to rest. I thanked him once again and watched him exit the ward. The nurses followed suit, but not before checking on Dahlia. I pulled a stool and sat next to my wife, eyes glued on her tranquilized state. The mask was still placed over her face, but she was breathing. That was the good news. Finally, she was alive. I still couldn't believe I almost lost my wife today. I almost lost her to the cold hands of death. My eyes whipped to the electrocardiography machine, placed next to Dahlia's bed. It was measuring her heart rate, and it seemed to beat normal. I exhaled so deeply once more. My hands trailed to Dahlia's one hand, out of their own will. They both grasped onto her soft, warm fingers. My large fingers covered hers and I kissed them, placing her hand on my lips. Dahlia, I'm so glad you are breathing. I was so scared that I lost you. You truly had no idea how I felt, I said to a sleeping Dahlia, tears streaming down once again. I had no idea if she could hear me. I smiled amidst my tears. Damn. The ruthless, cold-hearted, and dangerous Don that scared the wits of my men had vanished, and sitting here was a man crying for his wife. This woman had really brought me to my knees. Saremo sempre insieme. We will always be together, I whispered to Dahlia's calm features. I watched her sleep peacefully, my eyes glued to her chest that heaved slowly and repeatedly. I gradually rested my head on her bed, my hands not leaving hers for a second, relishing the feel of her warm skin that now had life coursing through them. Ti voglio bene, Dahlia. I love you, Dahlia. I truly did love her. And I'll always love her.
Chapter 19. Her hands tried moving across the satin-white sheets of the hospital bed, but it proved abortive. Every move from her partially numb fingers were been restricted by a severe pain that flowed through her battered body. Raph, I'm scared. The car. I don't want to die, please. Those words, like a dying cry, echoed through her mind, followed by a vociferous crash, which immediately made Dahlia instantly feel a jolt like electricity pass through her body, shaking her entire being. In a flash, she flew her eyes open, only to be welcomed by a bright light. The searing bright light felt like a hot steel on her skin. It was awfully painful, yet hospitable. It took a moment for her blurry viscera to adjust to the oddly white hospital ward. White ceiling, white walls, white bed, everything was white. Her breathing was painful with each rise and fall of her chest. It felt like her lung had been stabbed by a dagger repeatedly. Her eyes darted to the oxygen machine placed next to her. So this was what was pumping air into her lungs, Dahlia thought. At least she was breathing. Oxygen was flowing into her system. Her eyes narrowed to the clock on the wall. It was 10 on the dot. But was it 10 a.m. or 10 p.m.? Dahlia felt something grasping onto her pale fingers. Her gaze warped to it, her dark brown eyes focusing on the source of the touch. A large hand was interlocked with hers, tattooed fingers left on full display. His disheveled and messy black hair cascaded down his face. Pietro. His eyebrows were creased deeply. It looked like he was tired. He was slumped on a metallic stool, his head resting against the wall and fast asleep. He was in slumber, yet he still managed to hold on to her hand. Dahlia's weak eyes observed Pietro's rugged features. He always looked so peaceful in his sleep, like he had not committed any sin. "I'm alive," Dahlia murmured in a whisper. It stirred Pietro out of his slumber. His eyes slowly fluttered open. They were dull and blue-rimmed. They held so much pain and anguish. Immediately his gaze landed on Dahlia, his eyes widened and he immediately perched closer to her. "Dahlia," his groggy voice said. "You are awake," he stated with a warm smile. Dahlia nodded her head slowly like it weighed a ton, and tried sitting up but she couldn't. A gypsum was wrapped from her wrist to her elbow. The pain felt piercing and excruciating irrespective of the countless drugs she was on. "Don't worry, just relax," Pietro admonished softly, after noticing how she struggled to sit up. He looked at Dahlia with a pained stare. Her almost near-death experience felt like a part of his soul had been ripped out and crushed to dust. "I thought I lost you, Bella. You made me so scared. I couldn't even think properly, Dahlia." "Dahlia, I'm so sorry," Pietro tearfully began. "Sorry?" She wondered. Why was he sorry? Why? Why are you sorry? Dahlia managed to speak in one breath. He gazed at her, his blue cold orbs peered into her pale soul. "You are my number one responsibility, and I almost lost you. I couldn't protect you." Dahlia gave a faint smile. Every breath she took felt so painful, and she was finding it difficult to speak through the mask. "It wasn't your fault, Pietro. It was just an accident," Dahlia slowly said. Pietro exhaled and ran his hands through his disheveled hair, roughing it more. How could he tell her that it wasn't an accident? How could he bring himself to stare at her brown eyes, those loving eyes, and shake her to the core by telling her that someone was after her life? In this her state, her fragile condition, he knew he couldn't. It would worsen her condition. He couldn't risk it. His fist balled up as he thought of whoever was responsible for Dahlia's near-death experience. "I promise you, Dahlia, I'll find whoever did this to you and make them pass through hell. I promise. I'll kill that bloody motherfucker. Dahlia, I love you, and I promise nothing like this will happen to you ever again," Pietro lovingly reassured Dahlia, his caroused hands caressing hers. "I love you too," Dahlia croaked with a smile. "How long have I been unconscious?" She added. "Throughout the entire day, Bella." Pietro replied, cutting himself off as he exhaled. "Dahlia, next time before you go out, you will inform me, okay? And you will always go out with some of my men following you, okay?" Pietro instructed, his voice turning cold. Dahlia had her brows furrowed. It was just an accident, so why was he being so overprotective? The accident wasn't even his fault, so why was he biting himself up? Dahlia made an attempt to open her mouth and speak, but she could only let out a pained moan. "You need to eat, Gatina. I bought you food." At that moment, her stomach growled. Her pain had overshadowed her hunger, and now it was awoken. Pietro stood and grabbed a navy blue bag that was placed on one of the stools. He brought out 2 plates of freshly cooked chicken marsala with water and placed them on the bed. He couldn't think of leaving her side for a minute. The fear of losing her was still shrouded in his mind, so he called Aurora to prepare food and send it. The elderly woman let out a shrill cry when she was informed of Dahlia's accident. "They are too much." Pietro smiled coolly and shook his head. "You need to eat to get energy, okay?" Pietro at once helped Dahlia to sit up straight. In between the procedure, she kept on wincing as a result of the numerous needles in form of injections piercing her skin. Once done, he at once sat on the bed with her and opened up a plate. The creamy, delicious aroma circulated the ward. Aurora was such a lovely cook. Dahlia took off her mask, and he immediately began feeding her. Dahlia smiled deep within herself as she savored the delicious delicacy. This man could be so caring and compassionate. She knew he had stood by her side throughout the period she was unconscious, and from the look of it, he probably hadn't even eaten himself. Dahlia immediately held his hands, the spoon halting in the air. I'm sure you haven't eaten. Why don't you eat? This food is for you, my lovely wife. I'm not hungry, he replied calmly. Dahlia shook her head and pouted her lips at him, giving him puppy eyes. Please eat, Pietro. Please. Pietro sighed and nodded, only when you finish eating. Gosh. This man was so adamant. She thought. The door then swung open, and Thomas and Bianca stepped inside. Dahlia's gaze quickly landed on theirs, and she flashed them both a broad smile. It took you too long enough, Pietro muttered as his face turned to face them. Thomas, Bianca, what are you both doing here? Bianca was the first to speak. She moved forward to Dahlia and held one of her pale hands. We heard of your accident, Dahlia. Pietro told us over the phone. I am so relieved you are okay. Dahlia smiled at her. Thank you, Bianca. I truly can't believe I'm alive. Neither can I, Bianca thought within herself while still maintaining a soft plastic smile on her face. Thomas patted Pietro's shoulder as if to calm him. Dahlia, we are truly glad you are recuperating. Your husband here was so worried. Dahlia felt her cheeks flush. Thank you both for coming. Can you both please explain to Pietro that I'm fine now and he should go eat? Pietro chuckled. Not a chance, wife. Dahlia is right. You look so tired, Pietro. You should go home and freshen up. I'm sure you have been here throughout the day. I'll stay and watch Dahlia, Bianca offered, fluttering her lashes at Pietro. Pietro shook his head at her. I can't let you stay throughout the entire night in this hospital, looking after Dahlia, okay? She's my responsibility. Pietro cut himself short. You know what? Thomas, watch over Dahlia, okay? Bianca, you come with me. I want to discuss something with you, Pietro authoritatively commanded. Dahlia huffed. She didn't need anybody to watch over her. She did not want to be babysitted like a toddler. I'll be back, sweetheart. I want to rush back home, okay? Pietro added sweetly to Dahlia before kissing her lightly on the lips. Look after her, Thomas. Thomas nodded at Pietro. At once Pietro briskly walked outside the ward with Bianca closely behind him. Her heart thumped with her mind puzzled, as she wondered why Pietro would want to speak to her. Could he have figured out that she was the one who tampered with the brake pedals? No, it could not be, she thought to herself. If Pietro had already figured out, she would have been dead by now. So why did he want to speak to her? She silently wished he had allowed her to stay with Dahlia instead of Thomas. Heaven knew Dahlia would not have lived to see another sunrise if she was the one that had stayed instead of Thomas. Bianca would have made sure to end her. She followed Pietro's long, lean strides as they walked out of the hospital. The dark, starry night and the elegant breeze welcomed them as they strode towards Pietro's parked car. Once they got inside, Pietro at once ignited the engine and pulled the windows of his car up, giving them enough privacy. An awful silence consumed the atmosphere. Bianca felt her insides churn with anxiety and knots getting tied up within her. She put up a stoic mask to cover up her discomforting emotions. Bianca, Pietro began breaking the silence. Bianca let out a breath she didn't realize she had been holding. What do you know about Dahlia's accident? Chapter 20. Bianca was tongue-tied. Why was he asking her that? Her heart sank, and panic rooted itself in her. Pietro observed her and wondered why she suddenly looked shocked, like she had seen a ghost. Bianca was quick to suppress her thrown-aback state and cleared her throat to speak. I have no idea, Pietro. Why would you ask that? Are you suspecting me? She knew Pietro was smart and sharp. He was also shrewd. Any hint of panic in her face would give her away, so she masked her frightened state and quickly put on a smile. Pietro shook his head at her. Look, everybody is a suspect, Bianca. Someone tried to fucking kill my wife. It wasn't an accident. Somebody out there is after my wife's life. And you think it's me? Didn't you mention some weeks back that you received a threatening letter from Ivan, and he promised to harm Dahlia so? It's not Ivan, Pietro sharply interrupted Bianca, which got her startled. Yes, he threatened me using Dahlia, but this accident wasn't masterminded by Ivan. Bianca bit her bottom lip and straightened her spine. Flipping her hair, she gazed at Pietro intently. Why do you think that, Pietro? Because the brakes of her car were tampered with. She left my mansion with that car. Someone from the inside did it. The question is who? Say the word, boss. Give the command and I'll go interrogate every fucking guard that was on duty the morning Dahlia left. I'll deal with every single one of them until I get a confession, Bianca said with a sternly resolve washed upon her face. Pietro shook his head at her. That won't be necessary, Bianca. There's definitely an enemy amongst us. I'll find the person and deal with that person. God help that soul. Pietro's utterance made Bianca quiver. She felt a gag hauling up to her throat as her mind ran through all the possible harsh, painful death methods Pietro would make her go through if he ever discovered she was responsible for Dahlia's accident. Pietro rubbed his forehead, and his head casted downwards as he cursed under his breath in Italian. Bianca swiftly placed her hand on his silky, wavy locks. Don't beat yourself up for Dahlia's accident, Pietro. You weren't at fault, she softly said. Her fingers slowly began running through his hair. Pietro was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't realize Bianca's running fingers in his hair. Images of her and Pietro's intimate moments in the past began flashing through Bianca's mind as she softly ran her fingers into his hair, slowly massaging his scalp to his nape. She badly wished Pietro would touch her like before, as she imagined herself gripping onto his hair with him pounding into her wet sex. Pietro cleared his throat slightly and sat straight, taking Bianca's hand out of his hair. Disappointment washed over her face, and she felt like crying out. I'll drop you home, he authoritatively stated. Raf, can I ask a question? Bianca nervously uttered. Pietro nodded, and he held on to the steering wheel. Why do you love her so much, though? Bianca asked in one breath. Her heart slammed repeatedly because of the weight of the questions she just spilled out of her mouth. Pietro whipped his face to look at her. His full brows were raised at her. Why I love Dahlia so much? Bianca nodded, and she interlocked her hands together. You stayed with her throughout in the hospital. The reason for love is usually unknown, Bianca. Dahlia is my life. I'm just crazy over her, Pietro sniggered. Bianca had her lips pulled to a scowl as she listened to Pietro. But you know, I actually thought I and you would end up together. She was being bold, daring to ask. Not that I'm not happy with your marriage, though. I am very happy for you, Bianca immediately added to evade suspicion. Bianca, you and I had a consensual sexual relationship. We never promised each other love or a relationship, Pietro bluntly stated. Bianca could feel her blood boiling. She squeezed her hands together and forced a smile on her lips. I understand. I am truly glad you got married to her. I thought you never had a heart. But she brought it out. We can be rest assured that you are becoming more human, Bianca teased. Pietro chuckled at her. You can put it that way. Anyways, I instructed for Luciano to be sent to Moscow. Hope he is keeping an eye on Alina, Pietro asked as the wheels of the car geared to life. Bianca watched Pietro speak and swallowed the bile forming her throat. Dahlia, you were really lucky today. But next time you won't be, I promise you. You have no idea of what I'm capable of doing, Pietro. You have not a single clue of what is coming for your dear wife. You truly have no idea. Pietro walked through the maze of guards paroling the vicinity till he got to the entry doors. Each guard looked stunned as well as rigid the moment they spotted Pietro. After dropping Bianca, he drove straight to his grandfather's mansion. He hardly came here except on business basis. He pushed open the huge steel doors and made his way inside. Pietro's eyes patronized every corner of the huge living room. Seated on the king-size sofa placed in the middle of the living room was his grandfather, a cigarette placed in between his lips as usual. Seated next to him was his own father and his stepbrother Dante. Armani was the first to spot Pietro, as everyone else had their attention away from the door. He slowly stood up, hands behind his back, which got the remaining two to face Pietro. "You paid me a visit." "Wow. Any problem, boy? What do you want?" he gruffly asked. All three devils sitting together. "Isn't that amazing? I'm glad I met you three," Pietro muttered without even giving his speech a second thought. "Pietro, don't talk to us in that tone," his father bellowed at him. Armani upheaved his hands at his son-in-law and gave Pietro a sly grin. "You came here to insult me?" Pietro gave a low laugh and went over to sit on one of the ash-colored sofas. His finger pads tapped on the sofa, eyes glaring at Armani and his father. "Ivan threatened me using Dahlia, grandfather." His grandfather shrugged his shoulders at him. "So?" Pietro stood up and went towards Armani, staring at him eyeball to eyeball. "Did you just say so?" He shot each of them hard glares, his fist balling up. "My wife, who has no idea of whatever is happening, is being targeted by Ivan." "Why?" "Because of you and your selfish son-in-law." "I am your father, Pietro." "That's the only title you hold in my life," Pietro inaudible said, his voice not more than a whisper. "Ivan wants to kill my wife over some shits you both did to him in the past." "I will take anything but not an attempt on my wife's life," he growled. Dante had a smirk curved by the corners of his lips. He enjoyed watching Pietro and father fall out. "It will be a shame if Ivan eventually succeeds in killing her." "Well, she signed her own death by choosing you," Dante butted in to provoke Pietro the more. Pietro controlled his urge to grip Dante and squeeze life out of his lungs. He shot him a frosty glare and turned his attention back to his father and grandfather. "If anything happens to my wife, if my wife gets to pay for the sins of you two, I swear I'll lead you both to the doors of hell." "Are you threatening I and your father, child?" Armani asked, stunned. "It is not a threat, but a promise," came Pietro's gravely reply, before he dashed out of the living room as swiftly as he entered. Enemies were all around them, both inside and outside. He had to show all of them that he wouldn't take threats directed at his wife lightly. He would fight to protect her, and he didn't mind fighting his own family. Chapter 21. Dahlia. My accident really hit me like lightning bolt. From going to the boutique, to getting a major car crash, and the next thing that fell upon my eyes was this hospital ward, which had more or less become my temporary abode. It was a very scary experience. I had never been so scared like that in my life. I thought I was going to die, noticing how the car kept on accelerating in speed, and my inability to control it. I could only imagine how terror-struck Pietro would have been. He stayed with me all through the day of the accident, and held on to my hand. My stay in this hospital was gradually climbing to 2 weeks, and Pietro never left me. He made my ward his second home. I watched him abandon all work activities for my sake. I felt really bad because I knew it meant his work would be compiling, and once I was discharged, he would have a lot on his plate. I truly wanted him to go back to work, but Pietro adamantly insisted on staying with me in the hospital. When he left my ward with Bianca, I actually thought he would be back the next day. I was glad he was going home to rest, but to my utmost surprise, he came back with some of my belongings and his. I knew I would be in here for some time, but I never expected Pietro to stay in here with me. He helped me with everything. He accompanied me to the toilet and shower, and never let me walk by myself. My legs felt so sore and wobbly the moment it stepped barefoot on the cold tiles of my ward. I almost fell, but Pietro held on to me. It turned out I sustained injuries in my thigh bone, so walking long distances were a bit difficult. I couldn't climb stairs either. I was advised by the doctor to exercise my legs by walking more. It was really difficult on the first day. I was wincing like a pregnant woman, but Pietro was by my side. He helped me in every step. By day, after we both would freshen up, he would go get us breakfast and I'll take my daily round of medications. By noon, he would always make sure I observe my siesta, and by evening he will help me in my walking. I became a toddler taking her first steps. He lay by my side every night, professing how much he loved me and how he couldn't bear to lose me. I couldn't help but sob listening to him. I truly couldn't have asked for a more better husband. I loved this man so much. I was still very much distraught when the doctor informed both of us of the state of the other victim of the accident. He had suffered internal injuries and underwent surgery. He was currently in a medical-induced coma. The doctor said it would last up to a week or more. My everyday prayer with each sunrise was that this person, whoever he was, would come out safe and sound. Heaven knows, I wouldn't look at myself ever again if anything happened to him. I felt so guilty. I literally crashed into his car, and now he was fighting for his life. Pietro did try to reassure me that I wasn't at fault, but I knew I was. I just pray he recovers. I wouldn't want him to die for my silly mistake. Today would make it a week and 3 days since I had been admitted. In between my stay in the hospital, Aurora and Sophia would come visit me. I missed them so much. I just wanted to go back and see them once again. I had made great improvements, and I truly couldn't wait to leave this hospital and go outside. It felt like I was in a prison, a glorified prisoner in her cage. Bella, won't you eat breakfast? Pietro inquired, the wonderful odor frenzy of the dish brought in by Aurora oozing around. I smiled at him and took a spoonful of it. Aurora never ceases to amaze me with her culinary skills, Pietro. She is such a wonderful cook, I know. I learnt from her, Pietro proudly stated. I laughed. I am still so surprised you can actually cook. You don't look like you love cooking. That's because I don't. I hate it for real. But I don't mind cooking for you, Gatina, Pietro boyishly grinned. I gave him a blushed smile and took a glass of water. Pietro, teach me Italian, will you? You want to really learn Italian? He asked immediately, staring at me. I nodded with a broad smile. Pietro gave me longing, lustful eyes before slowly licking his bottom lip, which suddenly got me shuddering. Now, he began as he joined me on the hospital bed. Let's start with catchphrases and short sentences. Voglio farti chi. I gave him curious brows. Am I supposed to repeat after you? He nodded at me. He repeated it once more and I followed after him, trying my best to pronounce it the way he did. Now what does it mean, baby? I asked. Do you really want to know? I can show you instead. It will be more fun, he said with a mischievous smirk. I gulped. Do you want me to show you? He asked with a smoldering look and devilish smile. First, tell me the meaning, Raf, I insisted. You just said you want to fuck me here, Pietro replied, smiling. My cheeks turned beetroot red and I had goo-goo eyes. Do you still want me to show you? Pietro pressed on as his eyes trailed to my collarbone, his lustful stare lingering on it. Gosh. This man was driving me nuts. Pietro, stop, I replied shyly, pushing his face away lightly. It has been so long, Bella. Voglio davvero assaporarti, I really want to taste you. He cheekily said with a wink as he turned to face me again. I don't understand Italian, Pietro, I reminded him. He leaned in closer, his fingers slowly brushing along my lips. I could see his blue orbs were clearly focusing on my lips, and he wanted to kiss me right now, but somebody could come in at any moment. I turned my face away and casted it downwards. Someone might come in, Pietro, I replied with reddened cheeks whilst fiddling with the hem of my gown. So? It's not a crime for me to get romantic with my wife, is it? Before I could reply or even protest, Pietro snaked his arm around my waist and pulled me closer towards him. He was really so adamant. "Raph?" I tried objecting, placing my hands on his chest. "Just let me have you, wife," was his sultry, dark reply. At that moment, there was a knock on our ward which followed the opening of the doors by the doctor. I sighed in relief, but I noticed Pietro was obviously disappointed. I tried scooting away, but he maintained his grip on my waist. "I can see you are recovering very fine, Mrs. Justice," the doctor cheerfully said. "Yes, doctor. Thank you for everything," I replied back. He chuckled. "It's my job." "Your leg, how do you feel currently?" he inquired. "Well, it's better than before. I can use the stairs, but I'll be needing little effort." The doctor had a satisfied smile placed on his face. "Well, at this point you can be discharged. I'll just prescribe some drugs for you, okay? I'm really glad you are recovering well." My face was saturated with happiness. "Really?" I almost screamed. He nodded, and I turned to face Pietro and hugged him tightly. Finally, I breathed out. "And the other patient just got out of his coma." "I know you two were dying to hear this news," the doctor informed. My jaws dropped. I truly couldn't be more happy and grateful today. Finally, the other victim was awake. I felt so relieved. "We will see the patient before we leave, Doctor," Pietro replied. The doctor nodded his head and went over to examine me. He checked my heartbeat and took out the intravenous injections that were connected to my veins. "You are good to go. Mr. Pietro, later on you can come over to my office and I'll give you the list of medications she needs to take. You can head over to the pharmacist and purchase them." We both thanked the doctor and watched him leave. I was so happy. Finally, I would leave the four walls of this ward. It felt like forever since I stepped outside. Pietro would now be able to return back to work, and hopefully things would get back to normal. Hopefully. Chapter 22. Pietro had his hand encircled around Dahlia's waist as he supported a limping Dahlia in her steps. They were heading to the other victim's ward. Dahlia stopped walking for a brief moment and sighed. She felt she needed the short walk break. Pietro caressed her waist, as if telling her she will be fine. She understood his touch and smiled at him. "Why don't you just let me carry you, Dahlia?" Pietro asked once they began walking again. Dahlia shook her head. "I need to exercise my legs by walking. If we keep walking at this rate, we will reach the other victim's ward by sunset, and before we get downstairs it will be midnight." Dahlia tried to hold in her laughter at Pietro's reply. Pietro sighed and in one scoop he picked her up bridal style. Dahlia had her lips parted and encircled her arm around his neck as he began walking. Her eyes observed the multiple glances she got from people in the hallway, and her face turned red. "Pietro, people are watching us," Dahlia whispered immediately. "So," Pietro replied unfazed. "Put me down. I can definitely walk," Dahlia whined. "Not a chance, my lovely wife." "Pietro, I swear I can walk fine. Just put me down, please," Dahlia persisted further. Pietro looked down at her and looked back up. "Let's go home quick so I can fuck that sweet, warm, wet mouth of yours, wife," Pietro sniggered. Dahlia could feel the blood drain from her cheeks, and her face was absolutely flushed of colors. She knew it would be fruitless asking Pietro to put her down, so she might as well enjoy the warmth of his body, irrespective of the multiple stares they got. She rested her head on his chest as he kept on walking, and suddenly felt the urgency to sleep off in his arms. "Good kitten," Pietro lowly groaned. Soon enough, they had reached the other victim's ward. The door was slightly opened. Pietro pushed it more with his leg and walked inside with Dahlia in his arms. The patient in there was aroused out of his light slumber by the sudden whiny sound of his door being pushed open. His eyes flittered, and he blinked severally till his vision was adjusted, trying to make out the features of his two guests. Pietro dropped Dahlia down, and she almost gave out a cry at the loss of the body contact. Relax, Pietro motioned to the patient, who tried to sit up. I'm fine. Please, who are you two? The patient asked meekly as he finally sat up straight, his back leaning against the cold walls of his ward. I'm Dahlia, and this is my husband Pietro. I was the one that crashed into your car, Dahlia nervously stated. She browsed the young man's features. His eyes widened in surprise, even though he knew fully well who they were the moment they stepped into his ward. Oh, was all he said. Dahlia exhaled and gave him pleading eyes. I'm really sorry. I'm deeply sorry for putting you through this. It's fine, he quickly interrupted her from speaking more. He gaze narrowed to Pietro, who stood close to Dahlia, and had his arms crossed against his chest. Tell your wife not to get too tensed up. I'm fine now. Pietro leaned in closer to Dahlia and caressed her braids. Dahlia looked up at him, before facing the patient. I'm glad you are better now. You should also be careful with how you drive, Mrs. Dahlia, he admonished in a slightly acrimonious tone. It wasn't her fault. Pietro at once stepped in to defend Dahlia. The brakes were faulty. Look, Mr. Miles, he completed for Pietro. Yes, Mr. Miles. I'm sorry for what you had to go through. Be rest assured that your bills are well taken care of. He gave a gloaty smile at both Pietro and Dahlia. You shouldn't do that, you know. I can take care of my bills. Pietro slightly upheaved his hand at him. That's the least we can do. Don't be bothered about that. Here. Pietro tucked in his hands in one of the front pockets of his pants and brought out his business card. Dahlia was so surprised at Pietro's kind gesture. In the function they attended, Pietro never gave out his card to anyone. Reverse was the case, as he kept on receiving endless piles of business cards with the promise of reaching back to them. Miles hesitated before collecting it. It's my card. Feel free to contact me, Mr. Miles. Miles scrutinized the card before adopting a pleasant smile. I sure will. It was nice meeting both of you. Pietro gave a slow droop of his head and helped Dahlia to her feet once more. Dahlia flashed Miles a smile before facing Pietro. I can walk, Raph, she whispered with reddened cheeks, noticing he was about bending to pick her up again. Are you sure? She gave a slow nod, and he reluctantly agreed and assisted her hobbling steps. Miles watched them go. He had his lips pulled in tightly, and his brows twitched slightly. Jackpot. Russia. The salty air kissed her cheeks, and the wind whipped her hair across her face. The roaring wave banged across the rocky shore of the beach. She would have been more enthralled by the natural beauty of the beach, if not for the figure that ate her attention. Alina listened to her dad thunder orders to his goons on the phone, and a sad look washed upon her face. She never liked this criminal organization he ran. She hated it the more knowing that her father was bent on ruining Pietro for the sins of his grandfather. She wished her grandfather was alive. Unlike Armani, his ruthless and vicious counterpart, Andre was a man with a generous heart. Although feared, Andre never spilled blood unnecessary except when his loved ones were under threat. He advocated for peace between the two groups, and was willing to form a marriage alliance by marrying off his eldest son Lev to Armani's daughter Maya. Unfortunately, things didn't walk out the way he planned, and both him and his son lost their lives in the process, leaving Ivan bittered and resentful as he had lost his father and elder brother. Armani was smart to pass the mantle to Pietro, his grandson, after usurping his own son-in-law from the seat. He molded Pietro to be as ruthless as he was. Probably that was his mistake. Pietro never followed his orders, and he was brave enough to challenge Armani's right in his Mafia. It always left Armani disappointed yet pleased at how daring his grandson was. Alina knew fully well that if Pietro's authority, power, and existence vanished, the Mafia would crumble with no one coming in to replace him. Armani would be at crossroads if Pietro ever had an untimely demise, and his Mafia would fall, giving her father, Ivan, the broad gateway to destroy him totally. She wished she could stop what she saw as madness that would spark an unending flow of blood, but she was helpless. She felt like she was the only blood of Andre that actually didn't hate Pietro, which she probably was. "Child, what are you thinking?" Ivan cut through her disarray thoughts. "Dad, can we take a walk?" she offered, standing up. "Why not?" He stood up with her, his two hands placed behind his back as they began walking down the sandy, wet beach. Alina watched some of his goons try to accost them, but she hoisted her hand at them, stopping them from following her and Ivan any further. "Don't come, please." They narrowed their unyielding gaze to Ivan, who gave a slight nod. "We have enemies, my dear. Having guards around is a good thing," Ivan began as they walked. "Dad," she pushed off multiple strands of her hair out of her face and tucked them behind her ear. "We have enemies because we keep on creating enemies. If we can just for once make peace." "Is this why you called me to walk with you?" Ivan's triggered tone shot back at Alina. Alina felt chills run down her spine. "Dad, please hear me out. What you are doing won't solve anything. It will only aggravate the situation more. We will end up creating multiple enemies for ourselves. Now look here, young lady," Ivan pointed his index finger at her. "I swore on your mother's, grandfather's, and uncle's graves that I'll avenge their deaths and all. Do you know what it means to lose your father, only brother, and the love of your life? Alina, I bet you, Pietro won't think twice before snuffing the life out of you, and yet you are here worried about him? What is wrong with you?" Ivan yelled, exasperated. "I'm sorry, father. Alina voice whispered, tears seeping out of her bleary eyes. Ivan stared at her, his facial expressions contorted in rage before turning back and walking away from her. Alina stretched out her hand to call after him, but she instantly paused in her steps as she felt something sharp pierce through her shoulder. Her eyes trailed from her father's walking footsteps to her shoulder, which now had a crimson-red stain on it. It kept on spreading, some of the ruby liquid dropping to the ground and leaving off dark red spots on the sandy shores. Her trembling fingers swiped up some of the wet liquid that was seething out of a hole in her flesh. Blood. She had been shot, but no sound was heard. She had been shot by a silencer. Then came another piercing pain. This time was at her abdomen. A wet ruby-red stain covered it, and like its bloody counterpart, it was spreading, tainting her pink top and giving off awful deep red stains. Then came the wave of pain, so intense it had her knees buckling to the ground as she screamed out. "Father!" Alina's horrified scream rang out. Ivan turned back, only to notice Alina's dying frame on the sandy ground. Alina could barely hear her father's deep voice amongst his yelling of orders. "Open your eyes, Alina, please," her father whispered as he crouched down to her. What happened next, Alina had no idea, as she gave herself off into the darkness that seemed to surround her vision. "For every drop of blood you shed, Pietro will pay for it with his. I promise you, my daughter." "What? How? When? Where?" Maxim yelled in shock as he bolted up from the sofa. The muscles in his jaw kept on clenching and unclenching as he listened to his father speak over the phone, giving details about Alina's shooting. "Father, I've been hospitalized for a week, that's why you couldn't reach me earlier. I deeply apologize for that. I can't believe Pietro had the temerity to send an assassin to gun down Alina," Maxim replied over the phone. Just the thought of Pietro had a grenade being blown up in his head. He at once cut the call. His chest heaved with rage dancing in his eyes. His beloved sister was fighting for her life in the hospital, lying unconscious for about a week whilst Pietro was living peacefully with his dear wife. Maxim felt like shooting every breathing thing related to Pietro, as images of his sister gun wounds kept on flashing through his mind. He breathed in to calm his torrentious emotions and proceeded to dial a number in his phone. "Hello, miss," Maxim said with a dangerously calm tone for someone that was seconds away from embarking on a shooting spree. "Good to hear from you again," Bianca's voice replied back. "Did you know your boss's wife was involved in an accident?" Bianca had her brows wrinkled. She did know, but how did he know? "I do, but how do you know?" "Well," he began with a deep chuckle. "Her car crashed into mine, miss." Bummer, Bianca replied, undaunted. Bianca, was her accident really an accident? Maxim asked with a mischievous smirk. What the fuck do you mean by that? Bianca shot back. You know, when I analyzed the situation clearly, only one person stood a chance of gaining from Dahlia's death. And that one person is you. So you tell me, was it an accident or not? What do you think? Bianca replied his question with another question. She was playing smart. Bianca, what makes you think Pietro would be yours if Dahlia had died? What do you mean? Irritation played in Bianca's tone. If Dahlia had died, she would just be out of his life, not out of his heart. He might even not want to move on again. You still wouldn't have gotten him, Maxim explained. Bianca sunk in her breath, hearing him talk. Although it pained her to admit it, but he was right. There was no guarantee that Pietro would have been hers if Dahlia actually did die. What is your point, Miles? Before you first erase her out of his life, take Dahlia out of Pietro's heart. Make Pietro hate her and push her out by himself. Then jackpot. Once he feels nothing but hatred for her, you step in. Bianca had her eyes widened in utter amazement. How am I going to do that? He loves her so much? Love can turn sour, Bianca. Love can turn to hatred. Love can turn to pain. Love can kill, Bianca. I just gave you an idea. You don't expect me to tell how to work it out, do you? Maxim cockily asked. Fuck it, no, Bianca shot back with a hiss. Maxim laughed. You get Pietro, and I get Dahlia. Deal. Deal? Maxim cut the call and his eyes rolled in disgust. Dahlia, you are so pretty. I almost feel sorry for you. It is really a shame that such a pretty face like yours will be wasted. Well, I won't be the one to end your life. Your death will come from your darling husband, Pietro. Very soon. Chapter 23. Dahlia. It's been 3 weeks since I got back from the hospital. Everything was going smooth. Pietro still worked late, but at least I did get to see him every morning, though I rarely saw him at night. He would work late at night and come back sometimes 5 in the morning. It was a cycle for him. I truly wondered how he was keeping up with the torturous routine. I just hope he wouldn't get insomnia as a result of his overworking attitude. I knew being in the Mafia was a hell of work, but I felt Pietro was just being a workaholic. Like the man needs a fucking break. I suddenly started missing the period I was admitted to the hospital. At least I knew Pietro got enough sleep and rest. It was just both of us in our own world. Just like normal couples. A shaky sigh escaped my parted lips as I reminisced about the period which brought Pietro to his knees. Baby, what are you thinking of? Pietro asked, snapping me out of my thoughts. I looked around and realized we were in the kitchen. I suddenly remembered I and Pietro volunteered to make dinner. I was the one who brought the idea. I wanted us to spend more time together, since it was clear that every night Pietro was never around, and he seldom had time in the morning. I glanced at the carrots I was meant to be chopping, and I registered that I hadn't even began. Raph, I began with a desperate cry. He stared at me and caressed my cheeks. What's wrong, my love? Will you go out again this night? Pietro sighed. I truly have to, babe. A frown spread across my face, and my lips quivered with each breath I took. Why are you doing this? Our relationship, it's suffering as a result of your Mafia. You hardly have my time anymore. I rarely see you again. Like, I seriously wish I was never discharged from the hospital. I wish I was still in there at least. Pietro immediately placed a finger on my lips, making me stop my ramble. Don't ever say that. I love you. I swear I do love you so much. And I truly don't like how busy I am, my love. I wish I could forfeit everything. I listened to Pietro speak with tears pooling in my eyes. Then why can't you forfeit all these? Why? I sobbed. I knew the reason too well, but I just felt I needed to ask. I felt so empty these days. I hardly saw my husband again. Pietro became like a mist that came and vanished. Whenever I did peek through my sleepy eyelids and gazed upon him in the early hours of the day, his rugged and bloody appearance would clearly remind me of what he was into. This mafia. This fucking mafia scared the wits out of me whenever I thought of it. If only Pietro knew how horror-struck I had become as a result of his frequent night missions to God knows where. Pietro didn't give me a reply immediately, and he pulled me into his warm embrace, his intoxicating cologne filling my senses. "Everything I'm doing is for you, Dahlia," Pietro whispered as his hands ran along my spine. "What?" I pulled out of his embrace and shot him a persistent gaze. "Everything you are doing is for me? Please don't play that card, Pietro. I have no business with your freaking mafia. I was branded, yes, but as your woman. I have no business other than that. I have no idea what even goes in your work, and you are telling me you are doing all these for me? Are you trying to acquire more wealth, huh?" Pietro watched me as I spoke, spitting out my emotions. "Answer me. Are you working your ass off to acquire more ill-gotten wealth? You are already so rich, Pietro. You are a barrister. You earn enough money from your chamber's raff." "This isn't about money," Dahlia. Pietro at once interrupted me. "So what is it about?" I questioned. "He said he was doing all these for me, so if he wasn't doing it with the aim of acquiring more bloody wealth, then what was his aim? Answer me, Raff. You are doing all these for me, aren't you? You are working late, coming back home cladded in blood and acquiring more bloody wealth all for my sake. I don't want more money, Raff. You never spend time with me again." I stopped myself as the emotions like a wave surged through me. "You don't spend time with me again, Pietro. Yes, I keep on receiving lots and lots of gifts from you. You think disappearing for days and instructing one of your underboss to send me numerous piles of gifts will make me happy? Pietro, I'm lonely. Please don't go out this night," I begged, sounding desperate. Pietro just stared at me, his fixed icy blue orb stationed on me. A deafening silence swept the atmosphere as we both kept our gaze on each other. "If you don't want me to go, then I won't," Pietro finally spoke up, breaking the silence. My cheeks rose and my eyes squinted slightly. Was he really serious? "Are you serious?" I asked immediately, cleaning my tears with the back of my palms. Pietro nodded and gave me a loving smile. I immediately pulled him for a hug, and he hugged me back, laughing. "I'll do anything to make you happy, my love. I truly do love you." "I love you too, Raff," I squeaked before my lips met with his in a passionate, longing kiss. We pulled out just before the door to the kitchen swung open, revealing a nervous maid. Yes, sir," she anxiously quivered as she held on to the hem of her dress, her gaze downwards. "Relax. What's it?" I softly admonished to stop her jitters. "You have a visitor," she breathed out. Was that what she was scared of saying? I rolled my eyes with a smile. "It's fine. You can go back to your duty." She gave us both a courtesy bow and headed out of the kitchen. "Who could that be, Raff? Who would visit us this night?" Pietro answered with a shrug of his shoulders. "I have no clue. Let's go see our guest, shall we?" We interlocked hands and walked out of the kitchen to the living room. I almost let out a shrill cry on seeing who our guest was. Miles. He was engaging in a hearty conversation with Sophia. The moment he spotted us, his eyes seemed to lit up. He stood from his seat and came to meet us. "Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Justice." He offered us a handshake, and we both accepted it. "Nice to see you again, Miles. How is your health?" Pietro asked. "Well, I'm recuperating just fine. What about you, Mrs. Justice?" I nodded, giving a broad smile. "I'm doing good." Such a surprise visit. "How did you navigate your way?" I asked as we all went to sit down back. He brought out the business card Pietro gave him some weeks earlier, this helped me. I felt it would be polite to pay the person that paid off my hospital bills a visit. I must say your security is appalling and so tight, Miles added, as he gazed around the vicinity of the living room, taking in the guards stationed at different corners of the house. Pietro laughed it off. Of course. You never know who is an enemy. Miles nodded and stood up. I guess I must be on my way now. I stood with opened mouth. But you just came, I objected. Yes, I do. I just felt I should pay you both a visit. At least to formally thank you both for paying off my bills. You were instrumental to the saving of my life. It was the least we could do, I replied, my voice urging him to stay further. Thank you both for your hospitality. Maybe next time I'll stay longer. It's getting late. I have to be on my way. Pietro stood up and encircled his arms around my waist, making the colors drain from cheeks. Sure, Miles. Thanks for dropping by, okay. Miles nodded and turned to leave. I watched him go. He is such a nice man. Why are you staring at him? Do you want to marry him? Pietro teasingly asked. Well, if he spends time with me, then I'll marry him, my tone mocking Pietro. He immediately tightened his grip on my waist, nails digging into my flesh. Why don't I spend time with you in our room? He huskily whispered, making me weak in the knees. It had been a while since we got intimate. I glanced at Sophia, who stared at both of us with curious eyes. Raph, we aren't done cooking, I chided. Sophia, tell the head chef to return back to the kitchen. I attempted to speak, but Pietro sharply cut in. Now, Sophia. Sophia quickly hastened her steps and exited the living room, leaving just I and Pietro. He gave me a devilish smile, and my toes curled up with a million butterflies fluttering inside me. Chapter 24. Dahlia filled the entire room with her moans as Pietro's expert tongue feasted on her hardened nipples. Her fingers fisted into his scalp and held onto his nape as he lavished her engorged breasts. Our Raph, more please, she pleaded in an airily breath. Her hand slipped past his neck to his pants, sensually rubbing on his budging rock-hard dick. Pietro let out a low guttural groan and trailed his lips to her neck. He swept her neck with his tongue before giving her soft bites. Dahlia squirmed on the bed and moaned even more. Pietro raised his head up and locked his lips with hers. Time stopped in an instant for Dahlia, with Pietro's tongue moving so sensually inside her. She completely surrendered herself to his burning, fervent and possessive kiss. His fingers explored her skin with a mind of its own, hands reaching for her aching wet sex. Slowly he rubs his fingers around her dripping core while still plundering her lips with his. Dahlia moaned out into the kiss, and Pietro took it all, increasing his pace on rubbing her clit. Raph, she breathed against his lips. Your lips are so warm, Bella. What else can you do with it? Pietro gravely asked in a whisper. He suddenly broke off the kiss and gives her a sensual look. Dahlia felt her pussy burn in the absence of his touch. Get on your knees now, Pietro authoritatively commanded as he got down from the bed. Dahlia could feel her throbbing pussy ache at his dominating attitude. She gets up from the bed uncladded and kneels between his legs as he towers above her. I want to fuck your wet mouth, Pietro sultrily groaned. Dahlia gulped. She had never done this before, and it doesn't seem Pietro would take no for an answer. She looked up at him as her petite hands walked to the knots of his pants. Her fingers fidgeted with it until she finally grabbed hold of it and untied it. Pietro watched her pull down his pants. He was already fully hard. It pressed against his boxers, wanting to be let out. Stop trembling, princess, Pietro's hoarse voice said as he grabbed a fistful of her braids. His head lolls back the moment Dahlia brings out his huge dick, wondering if it would fit into her mouth. She brings his dick to her lips. His thick cap pushes past her lips, and she then strokes him a few times with her tongue. Pre-cum seeps out and she licks it all over his tip. Fuck, Pietro sucks in breath the moment her tongue gains contact with his dick. Dahlia mischievously circles her tongue around his tip and pushes his dick in, closing her mouth as she takes him in fully. His hold on her braids tightened, and he begins guiding her movement, pushing her head back and forth. Dahlia sucks on him as he hits the back of her throat with each sharp thrust. He pushes himself more deeper into her throat, almost making her gag. Pietro begins going sharp, precise and fast, not slowing down or giving her time to breathe. "It's so fucking warm," Pietro let out a low rumble as he intrudes more deeper into her aching mouth. Pietro wasn't giving her any breaks. His hold on her braids tightened so hard, and he kept on pushing in and out of her mouth so swiftly and roughly. Dahlia could feel her throat burning as Pietro groaned in pleasure. She didn't want him to stop. She was amazed at the effect her touch was having on him. She struggled to keep up with his quick pace, but sucked on him harder, taking in his thrusts. His breathing became rugged, and his low groans filled the entire room. "Fucking sweet," Pietro pants as Dahlia eagerly sucks on his dick. "I'm going to come and you are going to swallow it all, am I clear?" Pietro huskily asked. Dahlia nods as she keeps on filling her insides with his dick, till he finally stiffens inside her mouth, and she feels a hot liquid trail down her throat without any resist. She swallows it and licks his tip before letting go of Pietro's dick. "Fuck shit. You are amazing, Dahlia," Pietro praised in between his unsteady breathing. He pulled up his shorts as Dahlia smiles at him and stands up. He scans her with hungry eyes. "We still have a lot more to do, wife." Dahlia wrapped her hands around his neck, pressing her bare body on his. Just then a call comes in. "Who is that, Raph?" Dahlia murmured in annoyance. "Let me check, my love." Pietro went over to where his phone was kept and answered the caller. "What?" Pietro flares up. Not up to 5 minutes the call comes through. Dahlia flinched on hearing his angry tone. "What the hell?" "I'll be there." Dahlia had her brows furrowed, and disappointment and anger washed upon her face. "I'm so sorry, my love. I have to go now," Pietro hurriedly pleaded as he wore his clothes. But Raph," Dahlia attempted to protest. "There has been a shootout, Dahlia. I need to go check it out," Pietro quickly added. At once he pecked her on her forehead and quickly rushed out of the room. "What the fuck?" Dahlia exclaimed in disbelief, watching him dash out in a flash, the door banging behind him. She suddenly felt this unbearable knife-like sensation cutting into her chest. She crumbled into tears and laid back on the bed, not minding to wear her clothes back on. "Pietro." I drove in a state of anger to Caravella Casino. Dahlia was still in my mind. I hated all these. I wonder how she would be feeling by now. Fuck. I promised her I wouldn't leave, and yet I broke my promise. I felt my anger exacerbate as I drove in the dark night. These days it didn't take long for my anger to surface. I felt like a ticking time bomb that was bound to explode any minute. I had been dealing with work stress and attacks from Ivan. Now I had to deal with an inside enemy who was after my wife's life. My frequent disappearance left Dahlia shattered and lonely. I wish she could just understand me. A call cuts in again. I place the call on speaker. "Talk to me." "We have 12 dead," Thomas announces. "Who planned this fucking attack? Could it be Ivan or someone else?" Ever since Dahlia's near-death experience, I have been on my edge. Whoever is behind this will definitely get to see my demon. I thought of the painful death methods I would unleash, and a sadistic smile forms on my lips. I'm almost there. I cut the call and speed down the street till the casino comes in view. I slammed my feet angrily against the brake pedals. My capos and underbosses were already on ground. The place had already been shut down as guards stood waiting. I pushed open the door to my Lamborghini and came down, tucking my gun into the back of my pants. The guards let me in the moment I approached the glass doors. My fist balled in an instant as the pungent smell of blood hit my nostrils. My capos were all scattered around, awaiting my arrival. "Cunt, finally you are here," Dante lashes out the moment his gaze lands on mine. The industrial battery ceiling lights provided a view of the chaos that had earlier taken place in the casino. Blood splattered on the ground, and walls decorated the casino. Broken glasses were littered all over, and they crunched underneath my shoes with each step I took. Tables had been overturned, and some chairs were clearly broken. They cut off the power before opening fire. Raf, Luca informs me as he comes by my side. All the security cameras were cleared. Not a single footage, Bianca adds. So we don't even know who pulled this attack, I said. They nodded and I proceeded to the front lounge of the casino, the stripper poles. Dante, Luca and Thomas followed me. There, lying unconscious, were 8 dead bodies. The potent smell of blood seemed to enhance as we got closer to them. We need the identities of the victims, I instructed, as I bend down to observe the first dead body close to me. It was a girl. A bullet passed through her chest. She was lying in a puddle of her own blood. The dim light gave me a poor view to her face. I pushed her hair across her face and observed her. Valerie. She was one of the strippers that worked in here. I remember coming here some months ago and having her sexually please me. Her gory death sight didn't daunt me. I never loved her. I stood up and watched Luca collect blood samples of the victims. We needed to run a DNA test on each of them. Luca was a doctor, though he did more of killing than saving lives. Pietro, come check this out. Dante catches my attention. I walk through the piles of corpses and go over to Dante. He crouched down to the corpse and brushes of the dirt from his face. I easily recognized him. This was my dad's personal guard, Mario. What was he doing in the casino? He has more gun wounds than any of the rest. 5 in the chest and 1 in the forehead. He must have seriously put up a hard fight to get this much gun wounds, Thomas muses as he comes to stand with us. Or he was the target of the attack, I said in deep throat. Dante hikes a brow at me and stands up. Why would he be the target? Albert Einstein, he taunts. I need as much information I can get on Mario, I barked my order at my capos. Pietro, for these attackers to actually have access to the surveillance cameras and turn them off means someone on the inside is betraying us. Someone or some people. Dante's voice trailed off as I completed it for him. Raf, see what I discovered close to one of the dead bodies, Luca announces, coming towards me. He hands me a piece of blood-stained paper. I grasped it out of his hold and read its content. Try finding a villain you can't see. Let the games begin. The ghost. I turned to face my capos, and I could see the confusion registered on their faces. Could this person be the same person who planned my wife's murder? Could this attack be from Ivan? Or am I dealing with 3 villains at a go? Everybody needs to be on their toes. Increase security measures. Each guards under your divisions needs to be fully scrutinized. I speak up after a brief silence. My capos to still have their gaze on me as they pay unwavering attention to my directions. A bigger plot is looming, and I have a feeling it's going to be really bloody. Chapter 25. Dahlia tossed about in her bed, unable to sleep as her slumber was being haunted by terrible nightmares. Suddenly her eyes shot open, and she was instantly jerked awake. Her heartbeat was racing to its summit. Dahlia sat up and placed a hand on her chest, trying to calm down her erratic heart. God, why am I feeling so scared? Dahlia asked no one in particular. Her worried thoughts then drifted to Pietro, and her breathing got hitched. He wasn't back home yet. Her eyes roved around her room, scanning every corner. Pietro, she called out as she stood up from the bed in hopes of meeting him in the bathroom or closet. The only response she got was an empty closet. Pietro, where are you? Dahlia cried out to herself, slumping on the cold floor of the closet. This wasn't the way she imagined her married life to turn out. She hardly saw her husband because he was always too busy with work. They hardly spent time with each other again, as Pietro had other important issues to attend to. She didn't like the turn of events. She just wished Pietro could quit his mafia. Dahlia walked out of her bedroom with gloomy thoughts. The warm shower she just had did nothing in soothing the torrentious waves that had become her nerves. Her hands scraped against walls of the hallway as she walked towards one of the staircases that stood at the center of the living room. "Pietro," she called out, hoping he was just around the corners of his imperial mansion. Her worried voice echoed back as replies as she ponderously walked towards the stairs. "Toma, Emilio, Cesare, Rocco, Luca?" Dahlia called out, her footsteps quickening in pace. "God damn it. Where are all the men in this house?" Dahlia scoffed in vexation, approaching the staircase. Her hands held onto the gold railing, with her eyes scanning the living room. It was bustling with activities as usual. Workers were scattered around cleaning. She noticed a few were heading upstairs, and in their hands held various cleaning equipment. But no sign of Pietro. "Sophia, good morning. Oh, daughter, you?" Dahlia's voice trailed off once she alighted from the stairs, observing Sophia clutching onto a pink petite handbag and cookbook. "Good morning, Dahlia. You look worried." "What's up?" Sophia asked. Dahlia exhaled and dragged the words slowly from her mouth. "Did Pietro come home this morning?" Sophia shook her head, and a pained stare got plastered on Dahlia's already worried features. "I haven't even seen Emilio. No sign of Thomas, Luca, Rocco, and Cesare. At least before they stopped by regularly." Sophia gently rubbed Dahlia's shoulder, trying to calm the melanin lady. "They are all busy with work, Dahlia. Pietro will be back, I promise." "I hope so," Dahlia muttered underneath her breath. Her eyes then trailed to the cookbook that was hauled against Sophia's chest. "Are you also going out?" Dahlia queried, her eyes darting to Sophia's face. Sophia hummed in reply. "I am going for my pastry practice. Please don't get too stressed up, okay?" Dahlia adopted a faint smile on her lips. "Where is Aurora?" Sophia jutted with her chin towards the kitchen. "She and some chefs are preparing breakfast." Sophia quickly gave Dahlia a brief hug, her hands rubbing Dahlia's tense back. "I'll have to go now. I'm running late. Take care, Dahlia." She immediately scurried out of the living room, leaving Dahlia stunned. "Seems everybody is so busy," Dahlia murmured to herself. She stood on the spot for some seconds, her mind racing to where Pietro could have spent the night yesterday. With sunken shoulders, Dahlia turned to head back upstairs when a feminine voice whipped across the living room. "Dahlia, good morning," Bianca's voice rang through the walls of the living room. Dahlia turned back to meet a smiling Bianca walking towards her. Her heart skipped a beat and emotions rushed to her veins. "Bianca, you are here. Is Raph?" Dahlia wasn't allowed to complete her statement, as Bianca's voice abruptly cut her short. "No, Pietro didn't come with me." Sadness and anxiety spread across Dahlia's tensed-up features. "Bianca, I feel worried." It took every nerve of self-restraint in Bianca not to hiss at Dahlia. "Why?" she asked with a farcade smile. "Pietro is making me worried." "What do you guys do exactly in your mafia?" Dahlia asked in hushed tone. "Important stuff, Dahlia," Bianca chuckled. "Pietro didn't come home last night. I'm worried as to where he must have spent the night." "You don't need to be worried, Dahlia," Bianca responded with a hand placed on one of Dahlia's shoulder. "Pietro has tons of buildings scattered around Italy. He can sleep wherever he wants." Dahlia stared at Bianca and sighed before turning to head upstairs. She could hear Bianca's matching footsteps behind her. "You seem stressed, Dahlia," Bianca lowly said with a smirk as Dahlia walked ahead of her. "Of course I am," Dahlia replied. "I mean this mafia. I don't like it." Bianca rolled her eyes and put on a soft smile before coming to walk side by side with Dahlia. "That is who your husband is. This is what he does. You have to come to terms with it. It's really not easy for Pietro. Going off to work, attending multiple functions, dealing with various shipments all around the coast of Italy and beyond, running his casinos, hotels, and strip clubs, and meeting high-class politicians. Dahlia felt a clog in her lungs, and she gulped hard trying to swallow it. She never knew Pietro ran casinos and hotels. I mean, you should give him a break, you know. But if I were in your shoes too, I'll literally be worried. Well, not just about his safety, also about the marriage, Bianca mischievously uttered, knowing it will trigger Dahlia. Dahlia instantly shot her a persistent stare as they walked through the hallways. What do you mean, Bianca? Come on, Dahlia. Pietro meets various high-class individuals, which includes ladies. Well, I don't blame you though. You haven't seen 2% of the women that works in your husband casinos, strip clubs and hotels, Bianca scoffed. Dahlia halted and gripped Bianca by the arm, causing her to flinch. I don't understand you. Does he meet with them? What are you trying to insinuate, Bianca? Dahlia already could feel her pulse racing at 140 beats per minute, as a silence like wildfire erupted between her and Bianca. Bianca yanked her arm away from Dahlia's grip and came to stand in front of her. I am not insinuating anything. I am just giving you a tip of the iceberg. Pietro surprised everybody by settling down with a woman. He isn't known as a one-woman man. Don't be surprised that he actually goes to meet one of his, should I say mistresses, after a long day of work just to cool off. Dahlia gasped on hearing Bianca's vile words. Why are you saying this? You know fully well I'm married to him. Why will you tell me all these? Bianca rubbed her temples and exhaled. Of course I know you are married to him. I just want you to make sure no other woman in his mafia is challenging your spot with your man. Men aren't loyal, Dahlia. Bianca walked away, a wry smile forming on her face, leaving a distraught Dahlia to her disheartening thoughts. Dahlia suddenly found it hard to breathe. She became claustrophobic with the walls of the hallway seeming to be closing in on her. She gasped repeatedly for some time and massaged her throat. Pietro wouldn't use work as an excuse to meet other women. He loves me. He wouldn't. No, he wouldn't do that. Dahlia repeatedly said those words to herself, with tears pooling in her eyes as she walked towards her bedroom. Dahlia slumped on the soft sheets of her bed, her eyes facing the ceiling, trying to shake of Bianca's words ringing in her ear. She knew Pietro would never cheat on her, so why was Bianca giving her all those shitty talks about her husband? Did Dahlia love Pietro truly, with every cell in her? Yes, she did. Pietro always thought of himself as a man of darkness, but she saw him as the light of her world. She didn't want to let what Bianca said get into her head. That was Pietro's past. He was loose with women, but he loves me now, Dahlia thought to herself. She couldn't imagine a life without her dear husband by her side. Fears of what would happen to Pietro in the long run in the course of trying to control his dangerous mafia sank into her cells, and Dahlia felt her heart beating erratic once more. Her eyes trailed to the huge closet door that stood out in their room. She stood up from the bed and walked towards it. Twisting the door knob softly, she pushed open the door and headed towards the one place that possessed the most important information of her husband Mafia. The secret safe. It took time before she could figure out where it was hidden into the wall. She finally found it and inputted the password, unlocking the safe and bringing out the flash drive. Her eyes scrutinized the little flash drive that held tons of information and secrets concerning her husband's job. He did tell her that if it got into the wrong hands, there would be trouble. An ominous feeling of dread suddenly gripped her, spreading through her body and taking over her senses with Pietro's words ringing in her mind. I don't know why, but I just feel scared. Dahlia bit her bottom lip, her curious eyes observing the drive in between her fingers. Her thoughts ran wild as she thought of ways to make the contents in the drive more secure. Anybody who had their hands on it could easily have access to its content without any hassle. An idea suddenly clicked onto her. Her eyes glittered, and a smile worked its way to her lips. Pietro, you will be so proud of me when I tell you what I'm about to do. Dahlia held on to the flash drive and dashed out of the closet, a wide grin already plastered on her face. She went towards their bedstand lamp and spotted her USB drive. She grabbed it and tucked it into her pocket before walking out of her bedroom. She approached the library and spotted Bianca in it, her eyes on what seemed like spiral-binded documents. Dahlia cleared her throat, and Bianca looked up at her. The bitch is back. Dahlia, I never thought you would follow me here, Bianca announced, with a forced smile. I didn't follow you here, Dahlia revealed, stepping inside the library. What the hell? What are you doing with that flash drive? Bianca shot at Dahlia, interrupting her the moment her gaze locked with the drive in Dahlia's hand. Dahlia was startled by Bianca's sudden aggressiveness, but comported her features. I want to help my husband, that's why I'm with it. Bianca furrowed her brows, watching Dahlia move towards the computer section of the library. Help him how? Do you even know how important this flash drive is? Bianca scornfully spat, disbelief raging within her at Dahlia's response. Dahlia sat down in front of one of the computers and turned on the electronic device, Bianca briskly coming towards her. I know how important this flash drive is, Bianca. So what do you want to do with it? You aren't even supposed to see its contents. Dahlia gave no response, but took out the flash drive in her pocket. What the hell are you doing? Bianca yelled in fury, stopping Dahlia from plugging in the 2 USB drives into the computer. Dahlia faced her. I'm going to copy the information in Pietro's drive and paste it in mine. I am then going to download a security code into the original flash drive, encrypt the code, making it impossible for anybody to view it twice. Dahlia stopped herself from talking when she noticed the astounded look on Bianca's face. And the original information stays in your flash drive, thereby making it a backup flash drive in case of any emergency. That's incredible, Dahlia, Bianca praised, sounding delighted. Dahlia smiled. Exactly. So if at any point the original flash drive gets into the wrong hands, they will only be able to view it once, not twice. And we will have a backup flash drive. Bianca stared dumbfounded at Dahlia. I must admit you are pretty smart, Dahlia. Where did you learn this, Dahlia? Bianca asked as she watched Dahlia copy the files in the Window Explorer. I worked in a tech company back in Nigeria. I studied all these back in university, Dahlia responded. What followed was absolute silence as Bianca stared in awe of Dahlia's technological skills being put to use. Finally, it's done, Dahlia announced. She stood up and unplugged the 2 USB drives from the computer. Bianca stared at her. Dahlia, you know, if you lose the spare drive that's not coded, Pietro would be very angry. I do. It won't be misplaced, don't worry. I'll store it somewhere safe. Dahlia attempted to walk out, but Bianca called her back. Why did you do this, though? I know you want to protect your husband, but why? I just have this forbidden feeling. I just feel something isn't right, especially with Pietro's constant disappearance, Dahlia slowly replied. Bianca watched her go, and her head tilted to the side. I have no idea what you are feeling, Dahlia, but you are right to feel that way. Things will definitely turn extremely sour for you once I lay my hands on that spare flash drive. To be continued. Next book, Dark Temptation. AVALILABLE now. Dahlia. I thought I'd survived hell, until I learned the devil had enemies darker than him. They call him the ghost, a phantom who knows every secret, every sin. And now Pietro's war is mine. Every night, I wonder if I'll wake up in his arms or in my grave.
Pietro. The ghost wants blood, my blood, and I'll spill oceans before I let him touch her. My empire is collapsing, my enemies are closing in, and still she looks at me like I'm worth saving. Dahlia doesn't understand, love makes you weak. And weakness in my world gets you killed. This is Book 2 in the Dark Devotion series. Reading order. Dark Instinct, Dark Temptation, Dark Craving.
Also by Anya. Dark Devotion Series. Dark Instinct, Dark Mafia Romance. The Sin and Redemption Duet. Sins I Crave, Dark Mafia Romance. Sins I Confess, Dark Mafia Romance.
Dark Instinct, Dark Mafia Romance. Dark Devotion Series, Volume 1. Anya, Sugar. Published by Anya SG, 2025.
Dahlia. I never asked to marry the devil. But when Pietro Zanetti, Rome's most feared mafia heir, put a ring on my finger, he didn't just claim my body. He claimed my soul. Every kiss burns. Every command destroys me. He's my husband and my captor. And even when I should hate him, I can't stop craving the sin in his touch.
Pietro. She was supposed to be my weakness. Instead, she became my obsession. In a world built on blood and betrayal, love is a liability, and Dahlia is the one secret I can't bury. I'll protect her, possess her, and if anyone dares touch what's mine, I'll burn the world to ashes. This is Book 1 in the Dark Devotion series. Reading order. Dark Instinct, Dark Temptation, Dark Craving.
Prologue. They say every woman dreams of falling in love. But no one ever tells you what happens when love feels like a knife pressed to your throat. I used to believe love would be soft, warm laughter under sunlight, stolen kisses beneath lazy skies, promises whispered in the quiet. I wanted a life that didn't hurt to touch. I wanted peace. Instead, I found him. Pietro Zanetti. The name alone tastes like sin. The first time I heard it, it sounded like a curse. The second time, it sounded like a promise. Now it feels like a brand, burned deep into my soul, one I can't wash away no matter how much I bleed. People say he's a monster. They whisper it in the dark like superstition, the kind that makes even God hesitate. But monsters aren't born, they're carved. And Pietro? He's carved from everything this world fears: power, control, hunger. He walks like he owns the air, the earth, and the heartbeat pounding in my chest. And maybe he does. Sometimes I tell myself I chose this, that somewhere between his threats and his kisses, between the danger and the desire, I gave him permission to ruin me. But deep down I know the truth, he didn't ask. He took. And the worst part? I let him. Because when Pietro looks at me, I don't feel like prey. I feel like fire. He sees through me, past the lies, past the trembling. He sees the pieces I hide from everyone else, the darkness I try to deny. The ache for something more than gentle love. Something raw. Something that hurts a little. Maybe that's why I can't leave. Maybe that's why I don't want to. I stand in front of the mirror sometimes, and barely recognize the woman staring back. Her eyes are sharper now, colder. Her lips curve with secrets. Her spine, once so easily bent, refuses to bow anymore. She's a woman born from chaos, sculpted by fear and fascination. Pietro calls her Bella Mia. Beautiful mine. And God help me, she believes him. People would call me foolish. They'd say I'm blind, desperate, addicted to the danger. But how do you explain to someone what it feels like to love the storm that could destroy you? How do you describe the thrill of standing on the edge of ruin, knowing one wrong step will send you falling, and still taking it just to feel alive? He told me once that the world isn't kind to women who want too much. He was right. It wasn't kind when it stripped me bare and called it love. It wasn't kind when it caged me in silks and diamonds, then told me I should be grateful. It wasn't kind when it made me his wife, his possession, his forbidden obsession, and still left me aching for something more. But kindness doesn't make legends. And maybe I was never meant to be soft. There are nights I lie awake and wonder who I was before him. Was she naive? Innocent? Happy? Did she believe in forever, or was she already craving a taste of danger before he ever touched her? I don't know anymore. Maybe she died the day I met him. Maybe she had to. The world we live in doesn't forgive weakness. It devours it. In the Mafia, love isn't a gift. It's a weapon. And Pietro, he's the kind of man who sharpens his weapons until they gleam. He once told me that power and love can't coexist, that one will always destroy the other. Maybe he's right. But I think that's what makes it beautiful. Because in his world, every kiss is a declaration of war. Every touch feels like confession and sin wrapped together. And every time he whispers my name, I feel the line between love and possession blur until I can't tell which side I'm standing on anymore. Sometimes I wonder if he'll ever break me completely. If one day, I'll look at him and feel nothing but fear. But then he touches me, slow, possessive, reverent, and all that fear burns into desire. I should hate it. I don't. I think that's what terrifies me the most. The way he makes me forget where pain ends and pleasure begins. The way I find safety in the arms of the man everyone else calls a killer. The way I see heaven in his eyes, even when his hands are covered in sin. Maybe love isn't supposed to save us. Maybe it's supposed to destroy us, just slowly enough to make us crave the ruin. I used to pray for redemption. Now I pray he never lets me go. Because I've learned something in this gilded prison, in this blood-soaked paradise he's built for us. There is no escaping a man like Pietro Zanetti. Not because he'd chase me, but because even if I ran, I'd take him with me. His voice lives in my bones now. His shadow lies beneath my skin. And every heartbeat whispers the same damn truth, the one I swore I'd never admit. I belong to him. Completely. Irrevocably. Sinfully. And if this is what damnation feels like, then I don't ever want to be saved. Chapter 1. Dahlia. 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 I felt a familiar voice probing into the abyss of darkness I had fallen into, accompanied by mild tapings on my shoulder. It slowly drew me out of my unconscious state. I yawned on the back of my palms, and I rubbed my eyes trying to regain my full consciousness. "We are in Italy, my love," Pietro gently said, as he gave me a tender kiss on the forehead. My eyes immediately shot open, and I sat up straight, excitement bubbling within me. "Are you serious?" I practically screamed. He chuckled and nodded his head at me, brushing off strands of my scattered hair from my face and combing it downwards with his hands. "We just landed, my love. Now I'll lead you to the air hostess while I go make some arrangements, okay?" I nodded my head at him, my face beaming with smiles as he took me out of the cabin. The beautiful air hostess gave me her most polite smile and motioned for me to take a sit whilst Pietro headed outside. "Would you like anything, ma'am, as you wait for your husband?" That word husband. I was really married. Pietro and I were really married. I still couldn't believe it. I thought I would never fall in love after Bruno's incident, but here I am, married to the man of my dreams. The man I loved deeply. I smiled sheepishly at her as she mentioned husband. "Just that strawberry drink you gave me earlier." She nodded and left. In no time, she came back with a strawberry drink and handed it to me. I mouthed a satisfactory thank you to her. My eyes darted towards the window as I sat next to it, and I spotted Pietro talking to 4 built men putting on gray suits. The men looked so familiar. It felt like I had seen them before. It suddenly clicked to me. They were the same men that, according to Pietro, flew all the way from Italy to Nigeria to tell him bullshit. I subconsciously chortled as I took a walk down memory lane. Remembering that fateful day I eavesdropped on their meeting. I was so frightened and pale when Pietro caught me. I thought he would shoot me. Behind the men were a fleet of about 10 shiny, breathtaking cars all doused in black. One was a limousine, and they all looked so intimidating. Pietro turned towards his private jet, and I waved at him, hoping he would spot me. 6 men of equal muscularity stepped out of some of the cars and followed him. He did spot me, and he winked at me. I blushed at my silliness as I noticed the air hostess was watching me with a smile on her face. My love, did you miss me? Pietro asked with a grin and another wink that made a butterfly garden sprang up inside me. I did. Can I come outside now? I want to go out, I whined childishly. He was holding a gift bag. Where did he get it from? He must have probably gotten it from one of the men when I wasn't watching. He dipped his hands inside it and brought out a scarf, an umbrella-like plain straw hat and 2 pairs of sunshades. Take this hat, scarf, and sunshade. Put them on, okay. He handed them to me, and I stared at the items confused. Why, Raph? Paparazzi. I don't want anyone trying to be nosy around my wife, he said authoritatively, as he wore a pair of the sunshades he had. I complied with his directives and put them on. He wrapped his hands around my shoulder protectively as we stepped outside the jet. The 6 men bowed at us. They looked so intimidating, each on black sunshades and security earpiece worn around their ears. They were all cladded in black sharp tuxedos. Benvenuta in Italia, they all chorused along. I almost jumped out of my skin as a result of their deep baritone voices echoing together. I looked up nervously at Pietro. I had no idea what they said. They are welcoming you to Italy, Pietro translated. I exhaled and nodded my head with a smile on my face, feeling relaxed. Thank you, I replied back with a grin. The men accompanied I and Pietro like a shield around us as we walked towards the fleet of black cars. Pietro was right about the paparazzi. They were too much, trying to take different shots of I and Pietro. Once we had overcome the torrents of the paparazzi and settled into the limousine, we drove straight towards what probably was my new home. 5 cars followed us at our back whilst 4 drove ahead of us. Wow. The security measures were too appalling. Did Pietro really have that much enemies? Pietro, why so much security measures? I asked. His head whopped my direction, and he gave me a soft smile. It's nothing, amore mio. Don't be agitated, okay? We will soon be home, he reassured. I shrugged it off and rested my head on his shoulders. Turning to face the window, I greedily took in all the surroundings, eyes scanning and roving the scenery all around. Italy looked so beautiful. The sun was shining so elegantly on the fast-moving cars. There were a variety of building styles as I hungrily fed my eyes on some skyscrapers whose summit looked like it could reach the sky. We passed different shops, restaurants, and malls, all with fascinating special light effects. I could only imagine how beautiful they would look at night. As cars moved fast, so also did the people swarm around, enjoying the sunny weather and ravishing atmosphere. I slowly closed my eyes, wanting to be awakened once we reached his home. My eyes slowly fluttered back open after a brief nap when I felt something wet on my neck. Yes, someone was nibbling hungrily on my neck. I let out a soft whimper as Pietro's tongue worked magic around my neck, biting on it softly and sucking it, giving me love bites. He enclosed his arm around my waist. I want to fuck you badly, dear wife, he breathed against my ear. Pietro instantly pressed his lips on mine. They were searing hot as he kissed me deeper, our lips moving in rhythm. His drove his tongue inside me, setting me to moan louder. I grabbed a fistful of his hair, yanked him, and pulled him closer as he plundered me with his tongue, our kiss becoming intense with lust and craving. His hands instinctively pushed under my gown, trailing towards my innermost area as the kisses become more erotic. Once he reached my panties, he began pleasuring my clit through the lace underwear that covered it. Rubbing his hands ever so sensually on my clit got me shattering with moans that sounded like music to his ears. He started pulling down my panties desperately like a starved man till it had gotten to my knee. He wanted me now, and I wanted him too. Unfortunately, the honking sound of cars as we drove made me realize we were in a car and we weren't alone. The driver was seated at the far end of the car, and he must have probably heard my shameful moans. Oh my goodness. Pietro would be the end of me. I broke out of our intense makeout and quickly wore my panties back up, leaving Pietro stunned. Why would you stop me, my dear wife? He sniggered. We are in a car. And we have a driver here with us. I can't have sex with somebody around Raf, I replied as I became beetroot red, reminding myself of the fact that the driver could have heard my moans. Pietro instead leaned in closer and ran his tongue upwards in one long lick of my neck. God, this man was arousing me to dangerous heights. Okay, Gatina. But the longer it takes me to get in between your sweet thighs, the rougher I'm going to pound in you when I finally get in there. I stared at him tongue-tied at his sensual wordings. He licked his lips and I shuddered, but not in fear, in excitement of what was to come. Soon enough, I noticed our limousine had come to a halt. I took a cursory glance at Pietro, who didn't seem surprised or confused. Slowly, our limousine began moving. I couldn't see anything at first, until we came in front of a huge iron black gate. I stared at the magnificent iron bars that opened for our limousine to drive inside, jaws dropped. I peered through the tinted glass, and I could see guards almost in every nook and cranny. They looked so anxious. Probably because Pietro was back. I couldn't see anything in front, as other cars drove slowly ahead of us. I decided to keep on peering outside the glass. The environment was so captivating. A large lawn decorated by colorful flowers and well-trimmed grasses spread across everywhere. Many fountains oozing pure crystal-clear water were spotted at almost every corner. I spotted some lovely picturesque buildings at the far back as our limousine kept on driving slowly. It felt like we were in a garden. The serenity was so natural. Soon enough, a gigantic milky shade shadow came in view. It was his mansion. Oh my goodness. If the one back in Nigeria seemed big to me before, this was clearly the biggest. The same style but clearly more bigger. Our limousine came to a halt once again. A chauffeur opened the door for us. I stepped out with Pietro taking me by my hands. My eyes were literally feeding on everything. The buzzing of bees and chirping of birds could be heard at all corners. The heavenly fragrance of beautiful flowers filled the air. I noticed he had several ostentatious black and white sculptures of lions scattered everywhere. A group of guards came towards us, bowing their heads like Pietro was some kind of king. It felt amusing and intimidating. Welcome, Capo, one of them greeted. Grazie, Pietro replied back with a neutral look plastered on his face. His hands moved to my waist, and we began walking toward the huge double oak doors of his mansion, entourage of guards following us behind and some walking ahead of us. There were scary gargoyle statues placed at each side of the pillars of his mansion. It felt so gothic, and yet so heavenly. Reaching for the doors, one of the guards knocked thrice. Once again, the deep sonorous echo of the doors made me almost jump out of my skin. We waited for what seemed like forever to me. I was beginning to get anxious. How would I be welcomed? What lies behind these doors? Will I walk into a house filled with armed men and blood splattered all around? Thoughts like this shrouded my mind, and perspiration began covering my forehead even though we were outside. Soon enough, the door opened, and an elderly beautiful face beaming with smiles rushed towards I and Pietro. With brown beautiful eyes, gray hairs tied to a bun, she squealed on seeing Pietro and engulfed the tall man in a tight hug with her petite figure. I stood so surprised. None of the guards dared to look Pietro in his eyes, yet this woman pushed through the maze of guards and engulfed Pietro. Pietro laughed and hugged the elderly woman back. My child, you are back. I'm so happy to see you. We've all missed you, child. She said delightedly as she pulled out of the hug, holding Pietro by his arms. We? What did she mean by we? I suddenly felt invisible, seeing that she didn't notice me. At that point she turned to face me, with a smile breaking on her lips once more. You must be Dahlia. You look so beautiful. You are very much welcomed here, my dear. Pietro told me a lot about you, she said before throwing her hands around me and enveloping me in her warm hug. I felt guilty for thinking she didn't notice me, and hugged her back with a smile too. Thank you so much. Dahlia, meet my bambinea, Aurora. She has been eagerly awaiting your arrival, he introduced me to her. Her name was really lovely. Everything made sense to me now. This woman was the nanny he told me about. No wonder she felt so relaxed with him. Everybody is eagerly waiting for both of you inside. They will be so happy to see you too. Especially you, Dahlia. I can already feel the happiness you will bring to this family, Aurora said softly as she caressed my cheeks. This woman reminded me of my mother. She was so sweet. She immediately led us inside with the guards following us. I noticed those 4 men stepped inside with us. I had seen them a number of times in Nigeria. I was anxious to actually get introduced to them. The interior was breathtaking. The light from the various chandeliers, situated at all corners, almost flooded my vision. The walls weren't all black this time. They looked like they were literally dripping gold, as the light from the chandeliers illuminated the beguiling and imperial-designed living room. Beautiful flower pot plants stood at all corners, filling the living room with their enchanting odor frenzy. He was really a nature lover. I stared at the intricate marble ceilings. How much did all these cost? More than a fortune, I guess. Not to mention the air was chilly inside. About 2 or more dozens of both male and female workers scurried towards our direction. They all lined up and bowed their heads at Pietro. "Welcome back, master," they chorused. I noticed their tone when addressing him wasn't faltering or shaky. In fact, it felt like they were all happy. Pietro nodded his head at them. "Grazie," he repeated again with a faint smile. "Pietro." A feminine shrill whoop across the living room. Our heads whipped to the direction of the sound. A teenage blonde girl, clothed in a floral design jumpsuit, came rushing down one of the huge staircases that divided the center of the living room. Her blonde locks dangled across her shoulder as she ran towards Pietro, locking her body against his. I felt so lost. "You are back. Oh my gosh. I missed you," she practically screamed for joy. Wow. Was he this loved in his home? I had imagined everyone would be scared of him, but nobody was, apart from the guards who stood still like statues. All the females were hugging him on sight. "I missed you too, Tigress. Hope you didn't trouble Aurora?" he asked teasingly. She huffed and smiled. "Not at all." Then her eyes moved to me, and she stared at me wide-eyed like she had seen a ghost. "You must be Pietro's wife. You are so pretty. I love your hair. I love your skin color." "Pietro, she is so pretty," the young girl chirped before hugging me much tighter than Aurora did. I felt so flattered by her compliments. "Dahlia, meet Sophia, Aurora's daughter," Pietro introduced. "Thank you so much," I replied back to her with my cheeks flushed. "Andare preparare il pranzo a tutti voi," Aurora immediately said to the workers, which made them scurry out. She turned to face me and smiled once more. "I told them to prepare lunch, you all must be famished." She had a really strong Italian accent. Pietro motioned with his hands to his entourage of guards, and they all dispersed, leaving only Aurora, Sophia, the 4 men, and I and Pietro in the living room. "Aurora, prepararmi lasagna per favor," one of the men said, stepping forward to Aurora. He was tall with broad shoulders and silver-colored long hair, but not as long as Pietro's. "Aurora, don't let Thomas bribe you, please. But I'll love to taste your lasagna, and I'm sure Dahlia would love it too," Pietro said as he glanced at me. "Let me go to the kitchen. Dahlia, my dear, make yourself feel at home, because this is your home, okay?" Aurora reassured me before leaving us. "Pietro, would you mind formally introducing us to your wife, please?" another of the men said, stepping forward. He was the one that asked me if I was with Pietro the day I eavesdropped on their conversation. I bet he was also the one that cocked the gun. He had round hazel eyes and a line that broke through his cheeks when he smiled, making it seem like dimples. "Kazi, meet my wife Dahlia. Dahlia, meet my brothers. You've met them before. This is Cesare," he said with a smirk. Yes, I had met them before. When I almost died out of fright, thinking they would shoot me. He called them his brothers. They must really have a special bond because I know Pietro only has a stepbrother. I just wish he was this close to his cousins too. It's nice formally meeting all of you again, I replied with my most polite tone. Hello, gorgeous. We never really got the time to interact back in Nigeria. I am Luca, one of them introduced, coming towards me. He held my hands and kissed my knuckles, which got my cheeks red and Pietro stunned. Luca was really handsome. He was tall like the rest of them, and also muscular too. His hair was a mixture of dark brown like mine, but more indent. His cheekbones were high and his jawline were sharp. His eyes were deeply honey-colored, and they looked so amazing. He was really the most good-looking out of the four, but not compared to Pietro. Luca, did you just flirt with my wife like I wasn't even present? Pietro asked. Luca grinned and nodded before heading upstairs. Yeah, you better go upstairs because I might just rip your head off, cock, Pietro scoffed, all hints of jealousy in his tone. It felt cute seeing him jealous. I tried suppressing my laughter, but I couldn't. Rocco, won't you introduce yourself? Sophia asked. I had almost forgotten she was present. Rocco stepped forward and gave me a mild smile. It seemed he was the most quiet amongst the four. He had gray eyes, light pink lips, and his hair was caramel colored. That was fascinating. It's nice to meet you formally, Dahlia. You will definitely enjoy your stay here. My brothers are all jerks, but I'm not like that. Whenever you need someone to talk to and a quiet atmosphere to be in, I'm just around the corner. From the way he talked, he must really be the most quiet amongst all of them. Are you all done trying to snatch my wife away from me? Pietro sarcastically asked with a glare. Sophia giggled and came towards me. I can't believe my sister-in-law is from a different continent. I'm so happy to have you here. I was also happy to be here, honestly. Then I heard soft clicking of heels coming down the stairs. A slim, beautiful woman clad in a black skin-tight outfit comprising of black leather jacket, black inner tank top and black jeans, showing off her hourglass body figure, alighted from the stairs with a red-haired boy behind her. Her hair was vanilla-colored, her lips were deep red and heart-shaped. She had this intimidating aura around her. I suddenly found myself hoping she was part of their family, and not some outsider, because I truly didn't want to start feeling insecure. Welcome back, Pietro. I missed you, she said in a sultry tone. It's nice to see you, Bianca. I missed you too. I'm glad seeing you recuperating. If you weren't healing, I don't think I would ever forgive myself. She fluttered her long lashes at him. Anything for you, boss, she sniggered. Why did that sound so sensual to me, and what Pietro mean by what he said? Why wouldn't he forgive himself if something bad happened to her? Meet my wife, Bianca. Dahlia, meet Bianca, my very trusted female worker. I gave her a smile, and she smiled back, but it seemed like it was more of a forced smile. She must be really an important part of his work for him to address her that way. She's an assassin, Pietro whispered to my ear. I gasped immediately. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Sophia asked. What did Pietro tell you? She added, giving Pietro a quirky look. Nothing, Sophia. Just funny stuffs, I lied. It's adult talk, Pietro added to Sophia, which made her huff at him. Dahlia, come, let me show you around the house, Sophia eagerly said, pulling me out of Pietro's grip. Be careful with her, Sophia, Pietro cautioned somewhat sternly. I'm not going to kill her, Raph, she retorted as she took me away even before I got a chance to speak for myself. Chapter 2. Dahlia. I watched Sophia babble on and on about herself and how nice Pietro was. I was so astonished on how she held him in high regards. The way she spoke of him, one would actually mistake him for a philanthropist. Didn't she know what he was into? It was impossible to live in the same house with him and not know the shady things he was into. But she spoke of him so elegantly, so heroically. Wow. I was the most surprised person on earth at the moment. So far so good, I actually loved their house. Sophia literally took me on a tour around the house. It was as huge as it looked. We explored downstairs before facing upstairs. There were many hallways upstairs. Some were dimmed, making it look so gothic and scary, while some were so bright with radiant lights illuminating the pathway. We explored the brightly radiant hallways first. The rooms and corners were so much, I truly couldn't keep count of all the numerous doors Sophia showed me. I was truly in awe by the library Sophia led me into. It was so spacious with huge long windows allowing both air and light in. Plant pots stood at various corners, making it look more unique and magnificent. The beautifully designed shelves looked like they were carved from the finest of woods. They were arranged alphabetically in rows, and different books were stacked in them. The library had this aura of ideas, imagination, and knowledge oozing all over, as a result of the different antique of books stacked in the shelves. There was also different wooden furnitures, like chairs and tables arranged in the library. A section of the magnificent library had computers, keyboards and CPUs properly placed and arranged in rows of joined-together wooden tables, so each row had a good view of the other corners of the library. I was a bookworm, and I just couldn't wait to explore the variety of books in the library. "Dahlia, I truly know you will enjoy your stay here," Sophia said, cutting through my thoughts. She walked so swiftly ahead of me, turning towards a corner. I was truly finding a hard time catching up with her. The doors in this section of the hallway were thankfully not much. Sophia then stopped in front of a black door that had an intricate cobra-shaped door knob. I cringed on seeing it. "This is yours and Pietro's room," she announced proudly as she opened her arms. She turned to face me, who stood at her back and jutted with her chin for me to check it out. I placed my hands on the door knob, gently opening it, and was met with a breathtaking, enormous bedroom. I stood fixed on the spot with my eyes roving around the bizarre royal bedroom. First thing I spotted was an ostentatious king-sized, four-poster bed doused in gold and silver patterned sheets, and a velvet-colored duvet. The bed had vertical columns placed at each corner by its sides, supporting a rectangular canopy or panel over the bed, providing it with a roof-like image, with rails allowing curtains to be drawn out of it. I smiled at the magnificent design, at the same time I was speechless. This design of bed dates back to the medieval ages, and I truly loved how the bed was refashioned and designed, making it look so attractive. Very close to the bed stood a little cozy drawer with a bed lamp placed on top of it. There were also two long windows with scarlet curtains draping each of them. My eyes browsed the patterned frosty silver but yet indent black walls. I did admire the walls, but why was black included in the painting? I grumbled within me, wondering why Pietro liked black so much. All in all, it was still ravishing. A vanity table stood at the center of the room, with a huge screen television resting on the wall. It was chilly. I faced up, noticing 3 air conditioners placed at various corners of the ceiling, with a chandelier placed at the center. My gaze narrowed to the right-hand side of the room where a huge white door stood. I walked hastily towards it, twisting the door knob and roughly pushing it open. I entered a beautiful, ornate dressing room. An enormous black-colored sliding door cupboard, coupled with various shelves for footwears, were elegantly built and furnished by the most skilled hands. The doors of the cupboard were built from floor to ceiling. Opposite the aligned shelves stood a horizontal mirror, placed by the wall. Underneath it laid a beautiful table-like petite customized cupboard. I walked towards the mirror and admired my reflection, before crouching down to open one of the various little doors of the cupboard. Nothing much was there, just some hair accessories. For a rugged man, Pietro sure knew how to take care of himself properly. I stood up with a sigh. I scanned the walls, they were just the same color, no change. My eyes walked to another less huge door inside the spacious closet. Wow! I never truly noticed it. Probably because of its silver color, camouflaging it like the rest of the walls. I walked towards it, opening the door, and I truly couldn't believe my eyes. Inside it was a huge ensuite bathroom. It had a shower and probably what seemed like a jacuzzi-sized bathtub, built by the corner of the wall. Opposite the bathtub was a silver-framed mirror on the wall above a wide-looking sink. A petite little cupboard was attached to the wall next to the mirror. The toilet section was also good-looking, and the sweet scent of vanilla mixed with lavender graced the air. I walked out of the bathroom and also out of the closet, shutting the door behind me. "You are going to have lots of memories in here," Sophia cheekily grinned. I laughed at her sly comment and nodded my head. Taking me by the arm, she led me outside the room. We were about heading out when I dragged her back. "Won't we explore the other dark hallways?" "We didn't really get the chance to explore it much before we diverted," I said. Sophia had this tense look on her face. "I don't like that part of the house for real. It's scary. I hardly go there. It's just Pietro and his colleagues that head there." I felt a lump grow in my throat, but I shook of the fear and nudged at her shoulder. "Please. Pretty please. We won't explore much, and I'll be right by your side in case a scary beast pops out," I teased. She giggled and nodded her head, giving in to my request. We headed towards the poorly lit hallways, Sophia and I chattering as we flexed our legs, when we passed a wooden door secured by two of Pietro's guards. I stopped in my tracks and turned to face the door. The guard stood still, unmoved and rigid. "What's there and why are guards guarding that room?" I whispered into Sophia's ear. "That's the red room. That's what Pietro calls it. It scares the fuck out of me. I truly don't know what goes inside there," she replied back in a low tone as she dragged me out of that spot. We retraced our steps and left that hallway heading back down the stairs. I knew terrible things and painful murders were capable of taking place inside that room. Horror implanted itself in me, and I suddenly felt nauseous. I scrambled to leave the area, even walking ahead of Sophia until I reached downstairs. "Dahlia, you were too fast. Wow, you should go for a marathon race. With your speed, you will surely win," she said with a quirky smile. "Sophia, vieni ad aiutarmi, Sophia, come help me," the high-pitched voice of Aurora rang from the kitchen. "Mama in arrivo coming mummy," Sophia replied with a sigh. "I'll be right back," she told me, before heading towards the kitchen. I was getting very interested in learning Italian. The language felt so tongue-rolling and intriguing. My eyes surveyed the living room, but I couldn't spot Pietro anywhere. Where is he? Just different workers scrambling about their various duties, but no sign of Pietro. Suddenly I felt so lonely and awkward. I sat on one of the sofas, feeling a bit out of place in this new foreign environment. "Sister-in-law," a young red-haired boy excitedly chirped whilst he made his way towards me. He sat by my side and had a broad smile drawn on his face. "My name is Emilio. You won't recognize me. I came to Nigeria to visit Pietro once, and I spotted you and him walking upstairs," he said. "Oh," was what I managed to say. I couldn't recognize the red-haired. Pietro had so many men patrolling in his house, I was even scared for my own safety. "I am Sophia's elder brother. I promise you will enjoy your stay in this house." I nodded with a soft smile. Where is Pietro?" I was tempted to ask. "He went out with Bianca. They didn't move far. Just around the vicinity, talking." I felt knots tie inside me and my stomach churned. Not like I hated Bianca, but the manner in which she spoke to my husband was so sultry and sensual to me. She felt so intimidating. What were they discussing? "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Bianca is pretty, yes, but she won't steal your husband from you." Emilio spoke as if he read my thoughts. He must have probably sensed my tensed expression. Aurora's shrill voice called him from the kitchen. With a sigh, he waved at me, before standing up and heading to the kitchen. Once again, I was left alone. Where the fuck was Pietro? We just arrived in Italy. He was the one supposed to show me round the house and keep me company, not leaving me by myself in the midst of workers and guards. I huffed and flopped my head on the sofa, closing my eyes softly. I was sure I hadn't closed my eyes for up to 20 minutes when I felt a light tap on my shoulder. My eyes fluttered open to meet the ocean blue eyes of Pietro. I bolted up from the sofa immediately, excitement and annoyance souring within me. I felt like punching him in the groins and hugging him too. "Lunch is ready, Bella," Pietro said with his hand stretching towards the dining section that was already stacked with mouth-watering cuisines. I noticed Cesare, Rocco, Luca and Thomas were also seated there, accompanied by Sofia and Emilio. How can he come back from nowhere and just inform me of lunch? "Where have you been?" I said through gritted teeth, stumping my foot. "I was with my concubine," he leaned in, whispering into my ear. I pulled back with a gasp and longing eyes. Pietro erupted into laughter and shook his head, patting my dark hair like I was a child. "Relax, my love. I just went to discuss business issues with Bianca." I huffed at him, and controlled my urge to kick him in the place where the sun never shines. I heard those familiar soft clicking of heels against the tiles, and shifted my gaze to see Bianca coming behind him. "I'll be taking my leave now. See you, boss, and congratulations on your marriage," she said in a formal tone before flashing me a smile and swinging her hips away. She was truly very beautiful. "Won't you children come and eat?" Aurora called out from the large dining section of the living room. Pietro interlocked his hands with mine as I glared at him with a frosty anger. "Let's go have lunch," he said as he pecked me on my cheeks. My face turned crimson red by his display of affection in front of his family. Sofia gave me a mischievous smile, watching I and Pietro together. I couldn't help the blush on my cheeks as we sat down in the dining area. Dahlia sat on the bed, worried lines drew on her forehead as she anxiously waited for Pietro. Time and time again, she would glance at the digital rectangular clock placed on the wall, her anxiety eating her up in anticipation of Pietro. This was past midnight and she felt so anxious. Her heart rate increased, and her head was spinning out of fear. Where was Pietro? Trepidation seized her as she thought of the multiple horrid things that lurked by this time of the night outside. He told her he would be working late, but she didn't expect it to be this sort of lateness. After lunch, Pietro and her had a beautiful stroll around the garden and his mansion whilst his workers arranged her things in his room. Holding hands, talking and watching the sun set, it was very romantic. She thought after dinner they would spend more romantic time in the bedroom, but he didn't even stay for dinner. She bit her bottom lip in frustration, her feelings doused in panic. Her eyes felt so heavy as she struggled to keep herself awake. She promised herself she would wait for Pietro to come back, and she would. Russia. The silence was deafening and thick as it soured through the air. The gloomy domed room was dark, apart from a faintly lit bulb swinging from the center of the room, doing absolutely no justice in shedding light to the room. A figure of a man sat on a chair that was in front of a wooden desk, puffing up smokes from his cigarettes into the air. His eyes were wide opened and they seemed so distant. His thoughts ran wild as he stared at the picture frame on the wall in front of him. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of his chair rocking back and forth. Suddenly a dry laughter rumbled from his lungs. He kept on laughing so hard like he was being tickled. He then stopped and wiped off drops of tears forming in his eyes. "So he is back," he said. "The almighty Don is back from his getaway trip," he added as he began laughing hysterically. His fist suddenly clenched as he stopped laughing. His nostrils flared and his face became contorted with rage. "Bloody fool," he yelled, bringing out a gun from his drawer. He aimed his gun at the picture frame and his lips curled. "Pietro, you came back with a woman. Bloody bastard. Cunt." His chest heaved with anger and his eyelid became squinted. "No problem. You came with a woman, that's fine by me," he said as he drew his lips tightly into a cunning smile. "She will pay for your sin with her blood. After all, an eye for an eye and a life for a life," he growled before pulling the trigger on Pietro's picture. Chapter 3. Pietro walked into an uninhabited two-story building, the chilly wind whipping his hair across his face. The guards immediately straightened their spine once they sighted him coming out of the car in the stark dark night. He had flew from Rome to Bergamo, a small Italian city northeast of Milan. This was his hometown. It had been so long he stepped his feet on the cobblestone streets of Bergamo. But he wasn't here for a vacation, he was here for one purpose: to kill. Capo, the guards greeted with their heads bowed down, none of them daring to look him in the eye. Pietro entered inside with his entourage of guards and headed towards the underground cellar of the building. There were 3 guards standing outside the huge iron door at the end of the staircase. They instantly went stiff, fear and dread coursing through them on spotting Pietro. They bowed their heads as a sign of respect to Pietro, and he nodded his head at them. One of them pushed open the door, and they all entered the room. The room was slightly dimmed and empty in furniture, apart from a sunken sofa placed at the middle. There were about 15 other guards cleaning some ammunitions and loading them with bullets. 3 blindfolded men were bound up in a corner, battered up with their clothes awfully stained with blood, torn and dirty, various bloody cuts and deep injuries covering their bodies. Rocco, Luca, Thomas and Cesare were all present. They acknowledged Pietro's presence but didn't say a word to him, focusing their attention on the bloody daggers they were cleaning. Fanculo. Portamelli fuck, bring them to me, Pietro grunted before taking a seat on the sofa. The men were roughly pulled by 2 guards and pushed towards Pietro, their bodies causing a loud thud as they hit the ground, wincing in pain. Remuovere la bend, remove the blindfolds, Pietro commanded once more. Thomas went over and ripped the blindfold from each of the injured men, making them let out quick gasps and squinting their eyelids to adjust their vision. Once their eyes locked with Pietro's cold blue eyes, silence and fear spread like wildfire throughout the entire room. Boss, one of them blurted out, shaking. My traitors? Alberto, Matteo and Rocco, how are you 3 faring? Pietro asked with his tongue in cheek before tucking out his gun from its holster. Their face turned pale on seeing Pietro's gun. They knew it would only take a miracle for Pietro to spare them. We are sorry, boss, Alberto muttered in pain, revealing some broken teeth and a bleeding lip. Pietro browsed the 3 badly bruised up men. Rocco had a fractured nose, blood oozing down, whilst Matteo got a swollen purple eye, blood seething from his nostrils too. Sorry? Did you just say you are sorry? Pietro yelled before bolting up and kicking Alberto to the ground. Alberto screamed in anguish as Pietro blazed with anger. You 3 fucking betrayed me. Collaborating with those motherfucking Russians to hijack the goods sent to Egypt. I fucking trusted you 3 in particular to oversee this job, but you betrayed me. You thought I wouldn't find out, Pietro spat, his voice acrimonious. Please forgive us. Raf boss, Rocco pleaded, his body becoming pale with shivers running down his spine. Pietro pressed his lips to a thin line and then smiled, trying to suppress his urge to shoot them instantly. The 3 men broke down into sobs, wailing and pleading for their lives. Now tell me, Pietro began coldly. Who hatched this idea? There was an absolute deadly silence that enveloped the atmosphere after Pietro spoke. No one had the guts to speak. Pietro felt his blood boil by their unwillingness to talk. He immediately went over to Cesare and roughly yanked the dagger he was holding. Coming to Rocco, he gripped his neck tightly with his one hand and placing the dagger above his bobbling Adam's apple. Should we do this the hard way or the easy way? Pietro raspy asked. Rocco's upper eyelid pulled up with his lower eyelid, becoming tensed with apprehension and fear. Pietro slowly drew the sharp blade of the dagger across his throat, drawing out blood and giving him shallow, painful cuts. It was Alberto, boss. He did it, Rocco confessed immediately, like a dying man not able to handle another injury on his already battered-up skin. Pietro chuckled falsely, and his gaze narrowed to Alberto, who looked like he could pee his pants. BBOS. It was, for the money. I'm sorry, boss. I was greedy. I just wanted to make more money, Alberto pleaded once Pietro's cold glaciers locked with his green, terrified eyes. Pietro stood straight and tucked a hand in his pocket, bringing out a cigarette and lighter. Lighting it up, he placed the cigar between his lips, puffing out the smoke from his lungs. So tell me, you collaborated with the Russians to hijack those drugs and ammunitions, right? Has it been sold to the pharaohs already? Pietro asked, as he observed the silver dagger in his hand. Alberto shook his head. No, boss. The plan was for the exchange to take place in 2 days' time. For how much? It was stipulated at 40.6 million. The Russians were to transport the goods through the borders, and one of us had to finalize the deal with the Egyptians, the profit shared amongst us, Alberto croaked. Pietro crouched down to him and gave him a sly wry smile. You three literally betrayed me. My trust dashed away. Do you know why I so much despise betrayal? Let me tell you a short tale, Pietro gruffed, before standing up and going to seat on the couch. Their eyes widened in fear. They knew their capo. When he was about melting out death to any of his staff, he would start by telling them a story about his childhood. It was like a ritual for him. You know of my grandfather. My mother's father. The godfather. Armani Costanzo. He was the capo. Damn it. My dad got married to my mum, and Armani made sure the mantle got passed to his son-in-law for his own selfish reasons after he stepped down. They had me, they fought, had arguments, and the bitch betrayed him and left us. My own mother gave me my first betrayal. Bloody hoe. And ever since then, believe me, I've always hated betrayal more than anything. But you three betrayed me. Just like my mother. Just one more chance, boss. We will fix everything. We will finalize the deal with the Egyptians and swindle the profit back to you as it should be, Alberto beseeched in tears. I don't give second chances, Pietro abruptly stated, as he went over to Alberto, crouching by his side once more and dragging his chestnut-brown hair whilst the man grimaced and sweated luminous beads. When you get to hell, say hi to the devil on my behalf. Cunt, he suddenly flared up before stabbing him in the thigh. Alberto screamed as Pietro precisely dug the dagger more deeper into his flesh. Boss, please, he cried out. The other two men were horror-struck and squeezed their eyes trying to avoid the gory sight. Pietro dragged the bloody dagger out of his thighs and stabbed him repeatedly in the jugular, blood splattering on his face and shirt. He stabbed him repeatedly till Alberto's voice died down, and his body became lifeless as he fell back to the ground, his eyes stark opened with blood oozing from every corner of his mutilated face. Pietro wiped the blood from his face and walked over to Rocco and Matteo. They quivered in fear and stared open-mouthed. Congratulations. You two I'll spare. Now I'll send you two back to Africa, walk according to the deal you made with the pharaohs. Since one of you will be needed to finalize the agreement, then fine. Matteo, you finalize it. Rocco, keep an eye on the Egyptians and their Russian counterparts. They must not suspect a thing. Necessary arrangements will be made pertaining your arrival back to Europe. You won't travel to Egypt alone. Some men will accompany you, and keep an eye on you too, monitor your movements and the transportation of the goods along the borders. Swindle the profit back to me. I want to see Ivan mad with anger, Pietro ordered before turning to face Thomas, who stood at a corner, watching the scene unfazed. Call Dario in Iran. Tell him some ammunitions will be transported to the warehouse, and I don't want any mistakes to be made. He should take about 20 men and meet with the Saudis. I need a smooth trade. Tell him to travel to Lebanon with some troops when he has met with the Saudis. Work needs to be done there, Pietro ordered, before attempting to walk out of the cellar when Cesare called him back. We've gotten some young girls from some parts of Eastern Africa and the Middle East. They will be transported via. Pietro immediately upheaved his hand at him, cutting him short. Cancel that. This is a mafia, not a brothel. Everyone was stupefied. They had always indulged in this, so why the sudden change in Pietro? But the godfather, Rocco attempted to speak, but his voice trailed off when Pietro interrupted him. The godfather, my foot. I am the capo here. I call the shots. My grandfather retired. He shouldn't be poking his nose in my business. If he wants girls, he should go to a brothel. Not in my Mafia, Pietro ordered, his eyes dancing with rage by the mention of his grandfather. Armani Costanzo was a man that wielded intense power and influence in the underworld. As cold and heartless as he was when he took the mantle of leadership, his vicious attitude never wavered over the years. He was the devil's incarnate. Pietro felt his fist clenched as he thought of his grandfather. Cancel that order, Rocco. I'll be leaving now. I need to speak to Dante. Rocco sighed and nodded as Pietro walked out of the cellar, his entourage following him. Dahlia. I heard the sound of the door creak open slightly, and the sound of shoes walking inside the room. The silver rays of the moonlight shined through the curtains, revealing the silhouette form of Pietro. Immediately, I turned on the sunset bedstand lamp which I laid close to. Pietro was caught unaware, and his features morphed into one of surprise and shock. "Baby, why are you awake?" he queried. I sat up straight, the corners of my mouth drawn downwards as I took in his appearance. His sleeves were folded up and his hair looked so disheveled. His shirt was thoroughly tainted with multiple red stains, and I need not to be told that they were blood. Blood of humans. "Pietro, don't tell me you killed somebody," I said as I came down from the bed, my arms crossed. "He was a traitor, honey," he told me, his voice soft. My eyes rolled at him, and I pointed my index finger at the digital clock on the wall. "Pietro, this is 4 a.m. What the fuck? Are you insane? You told me you will be working late, but I didn't expect it to be this sort of late. Then you come back home by 4 a.m. with your shirt crimson red and your canucles bruised up, your hair disheveled. You reek of blood and death," I spat, trying not to raise my voice so high. Pietro's eyes squinted slightly, and his lips twitched upwards to a smirk. "Sei sexy quando sei arrabbiato." "What the fuck does that mean?" I snapped back. Pietro exhaled and licked his bottom lip, his eyes scanning me like he was hungry. "You are sexy when you are angry." He gave me that his sinful dark look, and I could feel my legs being wobbly as he took a step towards me. I controlled myself and glared at him. "Go bathe, Pietro. You smell like death." He let out a laugh and nodded his head. "I'm truly sorry we couldn't get to spend time together, okay? I'll make it up to you, baby," he reassured me before kissing my forehead and heading towards the bathroom. A small grin adopted itself on my face as I watched my husband open the door leading to the bathroom. My very dangerous but loving husband. Chapter 4. Dahlia. I felt empty and light. My eyes squeezed tightly as I stretched my hands to feel the warmth of the body I had cuddled up with last night. I felt nothing, just a ruffled duvet. I tapped on it about 3 times, stretching my hands to touch Pietro, but I couldn't feel his body. I immediately flew my eyes open and sat up straight, eyes roving around the room as if Pietro would immediately appear out of thin air. I stared at the sheets in blank amazement, then my eyes narrowed to the windows, the awe-inspiring sun rays dancing in through the curtains. "Fuck, where is Pietro?" I inaudibly grumbled. I came out of the bed and went towards the curtains. Separating them, I poked my head outside the window, observing the beautiful garden behind. "Hello, Italy," I murmured with a smile before withdrawing my head back. I truly can't believe I woke up without meeting Pietro in bed. Did he go out again? Who does this? Who goes out by 8 p.m., comes back by 4 a.m., and wouldn't have the decency to spend the rest of the morning with his wife on bed? Yes. My husband, I thought to myself as I entered the bathroom. God help Pietro, if he actually went out for work. I'll definitely give him an earful once he comes back. "Good morning, sister-in-law," Sophia greeted me immediately she spotted me coming downstairs. The living room was as busy as I expected it. Different workers scurrying about the house, busy with their various duties. "Good morning, honey," I merrily replied before pecking her lightly on the cheek. She grinned from ear to ear, which got me amused. "Why are you giving me that quirky look?" I asked. "Guess who is preparing breakfast today?" she cheekily asked with eyebrows going up and down. Who? Justin Bieber? I asked, sitting down on the sofa. No, silly, she giggled. Pietro is in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Immediately I gasped and my eyes widened. So he was around. Are you serious? He is around? I asked, somewhat hyper. Yes. You look so excited, she grinned. Of course I was. I want to see him, Sophia. I immediately stood up, heading for the kitchen. Their kitchen was huge. It seemed like a dining room. A long, shiny marble kitchen counter laid in the middle, separating the broad kitchen into two parts. Various cupboards and carved stools of different designs were littered all around. The rays of the sun gave off rainbow specks to the gray tiles of the kitchen wall as it hit them. About 6 cooks were all stationed at the kitchen counter, chopping and slicing vegetables, whilst Pietro, who had his back turned against me, stood near one of the induction stoves that were built into the kitchen counter. He had an apron on and a hairnet, which I really found very amusing. He was whisking eggs and cream in a bowl. Pietro, I called out. He immediately turned to face me, with a beam on his face. Bella, you are awake. How was your night, my love? I went over and wrapped my hands around his waist, pressing my head onto his chest. It was fine, babe, and yours? I asked, pulling out. And what are you cooking? My eyes darting to the bowl of whisked egg and cream. My night was great, and this, he began as he grabbed the bowl from the counter, showing it to me. This is frittata. It's just like omelette but garnished with meat, cheese and vegetables. I'm making it specially for you. Remember I told you, I'll make it up to you. Well, today I'll serve you breakfast and take you on a tour around Rome. I smiled like a dog with 2 tails. You are amazing, Raph, I cried in delight before giving him a surprise kiss on the cheek. If you want to kiss me, he lowly began with a smirk. Do it well, wife, he added, with his one hand snaking around my waist and tugging me closer to him. My face went beetroot red. Raph, there are people here, I shyly replied, my eyes darting to the ground. So, he replied unfazed. Just then Aurora walked in on us, which got me to quickly free myself from his hold. Sei sveglio, Dahlia. Buongiorno, she softly said with a broad smile. Good morning, Aurora. I don't understand Italian though, I replied nervously. Oh, she exclaimed and rolled her eyes before flashing me her warm smile. I'm so sorry, dear. I totally am used to speaking Italian every day. I just greeted you, she explained before walking over to Pietro and teasingly grabbing him by the ear. Ouch, Aurora, cosa ho fatto? Ouch, Aurora, what did I do? Pietro whined. Teach your wife Italian, Pietro, she chided, before letting go off his ear. I tried suppressing my laughter, but I just couldn't. Once she pays me her dues, he mischievously stated with a lustful glare as he rubbed on the ear Aurora grabbed. I raised a brow at him, and was about speaking up when Luca, Emilio and Cesare walked in. Good morning, Aurora and Dahlia, Luca and Cesare chorused with cheerful smiles. Good morning, sister-in-law, Emilio added, before going over to his mother and planting a peck on her cheek. I gave each of them a polite nod. Oh great, Pietro exclaimed with a sigh. The entire gang is in the kitchen, he mumbled. Frittata. Cesare, we came at the right time, Luca said to Cesare. Indeed. Aurora, you. Hold up, Pietro said, cutting Cesare short. I only prepared this for Dahlia, Aurora and Sophia. Anybody else should prepare theirs. I gasped and hit Pietro's shoulder. Stop that. The food looks enough for everybody, so they can eat it too, I chided. He huffed at me. Don't worry, sister-in-law. We know how to get things from Pietro, Emilio coyly replied. Right? He asked, facing Cesare and Luca. They nodded their head in affirmative, whilst Pietro hissed. As we all wait for Pietro's dish, Emilio, Luca and Cesare, come help me select these grains, Aurora butted in. I saw the frowns that appeared on each of their faces. Speaking of work, I think I need to get back to my girlfriend, Luca said, scratching his head nervously. Yeah, exactly. I think Sophia asked me to help her with a project, Emilio immediately added. They all tried making their way out of the kitchen in order to avoid the work Aurora asked them to do. Mi state aiutando tutti. Nessuno se ne va. You all are helping me. Nobody is leaving? Aurora yelled, which got them on their toes. See, Aurora, yes, Aurora, they reluctantly chorused together before heading out of the kitchen with Aurora. Bubbles of laughter erupted from within me, watching the scene that just unfolded. Luca and Cesare were men that dealt with guns and blood, but Aurora scolded them like they were kids. I can't believe I'm making breakfast for everybody, Pietro said with a sigh. I turned my head towards him and softly pinched his cheek. Do it. It's beautiful. That means we won't leave for our tour as early as I planned, Pietro said. I nodded and gave him a peck. If you want to kiss me right, wife, and stop tempting me, he groaned. I laughed. I'll once we go out on our date. He grinned like a baby given candy and continued making breakfast. Russia. A knock was heard on the door. Come in, was the hoarse reply from the Don of the Russian Mafia. The young man entered inside the poorly lit study room and was greeted by the smoke from a cigar that puffed out of the lungs of the Don. His eyes narrowed to the 5 bulky men that stood taut and still, not daring to face the Don or complain about the foggy cigar smoke. Their frigid eyes rested on the violet rug placed on the ground. Perspiration covered their foreheads, and the young man easily deciphered the Don must have barked and tongue-lashed at them. Ivan Fedorov was as dangerous and cold as he was 25 years ago, when he had to take the seat following the passing of his father in the hands of Armani Constanzo. His glare and the rough edge of his voice were capable of making men tremble in horror. Will you just stand there, son? He growled at his son, Maxim. Maxim walked towards his father, drawing out a seat and sitting down. He had taken his father's features, tall with frosty green eyes, dirty blonde hair, pointed cheekbones, and crimson red lips. I've got news, he simply stated. Ivan's callous eyes shone wickedly, his ears twitching to hear the news. He is back, Maxim said with a sly grin. Ivan roared in laughter, hitting his fists repeatedly on the wooden table. The son of a bitch is back. When did you get the news? Ivan inquired. Yesterday night. He came back with a woman. He was spotted in the airport with her, Maxim said as he dropped the envelope he was holding on his father's desk. Ivan greedily opened it, bringing out the snapshots, eyes scanning the pictures that were taken of Pietro and Dahlia in the airport. Her face is covered. The bastard covered her face, he gritted. It is not a problem, boss. We know he is now in Italy. Ivan sighed with a satisfied smile and flopped his head on his chair, his hands interlocking together. The fire has been left unattended for way too long. Now we will ignite it and watch it burn Pietro down. And as for you 5, he authoritatively stated to the 5 men who stood as still as statues. If the Arabs don't want to bargain with us, kidnap their families and threaten them. Slaughter a scapegoat and make sure those goods must pass through the borders, Ivan yelled, and the men nodded before dashing out of the room. Imbeciles, he scowled before putting back his cigarette in between his lips. He turned to face his son, his cold lips breaking to a smile. I'm so eager for my bullets to kiss his body. A rapid knock on the door caught their attention and interrupted their conversation. A beautiful girl pushed open the door and happily walked over to the Don and Maxim. Father, she exclaimed as she hugged him by the neck, planting multiple kisses on his specks of gray hair. Child, what are you doing here? Ivan asked, his tone soft towards his daughter, Alina. She was his weakness. She took so much of her mother, his late wife's features, her disheveled and packed coffee brown hair, hazel eyes, and peach lips. I just arrived from the airport, dear father. My internship program is complete, so I came back as soon as possible, Alina happily replied. She went over to her elder brother Maxim and nudged him on his shoulder. What did you bring back for me, sis? He asked. I should be asking you. I deserve a party and a welcome gift. By the way, what are you two discussing? Alina asked before loosing her hair and letting it fall. The Italians, was her brother's evasive reply. Her face wore a frown and she exhaled. She knew what he meant. Again with that? Dad, what is your deal with these people? I mean, Pietro wasn't even the one that hurt us. His grandfather was the one, so why are you planning on destroying him? Enough, Alina, her father barked, which got her startled. Armani and his lineage will pay for what they did to us. Child, I lost your mother because of him. Not only your mother, your grandfather and your uncle. 3 good lives were lost all because of those good-for-nothing Italians. Your grandfather just wanted peace. He wanted to strike a marriage alliance with Armani. But what did Armani do? He stabbed him in the back. Both literally and figuratively. He killed my father and my only brother. Your mother got into premature labor as a result of the news and died. Then the useless cunt got his daughter married off to a foreigner. Do I have to remind you of this story every single time? He yelled, his veins throbbing. Tears pooled in Alina's eyes and she shook her head, her mouth slightly ajar as his bloodshot eyes scared the wits out of her. Exactly, my child. Be like your brother. Old scores need to be settled. I swore on their graves that I would avenge their death, and I would. Ivan grimaced, his eyes flashing with anger and resentment. You know what to do, son, Ivan gritted his teeth. Maxim nodded and stood up, heading outside the room. He sauntered towards his men, who were waiting on his orders. Ivan let out a breathy laughter, before his face was masked by a cold glare. The game has begun, Armani. Pietro, the flame has been sparked. Come out of your hiding place and play. The hyenas would love to feed on your flesh. Bianca roughly pushed open the door to Thomas's office, to his surprise, distracting him from his work. His brows wrinkled at the lady standing in front of him, eyes dancing in fury. What do you want, Bianca? He coolly asked. How could Pietro do that to me? How could he go get another woman from God knows where and bring her as his wife? Bianca yelled, a blaze of wrath burning furiously in her. Thomas chuckled and leaned back in his seat. He opened a drawer in the desk in front of him and brought out a gun, dropping it on the table. Then take, he jutted with his chin towards the gun. Take and go shoot Dahlia, he added. Bianca glared at him, her furrowed eyebrows hinting anger raging within her. Are you mocking me? No, I am giving you the solution to your problem. If you have the guts, go touch her, Thomas taunted. Bianca's chest heaved with anger, her fist clenching. Bianca, don't be a fool. You lived in a fool's paradise with your castle on airplanes. Did you actually think by giving Pietro your body, he would accept you as his? Bianca, Pietro loves Dahlia. The sooner you understand that, the better. Oh, shut the fuck up. I gave him everything. Every inch of me. I sacrificed myself and put my life on the line countless times for him. Only for him to come back with a total foreigner. How could he? Bianca scoffed as she felt the air in the room becoming tight for her. Thomas reached for the glass of liquor on his table and sculled it down. He never loved you. You should have known what you were getting yourself into when you began sleeping with him. He only loves Dahlia. Don't do anything that you would regret, Bianca. You are an assassin, don't fall into your own trap, Thomas advised. Bianca gave him one last frosty glare before exiting out. You are mine, Pietro. I can't let you go so easily, not after everything I did for you. You belong to me. And as for your new wife, I'll make sure she leaves your life for good. Chapter 5. Dahlia. I and Pietro walked down the cobble streets of Rome. Everything felt so amazing and surreal, the brilliant sun shining down happily, the cars bustling and people flowing like a tide. This was how I wanted it to be. We were spending time together like a normal couple. Pietro had asked if we should take a car, but hell no. I insisted we walked. How would I enjoy my tour if we don't walk hand in hand and relish the moment? He brought along 2 disposable cameras that each had space for about 60 photographs. That way we could capture the moments of our beautiful tour. The street we were in had a lot of old Italian apartments, balconies that had people's clothes and rugs hanging out of it. The road was cobbled, and it added to the beauty. Loud chirpings from men and women, both young and old, filled the air. I looked around with a beam on my face and began taking pictures of everyone and everything. To be very honest, Italy was beautiful. "Bella, let us head into my favorite coffee shop," Pietro announced as he led me to the front of a dainty coffee shop. Even though we had eaten enough already, I didn't mind it. I needed to get as much Italian experience as I could. We walked merrily to the front of the shop and sat on one of the patio chairs outside. It was very cozy. I rested my camera on the matching table in front of us. My eyes gazed at the cafe's barner, and I squinted my gaze, trying to pronounce it. Oppo, my voice trailed off as Pietro interrupted me with a chortle. "Appia Cafe Bella," he corrected. "Show off." I huffed at him. "You are a show-off." "I corrected you. If I didn't stop you on time, you would have probably bitten your tongue," he cockily said. This man was so insanely confident, it amused and irked me. "I'll go order for us, Bella. What would you like to eat?" Pietro asked with a slightly raised brow. "I don't know." "Surprise me," I replied, smiling. "Oh, I will," he said, his tone suddenly sultry before he entered the interior of the shop. I sat still, my eyes roving about, greedily feeding on the architectural designs of Rome. My body was literally basking in the warmth of the sun, and the breeze just gave off a serene feeling. I tilted my head, and I could spot Pietro through the window coming out with a large spherical tray. He came out and placed it in front of me. It contained 2 oval-shaped cups of chocolate drink and a circular plate filled with what seemed like chicken nuggets. The aroma evolving from it was heavenly. I couldn't wait to bring it to my taste buds. "These, my dear wife, are called crocette di pollo e ricotta. They are filled with chicken and ricotta." His Italian accent was amazing. I just loved the way it rolled from his tongue. He brought one to my face, holding it for me to take a bite. I tried taking it out of his hand, but he gave me a quirky look and a shake of his head, as if telling me to eat it from his hand. I felt my cheeks heated up and gave in to his demand. Bringing my face closer, I took a bite out of it. My eyes widened and I let out a low moan. This was delicious. "You like yes?" Pietro coolly asked. I nodded and grabbed it out of his hand, taking bites out of it. In the blink of an eye, Pietro took a picture of me with his disposable camera before I could even object. "Pietro," I cried out, almost choking on the food. "Why did you take it?" "I'll definitely look hideous," I scolded. "You can never look hideous," Pietro replied with a boyish grin. I blushed at his statement and continued chewing the food. "How does it taste?" Pietro asked as he took a bite out of one. "Exquisite and sweet." "I bet that's how your pussy tastes," Pietro charmingly whispered with a wink. All the colors drained from my face at his sensual wordings. "Pietro," I chided teasingly with my red cheeks. He laughed at my blushed self and awkwardness as we continued our food. We talked about so many things as we ate, and enjoyed the fine view of the street. It was just beautiful. "Pietro, I'm so filled and desperate to explore Rome," I said with a grin. He raised a brow at me, and took one last gulp of his chocolate drink before standing up and stretching his hand towards me. I took hold of it with a giggle, and grabbed my camera. A contentious smile adopted itself on my face. Time to explore. Today had been so fun-filled, amazing and beautiful to say the least. Pietro took me to so many beautiful sights in Rome, and I enjoyed every bit of our tour. Pietro had totally planned everything. He bought us tickets to Roman Colosseum and Roman Forum ahead of our visit. The Colosseum was the largest amphitheater in Rome, with an audience capacity of 50,000. It was also very historical. Pietro told me this was where the famous gladiatorial combats, animal fights, and Romans games were held, followed by the bloody, gory, and murderous deaths. I cringed, knowing people actually died here some hundreds of years ago, but it was a very beautiful sight. The Forum was just as beautiful as the Colosseum. It was the center of the city, and provided us with a view of the ruins of ancient markets, administrative and religious buildings. It was really a historical site. We visited the Palatine Hill, which was included in our Colosseum ticket. It gave us access to the ruins of the residences of Emperor Augustus, the first Roman emperor. Pietro told me, according to myth, the city was founded by Romulus and Remus. I had no idea who they were. He said they were twins who were found and suckled by a wolf in a cave. I laughed so hard when I heard that. That was some real urban legend shit. Pietro was literally my tour guide round Rome. He took me to Piazza Venezia, which was not far from the Roman Forum. We literally did a great deal of exploring today. In between our tour, I also got to try different mouth-watering Italian cuisines. Pietro literally made me eat almost every Italian dish that came our way. I definitely don't think I'll have appetite for dinner once we arrive home. It was 7 p.m. now. We had gotten lots of walks and lots of taxi rides. The Italian night sky was beautiful. The stars shone radiantly with the luminous moon spreading its soft rays through the foggy clouds. We were walking down a street, the beautiful street lamps beaming over us, providing light to our pathway. "Where are we heading to, Pietro?" I asked, my excitement still webbed over my face. "It is a surprise, my queen," he replied as his hold on my hand tightened. "Tell me, Raph," I cried out, pouting my lips and giving him puppy eyes. He turned his face to look at mine and smiled. "No," was his abrupt reply. My face morphed into a frown, and I used my shoulder to hit his, which got him laughing. He stopped in our tracks, making me stop too, and turned to face me. Bringing his index finger to my face, he placed it on my lips before running it along my bottom lip gently. "Every inch of you turns me on, Dahlia," he whispered, his voice caressing me. A giggle escaped my lips, and my eyes darted to the cobble grounds. He brought his hands to lift my head up, facing him. "You are my world, Dahlia. I love you more than you can ever imagine." He was being so romantic and sweet. Before I could think any more, he softly placed his lips on mine, kissing me gently. After our brief make-out session, he pulled out with a grin. "So, will you tell me where we are going now?" I asked shyly as we began walking. "No," was his same abrupt reply. This man was insane. I didn't know if I should laugh or frown at him. I decided to annoy him by eagerly pulling on his hair, but softly. "Yes, that's how I want you to pull my hair when I fuck you. Go harder," Pietro said with a wink at me. "You are so cocky and a jerk," I said with a gasp, and my cheeks turning scarlet red. I noticed we had walked towards a river. A water taxi was at the edge, and a man stood inside, seemed like he was waiting for us. My face lit up. I had never been in a water taxi before. Pietro helped me get inside. "Let's go for a little ride, shall we?" Pietro asked, which seemed more like a command because the taxi already set off once we entered. It was very romantic. I peeped my face out of one of the numerous windows of the water taxi. The river beneath was beautiful. I could see the reflection of the moon and stars. I bet the water will be freezingly cold. The chilly wind blew eagerly, and it gave me goosebumps. Pietro draped an arm over my shoulder and snuggled me close to himself once I retreated my face out of the window. "Bella, I remember you called me a particular name the day you got drunk back in Nigeria. Beast, yes?" Wow. He had a sharp memory. I nodded. "Yes, Beast. I am Beauty, and you are Beast." He shrugged his shoulders. "That's an insane description of the two of us. Is it a movie?" My jaws dropped and I stared at him. "Don't you know Beauty and the Beast? It's a Disney fairy tale." Didn't you get to watch it? He shook his head. I didn't watch all those. I wasn't opportune to. Tell me about it. At this point, I felt sorry for Pietro. He did mention his childhood was turbulent. He missed out on so many beautiful childhood memories. Well, I began with a soft smile. The show focused on a prince that was cursed and became a beast as a result of his pompous attitude. Him and everyone in his castle were all cursed. And the curse could only be broken by true love kiss. A flower was given to him, and when the last petal of the flower drops without him finding true love, then the curse would be permanent, and he will remain a beast forever. That's scary. What happened next? Pietro suddenly asked as he became more interested. Well, a beautiful girl named Belle entered his life. Her father was captured by him for trespassing into his castle. She went there to save him, and agreed to stay with the beast in exchange for her father's freedom. At first she was scared of him, but later on, she grew to love him, and actually brought out his good side. Pietro gave a satisfied smile, and nodded for me to go on. Their love wasn't without hurdles though. At the climax, a man named Gaston, who wanted to marry Belle, raised an uproar within the villagers. He hated the beast, and incited the villagers to go to the beast castle to kill him. Pietro's eyes suddenly widened and he held on to my hand. Did he succeed? Did he kill the beast? I let out a smile. Pietro was behaving like a child. It was beautiful seeing him looking childish. The beast was stabbed by Gaston in the back during the attack on his castle, and as for Gaston, he did die. I paused in my story and saw a sad look wash upon his face. But before the beast died, Belle kissed him, a true love kiss, and that was when the last petal from the flower fell off. The curse was broken. He transformed into the handsome prince he was before. A broad grin broke out on his face. I'm sure Belle was happy. Of course she was, I said excitedly. They lived happy ever after from there on. And he stopped being pompous too, I concluded before pecking Pietro on the cheek. So we can say Belle looked beyond his physical appearance, and saw that he had a good heart deep within him. She grew to love him for who he was on the inside, and stood by him when Gaston and the villagers attacked his castle. Pietro began explaining the lessons he saw in the story like a child. I was marveled. He was such a fast learner, and a good listener too. I could only giggle and nod. It sounds just like I and you, he said, tilting his head to face me. Tell me another story. There's this one I hear about. Cinderella, I completed for him. His blue eyes glistered and he nodded his head. Yes, that one. Tell me about it. Pietro just seemed like an innocent child at this moment. No dark, brooding or dangerous look on his face. He seemed so innocent. I nodded with a smile. Okay, so Cinderella, I began as our boat trailed along the waters. This was how I wanted us to be. Perfect. Chapter 6. Dahlia. Yesterday had been such a blast. Our tour, the bonding, tasting of different dish, it was so exquisite and beautiful. I wished our day wouldn't end. I saw an entirely different side of Pietro on the water taxi. He wanted to know all the Disney fairy tales he had missed growing up. It was like I was telling a child a story. His eyes always seemed to glint up and sparkle with life with each story I told him. I truly loved that. I was so tired when we arrived back home. The moment my body touched the soft sheets of our bed, I totally slept off. I'm sure Pietro must have cuddled me, because I woke up in his arms. He slept so soundly. He looked extremely beautiful. His features were all relaxed, his chest gradually heaved, his long hair was ruffled up and some strands covered his forehead. His eyelashes were truly so long, and under those eyelashes peeked beautiful glaciers that held various promises and desires for both of us. This man was truly beautiful. I had woken up earlier than him and made sure to prepare breakfast specially for him. I prepared an easy Nigerian dish of fried rice. I had given Sophia a list containing the ingredients, before I went out with Pietro yesterday. And she did me justice by getting every single thing I wanted. The look on Pietro's face when I served it to him was priceless. I made enough with the help of Sofia, who was so eager to learn it, and it turned out to be a good thing, because Cesare, Rocco, Luca, and Thomas came over. I presume they all dropped by very often. I felt flattered having everyone compliment my food. It made me feel good of myself. The sun was gradually setting, and to say the least, today went smoothly up until now. Pietro had taken a day off to spend with me. We had strolled round his mansion and garden, cuddled. I even got him to watch Beauty and the Beast. It seemed like he really liked that fairy tale more. But now Pietro just looked so worried and uneasy. I truly had no idea the news he got that made him look so tensed up. Worried lines drew on his forehead, and he was always running his hands through his hair, breathing all sorts of profanities in Italian. I had tried to inquire what the problem was, but he would always shun it off, saying nothing was wrong. I definitely knew something was up, because suddenly everybody in the mansion were on their toes. Aurora looked so distressed, and the kitchen was buzzing with activities. Aurora gave commands to each staff, and assigned them various duties all over the house. What was going on? Everybody was acting so tensed up. It was as if they were preparing for the arrival of somebody very important. Somebody whose mere presence ignited fears in their minds. "Pietro," I called out to my distressed husband, who sat in the library studying some documents. He looked up, his glaciers locking with my dark brown eyes as I loomed by the doorway. He gave me a warm smile and nodded his head, but I could see beyond that smile. Something was amiss. Pietro was being eaten up by something, and he didn't want to share it with me. I entered and went over to him. Pulling out a chair and sitting by his side, I ran my hands through his dark raven locks. "What are you studying, Raph?" I softly asked. "Just some documents. Court documents. I have a client who is charged with attempted rape," he replied. I gasped, and he let out a laugh. I had almost forgotten Raph was a criminal lawyer. "Really? This is serious. Did your client do it?" I asked with curious eyes. He shook his head. I gave him curious brows. "Are you lying?" "Hell no," he sniggered. He was mentally unstable at that period. And now his ex-girlfriend is charging him with attempted rape, when medical reports clearly showed that the young man had the brain of a child that period. He could only feel two emotions, happiness and sadness. Nothing else. "Why will his ex be doing that to him?" I asked, astonished. He shrugged his shoulders. "She's angry. After he got fine, he broke up with her. She doesn't deserve him, to be honest." From his story, he said he found out she cheated on him during the period he was mentally unstable, and he broke up. Now she is angry and trying to damage the young man's life, he completed with a sigh. I was absolutely stunned. The things women do for love. This wasn't even love anymore. She is just clearly bittered and obsessed. "Raph, is that what is getting you tense?" I asked again. He gazed at me and stole a short kiss from my lips. My face got flushed and I tried to fight my blush. One thing I was grateful for was that he was very touchy. Though we hadn't consummated our marriage yet, but I wasn't touch-starved. "That's not it, my dear wife," he exhaled deeply. "My grandfather is coming today." Wow. I would get to meet another member of his family. My eyes sparkled with excitement, but then it trailed to his, and I met his eyes cold and worried again. What was the matter? "Raph, why are you looking so tensed? Don't you want your grandfather to visit us? It's Bruno's grandfather too, right?" "No, Bella. He isn't. He is my mum's father. Not my dad's father. He was the one that brought my dad into this mafia. He is really dangerous, my love. The reason he is coming is because I stopped some of his, let me say, orders in the mafia. And now he is coming to pay his dear grandson a visit. Everybody kisses his ass, including my father and my stepbrother. Fucking cowards." I hate every single one of them, Pietro spat with fist clenching. I rubbed his wrist as if soothing his agitation and watching him finally relax. It's fine, Raf. Don't get worked up, okay? I trust you will handle everything properly. He gave me a smile and patted his thighs for me to come sit on him. I stood up from my seat and sat on his thighs. Tell me the story of Pocahontas again, il mio amore, Pietro coolly said. I chuckled and nodded. I had told him this story a couple of times, just like Beauty and the Beast. Pocahontas is a story of a young daughter of the Native American Indian Powhatan chief. It's actually based on the real-life story of a Native American woman named Matawaka. I began my narration of the Disney movie for the umpteenth time, with Pietro nuzzling and sucking the nape of my neck. I studied Pietro with anxious eyes, as we all awaited the arrival of his grandfather. Thomas, Cesare, Rocco, Luca, and Bianca were all present. Everybody sat in the living room, discussing in low tones about Pietro's grandfather. I suddenly found myself feeling so anxious and nervous. Whoever this man was, he was surely not one to be messed with. Aurora had prepared a whole banquet and gave several instructions to the workers on how they should behave. Everybody was on their edges, anxiously and eagerly awaiting his arrival. The huge doors made a sonorous sound as they were pushed open. 5 bulky men entered inside, each armed. My eyes widened and I almost choked on the air. Pietro held my hands as we all stood up immediately. From their midst, an older-looking man came out. He was of average height. He had pepper-colored hair and a stubble beard to match his advanced age. An expensive cigarette was placed in between his cinnamon-colored lips. He clearly wasn't an ugly man but older. "Pietro, child," he exclaimed as he came over to us, a smirk forming on his lips. The aura of authority this man had was intense. Just his arrival got everyone tensed and worried. What manner of human could he be? "Welcome, Nonno grandfather," Pietro replied, his tone empty, lacking warmth or empathy. "You are having guts, aren't you? Andando contro I miei ordini, going against my orders, huh?" His grandfather said with a false chuckle. I could already feel tension rising. Pietro closed his eyes for a brief second and opened them. "I only do what's best for my Mafia." He let out a harsh cackle. His eyes then darted towards me, and he stopped laughing. "Who is she?" I wanted to reply, but I remembered Pietro told me not to say anything to him. I gave him a courteous smile, whilst Pietro did the talking. "She's my wife." "What?" he flared up immediately. I gulped and tightened my hold on Pietro. "Where did you get her from?" he spat. "Oh God. This wasn't good." "What do you mean by that, Papa? Address her properly, please." "I traveled to Africa and got married," Pietro explained. From his tone, it was obvious he was getting pissed off. "Sei matto? Senza il mio consenso. Kai ti ha dato il diritto, are you insane? Without my consent. Who gave you the right?" He boomed in Italian, his nostrils flaring up in anger. I had no idea what he was saying, but it clearly wasn't a good thing. "E la mia vita non la tua, it is my life, not yours." "Don't tell me what to do with my life, Papa," Pietro retorted back with matching anger. "Learn how to talk to the Godfather properly, Pietro," a masculine voice cut through the conversation. We both whipped our heads towards the direction of the voice. A young tall man walked inside elegantly, hands tucked in his pockets with a sly grin on his face. His hair was as long as Pietro's, if not more. His tan skin matched perfectly with his auburn hair. His jawline was sharp, and his lips carried a shade of light pinky hues. He was pretty handsome. I noticed he had a cobra-shaped tattoo by the side of his neck. It felt so cringy. "How glad of you to join us," Pietro said with his tongue in cheek. "Don't talk to grandfather in that tone," the young man repeated, this time his voice carrying a menacing tone. "Or else what?" Pietro replied, unfazed and unmoved. This was bad. It hadn't even been up to 20 minutes since his grandfather had arrived, and tensions were already rising. I watched the young man bring out a gun from his back pocket and cocked it immediately. Or else this. Chapter 7. Dahlia. He just pulled out a gun. I stared jaw-ajars at it, and trepidation seized me. I tightened my hold on Pietro and closed my eyes, pressing my body against his. "You aren't the only one that knows how to use a gun, Dante," I heard Pietro say. My eyes flew open, and I saw Pietro slowly bringing out a gun from his pocket. This was getting scary. Pietro immediately cocked it and twirled it around his slender fingers. "Pietro," I whispered in fear. He looked down at my frightened self and kissed my forehead. "Shush, Bella. I'm here, okay?" I heard his grandfather falsely chuckle. We both then trailed our gaze to him as he stared angrily at us. "I don't get it. Why doesn't he like me? He just met me, so why the dislike? You have the guts, Pietro, to go to Africa and pick a barbarian as a wife? Just following the footsteps of your mother. What has gotten over you?" He tongue-lashed at Pietro as he turned red with fury. Tears pooled in my eyes hearing the way he addressed me. Nobody dared to interfere. Bianca, Cesare, Rocco, Luca, Thomas, Emilio, Sophia, and Aurora just kept numb. I wouldn't blame them. This man looked deadly. I felt this sudden discomfort and pain throbbing in my chest. "Papa," Pietro yelled back. "Don't you dare raise your voice at me, boy. You are truly growing wings. Going against my orders in the Mafia, bringing this black as a wife. She's not even Italian. Can she even handle the gun? Harlot." I noticed the man called Dante had a smile plastered on his face as he watched what was going on. I never expected this part of Pietro's family to be this cold. My lips drew in tightly as I fought the urge to break down into tears. This is my life. She's my wife. And she will be given the respect she deserves. I don't need your permission to pick the girl I want. And I am the capo. I call the shots because this is my Mafia. Yes, I stopped your orders because I make the rules, not you. Understand that," Pietro raged like an angry bull. He had hit the roof, and I noticed his fists were clenching. "Pietro, your ego will cost you your life. I promise you that," Dante seethed with balled fist. Pietro's wrath became more obvious as he shot his stepbrother and icy glare and aimed the gun at him. "Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself first," Pietro gritted his teeth in anger. My eyebrows pulled up together in fear and tears streaked down my cheeks. His grandfather just exchanged glances between Pietro and Dante, mostly at Pietro. The temperature in the room seemed to rise with the tension as well. "Please, Armani. Don't be angry. You are an elder. You understand Pietro and Dante are just kids. They are children. Please, Armani," Aurora quickly interceded. I could see the fear coursing through her. Her tone was even faltering. "You trained him, right? You trained the boy. What sort of training did you give him? How to behave like this towards his own family because of this woman?" His grandfather grimaced to Aurora, which got the elderly woman embarrassed. Pietro was about speaking, but I held his wrists immediately. He looked at me, and I shook my head at him, telling him not to defend me. He rolled his eyes and exhaled. "Lower your gun, Pietro," I whispered in fear. He did slowly and locked hands with mine. "Forgive me, Armani. I probably pampered him too much. Please don't be angry. He is but a child. Pietro has deep respect for you, and Dahlia is." He immediately upheaved his hands at her, cutting her off. "Not another word about this woman," he scowled. Aurora immediately nodded her head and had her eyebrows twitch slightly before adopting a pleasant smile. "Shall we have dinner? I prepared a lot for your arrival," she requested. I felt so hurt. It felt like a knife-like sensation watching everything unfold. Pietro stood up for me, and his brother here just threatened his life, and Aurora's parental ability got insulted at the same time. Why does he hate me when he just met me? Armani moved to the dining area, with everyone following suite. I stood still on the spot, unable to drag my legs. Relax, my love. Don't let what he said get to you, Pietro whispered to me, before kissing me lightly on the cheek. I gave him a faint smile, and we went over to the dining table. Everybody sat down, apart from the goons that came with Pietro's grandfather. Aurora had ventured into the kitchen, and later came out with a number of kitchen staffs. They began dishing out food and serving it. My eyes streamed around, taking glances at everyone as they ate. I didn't imagine the atmosphere would be this tensed and filled with apprehension. His grandfather cleared his throat and began asking Pietro some questions about the running of the Mafia. Gradually, everyone began talking, but just on a formal basis. I watched them discuss about their work without saying a thing, and just keeping mute. It seemed his grandfather was ignoring my presence in the dining table. Once again, I felt hurt by his attitude towards me, but I masked my sadness and put on a stoic expression as I listened to their discussion. You mean under your nose your goods were hijacked? Just wow. Are you becoming incompetent? Armani bluntly asked with his voice rough. I noticed Pietro's fists began to ball, and in an instant, I placed my hand on his thighs, caressing it. He looked at me, and I guess he knew I was telling him to calm down. It's not Pietro's fault. We trusted Alberto because he had been loyal over the years. But Pietro was able to handle the situation, Thomas spoke up. Wow. His boldness was incredible. Dante huffed at his statement, and Thomas gave him a satisfying smirk. But you all are incompetent. You are meant to incite fear in the minds of those ingrates, so they won't even dare to double-cross you, Armani yelled as he hit his fists on the dining table, causing a loud thud that sent jitters round my body. He opened his mouth to speak, but his phone rang, which caught him short. He brought it out and gazed at the caller before cursing under his breath in Italian. Finculo fuck, he grunted before standing up. I'll be back, he said before walking out with his goons. Dante let out a low laugh and stood up from his seat. He strolled round the dining table and came over to Pietro. Dear brother, he chuckled, tapping Pietro repeatedly on the shoulders. Pietro shrugged his hands of his shoulders and stood up from his seat, turning to face him eyeball to eyeball. I truly am surprised you are still alive. I was hoping for you to get into some sort of trouble in Africa, and just die, Dante said with a smirk. I covered my mouth as I let out as a gasp. How could he wish his own brother dead? I admit I was like this with Chiara, but once I knew we were related and my father talked sense into me, I strived to become a better sister to her. But Dante, he was so open with his bitterness for Pietro, his own blood. He didn't even try to hide it. Pietro chuckled darkly. You want me dead so you can take over the Mafia. Well, that's if grandfather lets your sorry ass get the seat. Besides, you are nothing but a dog to him. If he rejects you, you won't be able to do shit because you are a coward. Dante's brows pulled together immediately, hinting anger brooding in his eyes. He then drew his lips in and gave Pietro a smile. I truly pity your wife. She ended up with a beast for a husband, and she thinks she got the best man in the world. Wait until he shows you his colors. You will leave him in a second just like his mother, Dante said at me as I whipped my head to face him. I'll never leave my husband, retorted back, standing up and interlocking hands with Pietro once again. He is my husband for better or for worse, and I love him. He is the best man I could ask for. And you should also respect him too because he is your capo, I stated at Dante, who scanned me with hungry, cruel eyes. Not for long. Your darling husband will perish soon, he scoffed before turning his gaze back to Pietro. I promise you, Pietro. You will meet your demise very soon and be forgotten like you never existed, and once you do, I'll have control over this Mafia, over your properties, and also. He leaned in closer to Pietro. Over your wife. That was all it took to tip Pietro over the edge. How dare you, Pietro yelled in an uncontrollable fury. He immediately yanked Dante by the collar of his shirt, breaking the hold of our interlocked hands. He punched and kicked him to the ground, which caused me to let out a shriek. Commotion and chaos infused itself in the atmosphere, with everyone rushing to separate the two brothers but to no avail. Punches, kicks, the awful sound of bones cracking filled the air with blood dripping on the ground. "Pietro, please stop," I cried out as I tried to hold him, but Sofia held me back immediately. "What are you doing? Do you want to get yourself injured?" she asked with a sorry look in her face for me. Tears streamed down my cheeks. "Go call Aurora, please," I told her, which she nodded and frantically ran to get her mother. Cesare, Thomas and Emilio tried to restrain Pietro, whilst Rocco, Luca and Bianca tried to hold Dante, but neither of them succumbed. Pietro was too angry at the moment. He aggressively knocked them off, before continuing with his blows and punches at Dante. I crumbled into tears. All this was happening because of me. Aurora entered the scene, her face pale with horror. "Stop it. What have gotten into both of you?" she cried out in fear, but instead it did nothing. Both men had blood dripping from all corners of their faces, but neither would back out. Instead it fueled their anger more. "What is going on here?" Armani's voice boomed the minute he strode inside and met the horrifying scene. I froze immediately, so did everyone else. "Hold them down for me," he commanded in rage to his goons. They immediately went over to Pietro and Dante, pointing guns at their heads. My eyes widened and I panicked. Would he shoot them? Tears had already flooded my vision, making it blurry, and my head spinned. "I leave for some minutes and you both decide to kill yourselves. Are you all idiots?" Pietro breathed heavily, and his fists were clenched so tight that his canucles began turning white. "Armani, please," they are, Aurora began, but was rudely and almost immediately interrupted by Armani. "Enough. Look at you all. Fools. Fighting like animals. Over what? Could it be over this thing you brought from Africa?" he sneered, pointing his index finger at me. I lowered my gaze in fear, not daring to face his. "Don't you dare call her a thing. She is my wife." "You are a fool, Pietro. You all are idiots. And I'll make sure I deal with you fools accordingly. Take them upstairs for their punishment," he instructed. My heart palpitated and cried harder. What did he mean by punishment? Tears streamed down my cheeks as I watched Pietro being led away by his goons. It was all my fault. "And as for you," he began, turning to face my terrified features. "Your days in this house are numbered. I'll never accept you as the daughter-in-law of this house, and I promise if you don't die you will be kicked out of here. Harlot," he balefully threatened before shoving me out of the way and heading upstairs. Chapter 8. Dahlia broke down into tears, slumping on the floor with her body shaking vigorously. She never believed events would turn out this way. It was just a simple dinner. Everybody was meant to eat, relax, and get to know each other more. She hoped Armani would like her the way Aurora did, but now everything was ruined. Armani hates her for no reason. And now Pietro was being led away for his punishment as a result of the brawl he got into with Dante. Dante was such a pain in the ass. How could he say those things to his own brother? His own blood. How could he wish his own brother dead? The more Dahlia thought of it, the more tears streamed down her cheeks and flooded her vision. Aurora and Sofia quickly went over to Dahlia, trying to get her to stand up. "Child, please, do you want to cry yourself to death?" Aurora softly asked as she held Dahlia's hand. What will he do to Pietro, please? He won't hurt him, will he?" Dahlia stammered in tears. Aurora had a sorry, sad look on her face for Dahlia, and tore her face away from Dahlia's burning stare. She knew Armani well enough, and how he exerted his own punishments. She knew he would definitely do something painful to Pietro. Sofia crouched down to Dahlia and pulled her in for a hug, letting her cry on her shoulders. "Dahlia," Thomas called out, walking over to her. Dahlia let go of Sophia and immediately stood up to face him, her eyes reddened. Please stop crying, okay? Raph will be fine, he gently reassured the poor woman. Dahlia shook her head as Bianca rolled her eyes at her. Dramatic bitch, Bianca thought to herself. I want to see Pietro, Dahlia immediately said, before trying to shuffle her way upstairs. Where are you going? Aurora cried out. She immediately went over to Dahlia, blocking her path like a comet. Dahlia's eyes browsed her facial expression, and also that of everybody. They all seemed tensed and scared. I want to go to see my husband, Dahlia said with a stern resolve washing across her face. You can't. Armani might do something to you, Aurora tried explaining, but Dahlia shook her head at her. Bianca then cleared her throat and strutted towards Dahlia. Let her go see him. It's her fault he's getting punished, so let her go see him, Bianca resentfully scoffed at Dahlia, who could feel herself getting teary once more. It's not her fault, Bianca, Rocco objected. Dahlia's eyes whipped towards his and gave him a faint smile. He smiled back and nodded his head at her. Rocco is right. It's not Dahlia's fault that Armani is such a hard man to deal with, Luca added. Mind how you talk about the Godfather, Bianca sharply warned, with her index finger pointing at him. Oh please. He is the Godfather, yes, and I respect him too, yes. But still, why is he so hard on Dahlia? Has he met her before? Luca replied with a roll of his eyes. Dahlia didn't want another argument to heat up because of her. She already felt it was her fault that Pietro will be getting punished, and she didn't want to cause another heated-up debate. She was already feeling guilty enough. It's fine, Luca. Bianca is right. Indirectly, I am the cause. I just wish all these never happened. Dahlia stopped herself in her speech as tears streaked down her cheeks. She wiped her cheeks with the back of her palms before adopting a stern resolve. I want to see my husband. Dahlia, you can't be serious. If you go there you might get, Thomas' worried voice trailed off with Dahlia upheaving her hands at him. Tension and panic was in the air. Thomas sighed and nodded his head to everybody's amazement. I'll take you to go meet Raph, he said reluctantly. Child, you want to go see Pietro? Aurora's shrill voice pierced through the oddly silent atmosphere. Dahlia nodded her head at Aurora. Aurora looked devastated, and she held back her tears. Thomas, lead the way, Dahlia silently whispered, her voice hoarse. Thomas led her upstairs. Side by side they walked through the hallways. Dahlia could feel her legs shaking, but she controlled her emotions and strode determinedly with Thomas. She noticed they were heading towards the poorly lit hallway, the one she and Sophia weren't opportune to explore much. She gulped hard and pushed back the torrents of emotions she was experiencing. The hallway was really dark and gothic. It was desolate. The poor fluorescent bulbs were not doing justice to guiding their paths. Thomas. He whipped his face to her and gave her a soft smile. Yes? Do you know the room Pietro is in? She asked as her eyes browsed the various doors they passed. Yes, Dahlia. Are you sure you want to see him? Why was everyone asking her that? She wanted to see Pietro. He was her husband. He spoke up on her defense, and she wanted to see the sort of punishment his grandfather would give him. She was about speaking, but then she heard a painful groan coming from one of the doors in the far end of the hallway. The noise reverberate through the walls of the hallway. Dahlia let out a gasp immediately and held on to Thomas tightly. Is that Pietro? She asked fearfully with hesitation. Thomas calmly placed his hands on hers and squeezed it reassuringly. Are you sure you still want to see him? Dahlia was trembling with fear. The more they walked towards the door, the louder the groaning became. She easily deciphered Pietro's voice from Dante's. What was going on in there? She suddenly felt a gag haul up from her throat, but she swallowed hard and nodded her head once more. Suppressing her fears, she let go of Thomas's hands and walked towards the door. On reaching it, she found out it was slightly opened and peered inside. Dahlia used a hand to cover her mouth, on seeing what was going on. Seated and tied up in chairs were Pietro and Dante, their face covered in bruises from their brawl earlier. Goons surrounded them, whilst Armani stood in the center, lashing out at them in Italian. Dahlia could barely see Pietro's figure, as Armani blocked her view. Armani then moved aside, and her eyes took a cursory glance at Pietro. Her eyes then trailed to his shoulder. She noticed that part of his shirt was crimson red. That was a heavy amount of blood. When he fought with Dante, there wasn't much blood. Pietro, you are just following the footsteps of your stupid mother, Armani thundered. Pietro groaned more and hissed in pain. Dahlia felt her eyes being choked up with tears as she watched Pietro bleed from his shoulders. Going to marry that stupid foreigner and fighting with your brother over that thing. She is not a thing. She is my wife. And she will always be my wife. I don't mind dying for her, Pietro retorted back with matched fury. Dahlia pressed her lips in to suppress her urge to cry out. Even in his state, he was still defending her. To think you would have settled down with Bianca after everything she did for you, Armani spoke with his tongue in cheek. Dante let out a painful laugh and coughed up blood. His shoulder was also bleeding badly. How did they end up being this bruised up? They weren't bleeding this much, so how? Her eyes then whopped to a shiny object on the floor. She squinted her eyes to get a good view of it, and her breathing hitched once she noticed what it was. It was a small knife with blood trailing down its sharp edge. Dahlia gasped once more as she figured out Armani must have used it on Pietro and Dante. What sort of a man is this? Who punishes his own blood this way? I only love Dahlia. You don't control my life. Armani angrily picked the knife from the ground to Dahlia's horror, and was about to use it on Pietro when Dahlia screamed out in fear. Stop please, she cried out as she roughly pushed the door open. Thomas' eyes widened. He didn't know Dahlia would actually want to enter inside. Pietro became perturbed on seeing her, surprise making him short of words. Armani stared at the horror-stricken woman, who had tears flowing down her cheeks like a river. Dahlia clasped her hands together, and crumbled beneath Armani's feet. Please don't hurt Pietro. I can't stand to see him hurt. He is bleeding. Please. Armani pushed her away with his feet, causing Dahlia to fall back. Dahlia, Pietro called out immediately. Dahlia winced, and Thomas quickly came by her aid, lending her a helping hand to her feet. You brought her here, Armani's resentful tone spat at Thomas. She wanted to see Pietro, Thomas calmly replied. Armani huffed and his gaze narrowed to Dahlia, who quivered under his baleful stare. Very soon you will leave this mansion and this family, he spat, his tone barely above a whisper. Dahlia cried more. Untie them, Armani ordered to his goons. Once untied, Dahlia and Thomas immediately went over to Pietro, whilst Dante limped out of the room with Armani and his thugs. Raph, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I'm truly sorry. You shouldn't have gotten into a fight. Dahlia immediately began rambling, her breathing unsteady. Bella, I'll fight for you again and again, because you are my life, Pietro interrupted her. His uninjured arm caressed her tear-stained cheeks. Capo, we need to get you bandaged up, Thomas cut in. Dahlia nodded her head in agreement, and they helped Pietro to his feet. I can walk. I'm not a toddler. My shoulder is the one injured, not my legs, Pietro sighed out. Shush, Raph. I'll take you to our room, and Thomas, please bring a first aid box. There should be one here. Thomas nodded in affirmation and walked ahead of them. Pietro chuckled as they walked through the hallway. I didn't know you will get this worried seeing me bleed. I guess I should be bleeding every day, Pietro teased. Dahlia gave him a hard glare, which got him to laugh more. I was so worried about you. I was so scared too. Pietro, you shouldn't have fought for me, Dahlia began as they made their way towards their room. Pietro listened to his wife talk. He was truly amazed by her boldness in stopping his grandfather, when he was about cutting him again. Armani had the weirdest methods of inflicting punishment to people, even to his own blood. This was something his father would not have even done for him, but Dahlia stood up for him and stopped Armani. I love you so much, Dahlia. Chapter 9. Dahlia. A week had passed after that torrential event that took place in the mansion. Up till now, just the thought of what took place that uneventful night still shook me to my bones. I struggled to get the image of Pietro's bleeding shoulder out of my head. Seeing how ruthless Armani was to his own grandchildren made me realize how frightening Pietro's childhood would have been. I felt so sorry for Pietro. He grew up in harsh conditions. Though filthy rich, he was already burdened up with life responsibilities as a child. Getting initiated into a mafia from a young age, without having the tiniest clue of what he was getting himself into, proved to be so fatal for his childhood. I found myself praying so fervently for my dear husband. I truly didn't like seeing him in pain. It broke me into agonizing pieces watching him bleed so much that night. One thing I prayed for was for Armani to never visit us again. It was truly for the best. Pietro took a week off from work, attending to his injury. I was the one who coaxed him into taking a week off. Left to him, he didn't mind working with a badly injured shoulder. That man was so relentless. I took good care of him within that 1 week, making sure he had all he needed in his beck and call. I was his personal maid. In a way, I didn't know if I was being selfish, but probably it was a good thing Pietro got injured. He got to spend more time with me instead of always leaving for work. I enjoyed every single bit of it. Sleeping next to my husband every night, cuddling him and waking up in his soft, warm embrace was so thrilling. Now he was out for work. I felt like a baby being denied candy. I grumbled all through, begging him to stay back, but he insisted he had urgent things to attend to. Once again, I woke up without meeting my husband in my arms. He had probably gone out before anybody woke up. I sighed and swiftly came down from the bed. My hair was so disheveled. It looked like a bird's nest. I had gone natural since we arrived in Italy. I didn't feel like braiding my hair again. I guess I would have to ask Sophia to show me a salon so I could make my hair and probably look more enticing for Pietro. I smiled at the thought and was about venturing into the bathroom when I spotted a note on top of the little cupboard next to the bed. I walked over with curious thoughts and I took the note, reading its content. It was from Pietro. A smile crept to my face as I read it. How are you, sweetie? I know you must be smiling reading this. I rolled my eyes with a sigh. Cocky jerk. I'm so sorry, I am now leaving for work earlier than usual. You know, if it were up to me, I'll want to stay in your arms all day long and snuggle up close with you. I'm so sorry, my dear wife. But I promise to be back early today. I've missed falling asleep in your arms. I love you. A broad grin spread across my face, and I pressed the note against my chest. I love you too, Pietro. He was so romantic. I dropped the note with a blush and made way to the bathroom. Minutes later, I was already out, seated on my bed and combing my tangled hair. The warm hot shower I just had truly did justice in soothing down my nerves. Once done, I headed downstairs, beaming with smiles as my mind repeatedly wandered back to the note Pietro left for me. You look so happy, like a pretty kitten, Sophia said on seeing me. Of course I was. Finally, things were coming back to normal. Pietro's injury was healing up, and there was no grandfather or stepbrother fight again. I am very much happy. I am so relieved Pietro is healing, to be honest, I replied, sitting down on one of the dining chairs. She gave me a long sigh and nodded her head. Grandfather can be a pain in the ass. I'm truly sorry once again for the way he spoke to you. No, you don't have to apologize, I objected with a shake of my head. I held on to her arm and softly caressed it. You really don't have to. With time, Armani might come to like me. And if he doesn't, well, then he doesn't. I pulled my hands away and exhaled deeply. She nodded with a faint smile. Sophia, I truly need your help. I need to go to a salon and make my hair. I began, trying to lighten up the conversation and our moods. Her eyes sparkled. Really? I know some salons where you could braid your hair. When do you want to go? Today, actually. Immediately after breakfast. We could head to the spa afterwards. I winked at her. She giggled and nodded her head. Count me in. I laughed. That reminds me, Sophia, hold on, let me get something. I want to show you this cookbook I got for you. I immediately bolted up and noticed Sophia's orbs sparkle. I noticed she liked cooking a lot, and she had told me she wanted to learn how to prepare intercontinental dishes, so I got her a cookbook that contained various recipes on how to prepare different Nigerian cuisines. I instantly scurried upstairs. I walked into my bedroom and headed towards the closet. I opened the sliding door wardrobe, and my eyes quickly narrowed to the wooden base floor of the wardrobe where I had kept the gift bag that contained the cookbook. My knees sunk to the ground as I shuffled and rummaged through the various little bags. Where's that cookbook? I groaned out in frustration. My hands ran through my hair as my eyes scanned the bags. I then spotted it, hiding at the far end corner. A smile appeared on my face as I took it out. I was about closing the wardrobe when I noticed something shiny in between the numerous tuxedos that belonged to Pietro hanging in the wardrobe. My eyes squinted and widened. I dropped the gift bag and pushed Pietro's tuxedos apart, only to meet with a small metal compartment built into the wooden walls of the wardrobe. What the fuck? I whispered with furrowed brows. It was like a secret little safe, smartly planted into the wooden walls and covered by Pietro's many suits. My eyes scanned it. It seemed like a little calculator. It just had digits 0 to 9 on it, and a little screen with 2 dotted lines beeping on the little screen. I suddenly felt so curious as I watched it. One part of me wanted to turn away, but the other bigger part was really curious, itching to unravel what hid behind the safe. I bit my lips, trying to decipher the 2 numbers that could open the safe. Our wedding date. Probably it could work. With sunken shoulders, I inputted the number 20. The safe opened automatically, and a wide grin spread across my face. A frown soon washed upon my face as I brought out what was inside the safe. A flash drive. I was kind of disappointed. Probably, I expected something more. My eyes surveyed it, turning it over and over. This flash drive must be very important for it to have been kept here, though. I'll discuss it with Raph when he gets back. I dropped back the flash drive into the safe and closed the little opening, inputting the figures back to lock it. Pietro would have to explain why this flash drive was hidden in a safe. I picked up the gifted bag and made my way downstairs. Dahlia sat on the bed, her eyes roving through the magazine she held in her hands. The cold wind blew softly inside the room, as the windows were thrown wide in hopes of a tempting breeze. Pietro came out of the bathroom shirtless, his sculpted torso glistening under the soft rays of the moon. His blue eyes glimmered in the dark, making him look so sinful. He climbed on the bed and laid next to Dahlia, hauling her close to his warm body. Pietro, careful. Your shoulder, she chided with her voice wandering off. Is healed, my love. Don't worry, okay, Pietro cut her short, planting multiple kisses on her forehead. This man could be so sweet. She found herself wondering if he was still the same cold-hearted Mafia leader whenever they were together. I love your braids, he murmured with his nose nuzzling against her neck. Dahlia blushed. Thank you, babe. Her mind then derailed off to the flash drive she found. With a longing sigh, she began talking. Raph, I found a flash drive in a hidden safe in the closet today. Pietro gasped and faced her, wondering how she was even able to decipher the password. I know you are surprised, baby. What is in that flash drive? God, Dahlia? How did you find it out? You are too inquisitive, Bella. That flash drive is very important. It contains all the vital information about the Mafia, how it is being run, our trade partners, the various families and capos, shipments of our goods round the coasts, income and all that. It is very important. If it gets into the wrong hands, all the confidential secrets will be exposed, he explained. Wrong hands? You mean enemies? You have enemies? Dahlia asked quickly. Pietro noticed she had become somewhat scared. He pulled her close to him to allay her fears. I do. The Don of the Russia Mafia hates me. And I truly have no clue why. He is a threat to my Mafia, but don't worry, Dahlia. Nothing will happen, okay? Dahlia gulped. Some dangerous dude out there hates her husband so much. Hasn't Pietro suffered enough? Why must he have enemies? Well, he did belong to a freaking Mafia. Pietro knew she was tensed. He then cupped Dahlia's cheek with one hand and claimed her lips in a soft kiss, making Dahlia focus only the addictive taste of his tongue moving slowly inside her, tasting all corners of her. She felt knots tie in her stomach as the kiss became fiery, demanding and urgent. Heat rose to her chest, with her entire body tingling. She wrapped her hands around his neck at once, pulling him into her more as he claimed her lips in a hungry, passionate kiss. Dahlia's one hand slipped from his neck to his torso, her fingers eagerly exploring him. Pietro gave off a throaty groan and rolled over on top her. He broke off from their kiss and stared at her, his stare making her weak in the knees, trembling in anticipation of what was to come next. I'm going to have you this night, dear wife. Chapter 10. Dahlia felt a million knots get tied up inside her the moment Pietro uttered that statement. She felt so excited and yet so scared. Her heart sunk to her stomach, and she suddenly felt her palms becoming sweaty even though the room was chilly. Pietro noticed she suddenly looked frightened, and he arched a brow at her. What's wrong? Don't you want it? He spoke so gravelly, it made Dahlia shiver. Dahlia immediately responded. I do, Pietro. I am. Dahlia struggled with words as she kept on speaking hesitantly and cutting herself short. Pietro stopped hovering over her and laid by her side, straddling her to himself. I have never done it before, and I don't want to disappoint you, Dahlia confessed under her breath. Pietro let out a laugh, amused by what his wife said. Is that why you look so tense, my love? She nodded her head at him, staring at his chest, not wanting to look him in the eye. She had attempted to have sex before in the past with Bruno so many times, but it always backfired at her. It always left her feeling ashamed, noticing that the man she loved wasn't craving for her the same way she did for him. And it pained her all the more knowing that he craved to be with Chiara. But that was in the past now. She had gotten over Bruno, and she was thankful he was now happy being with her sister. But the idea of seducing a man never came to her mind again. She didn't want to appear desperate like she did in the past. She wanted someone who would crave for her genuinely, and Pietro did just so, but she still had a million thoughts running through her. What if she messed up and doesn't satisfy him like other women whom he had gotten intimate with before he married her? What if he loses interest in making love to her? Thoughts like this and much more ran through her worried mind. Pietro could sense her agitation. He didn't know why she felt so tensed. He loved her deeply and yearned for the day he would be in between her thighs. Nobody else moved him the way Dahlia did. She stirred up emotions that he thought were dead inside him. Dahlia, I want you. I want to fuck you. I want to make love to you. No? I need to make love to you. How would you ever think that you could disappoint me, my love? You can't. You don't know how long I've craved for this day. Don't feel shy over anything, my love, Pietro coolly said softly before he came on top her again. Dahlia took in a deep breath, and a smile broke on her face. Do you still want to do this? Dahlia nodded at him. A predatorial, devilish low smile walked to his lips. Good, because now I won't stop until you are completely finished and undone. He immediately plundered her lips in a dominating, lustful kiss. His tongue sought to take control over hers as he explored her, tasting her tongue and feeling her senses with his. Dahlia wasn't given a chance to think or breathe, as Pietro crushed his lips on hers in a heated, hungry, sensual kiss. She felt her knees weakened, and heat like wildfire erupting from her stomach and spreading through her legs. Dahlia gave herself into the kiss. Nothing else mattered to her as time seemed to stop moving. Her fingers moved with a mind of their own, sliding along his sculpted forearms and exploring his muscles, pulling him more closer to her. Pietro unlocked his lips from hers only to crush it back, completely immersing himself into her lips. Her lips felt so warm, searing hot and plump. He sucked on her bottom lip hungrily before sweeping her lips with his tongue. Dahlia moaned, and Pietro swallowed it all. He was no longer able to control himself. He could only focus on her shortened gasps, which entranced him, making him more hungry and driven by lust. Her warm body, innocent and untouched, was firmly pressed against his. Pietro's mind ran wild, as he had already started imagining Dahlia moaning out with each thrust he gave her. He held on to Dahlia's waist tightly, his bulging manhood pressed against her thighs, causing her to quiver. "Pietro," Dahlia moaned out. Hearing her moan out his name got him more aflame with arousal. It was pulsating through him. Pietro let out a deep groan before turning his attention to her neck, scraping the hollow of her neck with his teeth, making Dahlia cry out. "Please, Raf, I want you." The words left her mouth before she could even stop herself. Dahlia's hand pleadingly tugged at the waist of his shorts. Pietro's blue orbs darkened, and he raised his head from her neck to face her longing eyes. His large hands quickly wrapped around her throat, causing her to flinch and also arousing her at the same time. What was he doing? "Call me sir." "Got it," his low tone serious and firm. Dahlia nodded her head, trying to keep a straight head whilst being choked. "Say it," Pietro commanded in a dark whisper as his lips brushed against hers, his grip on her throat becoming stronger. "Yes, sir," Dahlia nearly moaned out in a shaky breath, her chest heaving repeatedly as she gave herself up to the scorching heat. An animalistic groan rumbled from him, and he smirks down at Dahlia. "Good kitten," his tone so rich and velvet before lessening his grip. He quickly kissed Dahlia hungrily, sliding his fingers under her nightgown and trailing to her panties. He wastes no time in tearing them off and tossing them out. He couldn't wait for a second. He wanted to feel her wet, aching mound. At once, he began rubbing on her clit sensually, as his other hand gripped onto her neck. Dahlia's felt her pupils becoming dilated, the sensational pleasure filling her entire being. Her eyes rolled back and she let out soft moans. "Yes, sir, please," Dahlia moaned out airily, breaking the kiss as Pietro kept on pleasuring her clit. His grip on her neck tightens even more, almost choking her. "The night is young, my love. We have a long way to go," he sultry murmured against her ear before inserting a finger swiftly into her. Dahlia's hip jerked up and she cried out in pain. "Pietro." His eyes darkened once more as she realized she shouldn't have called him by his name. "I mean, yes, sir." A sly grin washes on his face. "Each mistake you make comes with a punishment." Dahlia's arm slid along his torso, her nails scraping his flesh. She bits her bottom lip as he gazes at her, his eyes focused on her frightened face. Without warning, he inserts in another finger, causing Dahlia to scream out once more, her nails digging into his flesh. He hisses slightly, as her sharp nails drew marks on his shoulders. "It's painful," Dahlia whispers, as a lone tear slid down her cheeks. Pietro kisses her eyelids, trailing it down to her cheeks and placing wet kisses all over face. "I know, kitten," he replies silently before moving his fingers in and out of her. Dahlia held on to Pietro tightly, pressing her face against his chest as his fingers explored her insides. It felt so extremely painful. She wanted him to stop, but she knew his foreplay would make it easy for him to slide into her. She pressed her lips tightly, as his slender fingers quickened in pace, pumping in and out of her throbbing, wet, aching flesh. Slowly the pain became washed away, and replaced by an orgasmic sensation. Dahlia felt her legs quiver with each glide of his fingers, as Pietro's pace becomes so fiery, precise and quick. "Sir, don't stop, please." Dahlia's voice trailed off as Pietro's lips crushed on hers once more. She couldn't control it. She felt herself reaching her climax, as Pietro demanded urgent entry into her mouth. His grip on her throat didn't falter, neither did his pace waver. His fingers explored her inside, sliding in and out so swiftly, leaving Dahlia craving for more. She let out airily splitting moans as she gave into Pietro's touch, coming thoroughly undone underneath him. Pietro kissed her possessively, suppressing her moans and swallowing it. "Come for daddy," he breathed against her lips. Dahlia held on to his forearms so tightly, her fingernails dug into his flesh, drawing out little blood, as she felt herself reaching her climax before letting it all out on Pietro's fingers. Pietro smiled. His pace gradually slowed down. Dahlia panted heavily, with Pietro slowly massaging her clit to calm her. "I feel sore in between my thighs, Raph. I think I should rest," Dahlia said in between heavy breathing. Pietro let go off her throat and swiftly flipped her over, her back now facing him. "We aren't finished yet, dear wife," his velvet voice whispered to her ear before nibbling on her earlobes. His hands moved to the zip of her nightgown, slowly unzipping it and pulling it down her body, till she was completely naked before his lustful blue orbs. He felt so aroused. Her curves, her melanin skin, her ass, everything was driving him crazy. Dahlia felt so timid. She knew he was staring down at her. Her body was bare, and she shivered at the absence of his warm body on top hers. "Fuck. You are shit, Dahlia. I need to have my way with you," Pietro huskily groaned before skimming his lips down her spine, his hands kneading her soft behind. Dahlia arched her back in pleasure, as Pietro trailed kisses down to the summit of her legs before greedily licking and biting gently at her thighs. Dahlia could feel that familiar sensation build up within her, this time like a wave that hit her. Her mind was left in a trance as she surrendered to Pietro's touch, letting him mark every inch of her body. He turned her over once more before claiming her lips so fiercely, his tongue conquering hers, so hungry and so consuming, pulling her into the warmth of his body. Dahlia's hands walked to his shorts, as he helped her to eagerly pull it off. His hands eagerly went over to her thighs, separating it, as he positioned himself in between her. "God. You are so beautiful, my love," Pietro mumbled once his lips left hers. His lips walked to her chest, his tongue drawing circles around her one full engorged dark nipple. He was going crazy with lust. He quickly took it in his mouth, sucking her nipple, biting it and stroking it with his tongue, arousing and stimulating her. Dahlia pressed her head back to the pillow, her cries racing higher and her pupils being dilated, whilst one hand fondled with the other breast, kneading and shaping it. His other hand went to her throat once more, choking her. "Arraf," Dahlia moaned out, as his sucking drew out sensual cries from her. "What did you just call me?" Pietro asked in an authoritative tone, his head not leaving her nipple. Dahlia shivered. He increased pressure on her throat, almost choking her, as she felt herself becoming dizzy. "I'm sorry, sir," she stuttered, giving him the best response tone one could have whilst being choked. He lavished her 2 breasts, sucking on each of them, teeth nipping at her nipples, tongue stroking her aching, throbbing peaks in a sensational pleasure that she could only let out gasps of air, her fingers kneading into his dark hair, his nape. As she gave herself up to that scorching sensation, consumed by a raw burning fire, Pietro began teasing her wet vulva with his cap. His lips pulled out from her breasts, which made her let out a cry of protest at the absence of his warm lips on her throbbing nipples. His eyes were blazing down against hers, a dark devouring light shining within them. His one hand was still holding on to her throat, choking her. He was blind to everything except the consuming, ravaging hunger that was devouring his senses. Dahlia strained upwards, her neck and spine arched, her lips parted and her legs spasmed. "What did I say you should call me?" his tone echoed in her ear. "Yes, sir," Dahlia whispered, her breathing unsteady. Louder he groaned, increasing pressure on her throat. "Sir," she cried out in a gasp. He lets out a low laugh. "You will scream for daddy right now." As soon as the words leave his mouth, his thick pulsating cap instantly drove inside her, thrusting and filling her totally. Dahlia cried out, jerking upwards. The sensation exploded within her like a comet, hitting her, ripping her apart, as he thrusted into her again, yet harder and harder, driving so fully into her. "Yes, sir?" Dahlia let out a lustful scream, pain and pleasure consuming her. But Pietro wouldn't stop. His sex was so dominating. "Scream, Bella. Urla per papa, scream for daddy," he said in a low raspy tone, his lips pressed against her ear. "Non ti lascerò andare finché non avrò finito. I won't let you go till I'm done," Pietro added in Italian as he drove into her, plunging inside her. Dahlia felt her entire body on fire. He was rocking her, giving her pulsing waves that consumed her absolutely. He begins withdrawing his cock from her insides slowly. Just when she thought he was about to pull out, he thrust in more deeply inside her, and Dahlia lets out another loud moan, rolling her head to the side as a pleasure so intense was coursing through her. His free hand grips onto her hips tightly, whilst the other maintained its hold firmly around her throat. "Does it hurt, kitten?" Pietro asked huskily as he stirred her insides with his member. "It does, sir," she manages to moan out with a longing sigh. He begins sliding in and out of her again once more, teasing her. Dahlia rolled her head back on the bed. "It will hurt even more, baby," he groaned. "Give it to me," Dahlia begged almost immediately. "Gladly," was his sultry reply. He instantly begins pounding into her hot, wet sex, so painful yet so pleasurable. Dahlia cried out, her head aching back, exposing her throat as she gripped onto the covers of the bed. "You are so tight. So fucking sweet," Pietro pants. "Oh my God." Dahlia stammered beneath him, quivering, encouraging him to go even faster. "You are mine. I'll be the only one you lust for and crave for. Anybody that tries to come in between us, I won't hesitate to kill that person," Pietro threatened, with his voice dropping so low as he pounds aggressively into her, fucking her so hard and choking her with his hands on her throat. Dahlia screamed and moaned under his large frame, as she feels herself reaching her climax once more. She screamed in bliss, but it doesn't stop him from thrusting into her. "Pietro," she screamed out before she could stop herself, his thrusts were becoming excruciatingly painful. His hand tightened on her throat, lust and a dangerous dominance glistening within his eyes. I'm sorry." "Yes, sir," she quickly apologizes, as he plunders her without mercy. He finally lessens his hold on her throat, as he kisses her lips, before releasing his hot load inside her. Pietro pulled away from the kiss, and they both stared at each other breathlessly. Perspiration covered their bodies. "You are amazing, Dahlia," Pietro said with a smile as he stopped towering over her and laid next to her. Dahlia blushed and massaged her throat. "Did you have to hold my throat?" "Of course," he replied cockily. She ran her hands through his soft hair and smiled at him. "That felt incredible, Pietro." He lets out a deep chuckle. "Wait, Raph. You released inside me. Was I supposed to pull out?" he rhetorically asked, making Dahlia's cheek turn red. He gave her doting stares and hauled her closer to himself. "I love you. I love you so much, Dahlia." "I love you too, Raph." Pietro's lips locked with hers once more, and Dahlia is once again trapped and lost in another yet passionate, possessive and hungry kiss. He instantly comes on top her, parting her thighs once more before sliding his still hard member into her sore pussy. "Beg and scream," he commands, with his hand wrapping around her throat once more.